bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one. Go on ahead, give me your best shot, cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep on going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they after me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Salut tout le monde! My name is Alexandre Maya and I will be your host. Welcome to the EMEA Masters 2024 Spring. So, we're sitting in France, the city of love in Paris, and welcome to the EMEA Masters. So, without further ado, it's also the city of love, but we have a lovely guest. Let me introduce to you Initialize and Solari. How are we doing?
We're doing great today. So happy to be here. I'm bringing in the Polish pride, of course, as the representative of Ultraliga, but I'm also bringing a lot of pride for everybody because the teams are so exciting.
How are you doing, Initialize?
I am doing much better after that intro. That was lovely. Thank you for that, man. Made me feel really great here. That's nice. You know, sometimes you get that from Maestro. He's a nice guy. But yeah, I think I echo Solari that I think it is very rare we have an EMEA Masters that is, on paper at least, as tight as it is. This should be a very, very close, very, very exciting tournament.
But we're not alone in the studio. Obviously, we have those voices for the inside of the game. Without further ado, let me introduce them to you. It is Aesthetics and Aragon. How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, now that's the city of love. I mean, hell yeah, dude. It's bright in here. Aragon's future is staring me in the face like a lot of these people, so I had to shade up, you know what I mean?
The Histagon duo.
Yeah,
it's
that's
back.
Right. Although
it's
it's not, we're not actually casting together today.
That's
this
true.
is a ruse.
You've been baited.
The Initialize will be here as well because
I'm going to be where Hysterics is.
I just kind of have to oversight because he's in a bit of trouble. And of course, you know, getting ready for today, I feel like, this note here, see what it says about you. Oh, Jesus. You can talk to him about that later. But yeah, I'll be casting later with Solari, so that'll be hell
Be
yeah.
a good one.
Hell yeah moment, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it'll be
excited
exciting.
too. Initialize. I'm looking forward to you, buddy.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the city of love.
First
Yeah,
bait
I'm
of the
very excited.
day.
I'm like, I have to say, I'm a little bit alarmed that it took less than 5 minutes before Hysterics just threw me under the nearest bus he could find. That was nice. Thank you.
Speed run, 80%. We're having fun in the studio, but also let's understand how the format is going to go from now on. We have 16 teams playing in 4 different groups. Every single group has 4 teams. The top 2 at the end of 2 days will move on to the next stage, which is the knockout. So on that particular part, they will play a best of 5 every single time. And if you lose, you're out. So on groups, you can still slip. But on the best of 5, you're done for if you're not the best of the best. And at the end of the day, at the end of EMEA Masters, we will crown the best of the best in Europe. So before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, because I have you, Solari, I want to test my desk.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
That
There you go.
never goes well.
Obviously, we need chaos. If I'm the host, we need chaos. So without further ado, let's play a game of Guess Who? Champions Edition.
My favorite.
So this, wait, what do you mean?
What?
This is a new game, by the way. So the rules are simple. I'm going to give you a clue.
Right.
And
One.
you need to
I thought we
guess
were playing Guess Who, not Cluedo.
what champion it is. If you don't get on the first clue, I'll give you another one. And
How
then
many
the
do we
third
get?
one. Every single clue gets easier, but
Okay.
every single clue that I give you awards you less points. So at the end of the day, I'll give you a prize, by the way.
Oh, now I want to win.
Now
Sorry,
we're
I'm
talking.
really sorry, but I am going
I'm
to have
sorry,
to
you're so
beat you
done.
into the dirt
No,
right now.
no, I'm sorry. You have
First
no
clue for the
chances.
first champion. Let's move on. You at home can play as well on the chat. The first one to get on the chat will get a props. That's all. First clue. I'm from Noxus, even if you don't believe me.
LeBlanc.
Somebody you don't believe. So somebody who is not obviously from Noxus. Oh, that is a hard one.
Well, I have to move on if you don't get
You
it.
have to move on. I'm
I have
sorry.
Was
to
I
move
wrong,
on.
I'm assuming?
You told me LeBlanc.
Yeah.
It's not close.
Okay.
Second
Not
clue is I get faster as I improve. Oh.
Oh. That rings a bell.
Has you improved?
Doesn't ring a bell?
It does ring a bell.
It does ring a
but
bell.
not loud enough.
It's not loud enough?
No.
I don't know if production can get it louder. I don't know if... What about you, Initialized?
Oh, no.
I was expecting more from my
I know,
desk.
I was too. I'm a bit disappointed in myself.
Yeah.
It's not Riven.
Honestly,
It's not
same.
Darius.
So there's a bell, but no answer.
Yeah.
No.
Let's move on to the third one.
Is it Rel?
What?
Is it Rel?
Rel?
Yeah.
No.
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 She does
no.
get fast when she presses E.
So third one. This is it.
running
Okay.
out of steam
On the
here.
third one, you have to guess it.
Okay.
I'm a slippery little snake.
Oh, Cassiopeia.
Because you.
There you go. Initialize gets 1
Oh.
point
Whoops.
because you guessed it at the end of it. This is the first champion, Cassiopeia. Second one, let's get the first clue. I'm a Yordle, and a lot of people dislike me.
Timo.
I'm
That's
not
the
that
most
obvious.
obvious one.
I'm not that obvious. Actually,
Yeah?
no, it's not.
No.
It's
Aw.
not. It's not. I'm a slippery little snake as well.
Can it be Kled?
It could, but it's not. Moving on to the second one. You might lose your temper when I jump.
Nah.
You want to lock it in?
Yes.
You sure?
No. But I'm going to
Okay.
do it anyway.
You're going to do it anyway, and you are dead wrong, which
Oh.
leads us to the third and last
was hoping it was
clue.
different.
Wait, I didn't give my answer to the
Be
second
faster
clue.
then, tell me.
Rumble.
No.
Ah,
Third clue.
should have done it.
Shark.
Fizz.
That's 1 point for Solari, which leads us to the third and last one. This is a
Not even
tiebreaker. I was released in 2016.
That
Now
gives
we
us
got
nothing.
harder.
Talia.
That is a really good. I don't know how you did it,
Yeah.
but you got wrong 5 times in a
Oh,
row. So let's move on to the
Let's
second
move on,
one.
please.
I can inflict grievous wounds if you stay close to me.
Cled.
You want to lock it in?
I'm going to do it.
He actually got one right. It is Glenn! You got it right!
on a rope, baby. Oh.
The third clue would be I'm deep fried courage and an apple pie of angry. That would be the third clue. So, Initialize, you're the winner of the first game of EMEA Masters, which leads me to give you this. You'll have to use it throughout the entire broadcast, by the way. This is your new French hat. I don't know, you do you, that's your prize.
I'm going to struggle with this as a casting head, brother.
Don't worry, that's exactly why we gave you
I
that.
think it's a bit small for my head. This could be a
I can
mess.
take it away from you if you want.
That's the
no, it's fine.
objective.
This is beautiful.
Welcome.
Hey. How you doing,
Fabulous.
chat?
So now that we
Goodbye,
test
Hal.
your knowledge, we can actually say, yeah, we're good on the desk. So let's meet the teams. Let's understand how they got here, because EMEA Masters, that's what it's all about, to get to know every single team from every single country and every single player. So let's highlight the Raid Boss Battle, LFL, and Initialize. Why is LFL so good?
Oh man, where do you even start? I suppose with the fact that they have just been by far the most consistent region from across its history. The early years notwithstanding, we have had so many years of this region just being so dominant. Even when they haven't won, they've pretty consistently gotten teams through to at least semifinals, normally the finals. If you want to be the best in the ERLs, you have to go through the wall that is the LFL, and that is so much easier said than done.
Not only we have KC Blue, but BDS Academy and Gentlemate,
Oh, yes.
which is actually a team that I'm looking out for the most, because it's LFL, but it's not really LFL. It's bloody, you know? I love it. So outside of LFL, what do we have, Solari? Prime League, right?
We have a lot of stuff, but we first of all have the Prime League, which I am very interested in because they are bringing in the teams that were struggling throughout the split in different parts of it. Because we have Eintracht Spandau, who were struggling during the regular split, but in the playoffs, all of a sudden, surprisingly for everybody, got the first place. And we have the SK Prime, who were supposedly the favorites of the tournament, but got the second place. They're still here with us in EMEA Masters, and they most likely are going to give a hot battle to everybody. And I'm looking forward to see what they're bringing.
Then I need to highlight a team that we have to bring them up. Guazones,
Oh, we have to.
right?
Yes.
Why Solari? Because we know something about them, right?
We know some things about them, especially that they are on the climb right now, and it has been an amazing climb. They're coming all the way from the second division of FLP, right? They had to climb through the relegations, they had to climb through the promotion, they had to climb to the first division, and then to the EMEA Masters, almost getting removed from the first division in the process, but bouncing back. And my question is, how far can they go now?
Also worth pointing out that those pictures are out of date. Because
Exactly. I was waiting for
they
that
are
one. I was
all
waiting.
currently, guys, bald. They have shaved their heads to match the coach. They are all in on just riding the incredible journey they've been on. They've committed to the memes. They've committed to the fan love that they've received. I think they've done a pretty damn good job of it. The problem is, on the other side of the coin is this kind of LVP super team. Yes, they lost Vero up to the main roster, but Certus is the one who's replaced them, and Lost Heretics, just look at the names on that team. They are, alongside all of those LFL teams, trying to put their name down very squarely in that contenders for the whole damn tournament pocket.
So this is LVP. Also, I have to give a shout out to Chico, which is a Portuguese mid laner. He went to Turkey, he went to Brazil, he went to
I knew it was gonna
everywhere.
happen at
He went to
some point.
Poland
No,
at some point. He went to Poland at some point.
Exactly. So
Yes.
it's my boy Chico. I got to give him credits. And he's also bald, by the way. As we move on to a region that is filled with teams.
Oh, yeah.
NLC. So we have to talk. We have one team. We have one team.
We had two.
We had two.
One final ruddy up for the cameras. Unfortunately, our second team didn't quite make it for as
Ruddy
exciting and entertaining as they were. Give that one final salute to the teams that left us. But yeah, you're right. Me and you,
Yeah,
we've been
Lions.
casting a lot of NLC, and we have still got our number one seed in there, and that's Lions Creed, who are all about winning that lane, all about winning the game from there. They are the team that in many ways was supposed to make it to this tournament. They were designed to do so. A little bit rocky at the beginning of the split, but as things went on, they proved more and more dominant. You should recognize some of those names.
Yes.
Some very storied, very veteran players. Kasing, I believe, the oldest player at the tournament, playing very, very well alongside Jinjo. They aren't the NLC of old, of course, but I still think they could be pretty threatening, and I don't think they'll be a pushover. That is for sure.
That is interesting because we are looking at a team at NLC. They were like the main character of the anime. And all of a sudden, they're fighting people that are really powerful. So they lost their plot armor. I think like the question is, can you actually fight without the plot armor? Is this like Attack on Titan now, where everybody can die, or is like Fairy Tail? Where
Do you guys know it's not an LC here? Can you both please stop being so biased?
Oh, I'm
Anyway,
fine.
moving on to the important teams. Ultra Liga. I am bringing
It's
in the
too
Polish
easy.
pride.
It's too easy.
I am bringing in Polska Górom to this studio because we have two teams coming from Ultra Liga to
love it.
represent us, and they have had a rivalry between each other for a couple of seasons already, going back and forth, switching titles between each other. Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymous, and you have to expect a lot from both of them.
Okay, so no one is biased here. Okay, at least then. So that is Ultra Liga for us. As we move on to Italy.
Oh,
so
yes.
Desired Esports.
Yeah, and it's Desire who are here. It's not Matchco, who, of course, kind of surprised and really did incredibly well last EMEA Masters. Last year, they did really, really well there. They fell out in plans. It is not Atleto, who were looking like this incredible undefeated team, 13-0 until they lost in the last week to Desire, and then playoffs comes around and Desire absolutely raffle stomp. Some of these players are really, really dangerous. They are very, very good at what they do. Looking at the likes of Emperos, of course, was once Jax Plank, who we know very well. You're looking at people like Slowq, Zamalek, incredible team fighters who are here to prove that it's not just Matchco, it's not just those names you remember. This is a team that should still be really threatening. And once again, are people that could really cause a bit of chaos in the group they're in. How good are they? I think it'll be interesting to see how they stack up against the other teams there. But at the very least, they are certainly no one to brush off. Slowq in particular, go back and watch those Italian League finals. That game 4 is one of the single hardest carries I have seen out of a mid laner in a very long time. Guy just refused to lose.
So we jump into another scene, which I love to talk about. So let's take our time on this one, which is Turkey. This is the way we pronounce it in Portugal as well. So Turkey, let's talk about the 3 seeds. Now, it's not Pedro, but it's Para Supermassive. There's some semblance on that one. And these are really powerful teams. I want to know more about them and introduce them to the audience as well if possible.
I think we should start with the Busquets, honestly, because this is the team that had it the roughest. We have 3 slots for Turkey this year. 2 of them go into the plains, but 1 of them goes all the way. No, sorry, 2 of them go to the main stage, and 1 of them goes through the plains. And 1 of them that had to go through the plains and got to the main stage is the Busquets esports. They are incredible in that sense, especially because they represent how the majority of the Turkish teams want to be playing. They want to be playing around their extremely aggressive bot lane and their amazing 2v2s. It has been said to me that there is hardly anybody in Turkey who is stronger than this team at 2v2s on the bot lane, but we'll see about that.
So it's mostly about the bot line for Turkey.
And then, of course, the thing is, we're now looking on the screen right now at Para Supermassive, who are perhaps the team that are less about that. For all that someone like Luga, you might remember from his time over in NA on the likes of CLG and, of course, NRG. This is much more a team about the jungle. They like to get skeins rolling. Armored, of course, famously on Mad Lions, made some damage at Worlds that knocked them out. Of course, the Nav plays and jokes all come to a head there, but this team is still very, very scary. It was a bit of a messy finals, don't get me wrong, but the mechanics are there. Turkey as a whole has made a lot of very scary inroads to EMEA Masters before. Just go look back at spring last year, if you want the example, and they are not to be slouched on. Of course, the other team is, of course, Besiktas, who are another one of those bot lane-centric teams. Kaori is a bit of a monster himself.
I've heard that expression before as well, so that you need to take care with this one. And the Busquets, as you were talking about, coming in from play-ins and making it through. This highlights how Turkey is so powerful, Turkey is so powerful. This is not a region to mess with. As we go into the last one, Arabia. So we have 2 teams over here. Who can tell me what can we expect from them?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because Arabian League has been one of the new additions to EMEA Master over the last couple of years alongside Turkey. And they are a region that people have still been trying to figure out exactly what the level is at, because in a lot of ways, we don't have the prior visuals, the prior tape that we did for, say, Turkey, who were at Worlds, who were at all these other events. Arabian League, this is kind of their first introduction in many ways to international League of Legends. And last year, they were okay. They did a lot better, I think, than people expected. But this year, there seems to be that level up again. Enigma Galaxy and, of course, GK made their way through play-ins in pretty surprisingly clean fashion. They were convincingly the better teams on their way through here. And that means that they've joined into the groups as one of those play-ins teams. And the amount of times we've seen play-ins teams make deep roads into this tournament is a little bit absurd. So I think they could well be a little bit of a dark horse to, at the very least, upset groups. The level they're at on the whole, we'll wait and see. I heard good things from the coach of GK, Edward, of course, former Gambit support and legend of the scene. He's feeling pretty happy about their potential chances. They certainly feel like if they keep the consistency up, they could do some damage.
So now that we know the teams, I want to make a game with you as well. It's not a game, just a prediction-wise. I want you back at home to also tell me, who do you think is going to make it through, like the favorites of the tournament? For both of you, I not only want favorites to win it all, but dark horses, the team that you're not expecting to do anything on this tournament against such high powerhouses, but you can actually see them win EMEA Masters.
Can I start with the dark horse, please?
Yes. Is it Ultraliga? No?
No, Ultraliga are not dark horses. They're my favorites. Brother, what are you talking about?
So dark horses, hit me.
Guastones. I already said about it. This storyline of this team is absolutely insane. Starting from the very bottom, now they are here, but I feel like this here, where they are right now, is not just the end of the story. I really want to see them going as far as possible through the tournament, because they have already proven that they have an insanely high ceiling as players and as the team altogether. So I want to see how they're going to stand against everybody else. I am not sure how much I would predict them to win everything, but if somebody is going to surprise us, it has to be them.
What about your favorite?
Orbit Nautilus and Zero Tenacity, both of them together.
No bias
Shameless.
at all?
Shameless.
What about you then? Hit me up. Okay.
I mean, the obvious answers for who's going to win is one of the LFL teams. Of course, Karmine Corps Blue are the defending champions in many ways. They're coming in with a very distinctive and very consistent playstyle that's working out. BDS Academy, a lot of the LFL fans who are not Karmine Corps fans are saying these teams might well be the favorites there as well. And we've talked about play-ins buffs already. Any one of those teams could do it. I think outside of that, someone like an SK Prime with their versatility, assuming we don't see the fallibility we saw in the finals of Prime League, could prove pretty dangerous. I think looking at someone like Los Heretics, yes, they've switched out the mid lanes, but it's Vercertus, who was very much LEC caliber the last time we saw him, could prove very, very scary as well. For Dark Horses, I genuinely wonder how good Desire are going to be, because some of those laners are really, really good. Their objective setups, sometimes a little bit late, but if they can get to those fights, they have got the hands in the champion pools to cause some real damage. I do wonder whether they might slip out of that group and cause some people a little bit more harm than you might expect.
I think Gentlemates also might have something to say. I don't consider them dark horses because they're coming in from LFL. So, but still, if there's a team to surprise me at least, I think that's the one. And I agree with you, Guazones. We have Chico and
No
maybe in
bias
Lions
here.
Creed. I don't know. I'm not biased. As we move on to the schedule of the day, we have a lot of games going on throughout the entire day, but this is the schedule we have set up for today on the stream. So keep your eyes on social media for EMEA Masters to understand what everything is landing. But this is the menu for today. The first game of the day is going to be quite an interesting one. Orbit Anonymous versus Spandau. There you go. The second one is going to be Lions Creed versus Gentlemates. SK Gaming Prime versus Karmine Corp Blue will be the match of the day. We'll talk about that further on. Boostgate Esports will fight off Desired Esports. Then Papara Supermassive versus Guazones. Los Heretics and Zero Tenacity will end up the day at 22 p.m. So we're going on through the entire day. Don't worry. You have League of Legends to fill your stomach, not only today, but also tomorrow. The first game of the day is that one, but I want to now tackle the match of the day.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one, and I want to understand why. What can everybody back at home can expect from a best of one as well, because this is a best of one. So you have a little cheese to bring. I'm in France, so I have to say it. If you have a little cheese to bring, you have to bring it today, like on the best of one. I'm chaotic, you know that.
I knew where we were going. I wasn't expecting the champion quiz to begin with. He was very proud about that, guys. Like he was just like saying, "I've got prizes and everything, and now I own a beret."
You got
Look,
exactly.
it was falling off my head. So I take it off. I'm really sorry.
I can take it away from you. I said it
Don't know.
already.
Yeah, look, I'm just gonna like lord it over you. Anyway,
We can exchange.
we've got a team to talk about. We've got a match to talk about. Bringing it back. Yeah, the reason we are highlighting this one just a little bit is because Karmine Corp Blue are understandably very, very up in the ratings, very much under the microscope because of the history of this team, of the fact that they've just joined the LEC, struggled a bit there, but historically in the EMEA Masters, they are just the best team to have turned up this tournament. They've won so many damn times. They're the winners of the LFL. They're the winners last summer. They should be, in so many ways, one of the very favorites to win this. On the other side, because they lost the finals, the team that in many ways people were pretty certain were going to be the first seed out of the Prime League are not. They are in a group with Karmine Corp Blue. And with all those expectations, with all those changes to the roster there from Karmine Corp, how are these going to stack up? Because if a team slips up in this first game, it could get very spicy, especially if, say, SK Prime are struggling a little bit with that mentality when they lose. When there are so many expectations on Karmine Corp, what happens if it go wrong? And how far can it go if it goes right?
So the fact that SK Gaming Prime took the second seed, now facing them off versus KC.
Rough. Yeah.
This could be a rough one. Okay, so what about you? What do you feel about this match of the day? Hit me.
It's the defending champions versus the vengeance seekers.
Oh,
It is
like it.
K-Corp with the 4 crowns in their pockets, including this summer 2023, versus SK Prime, who were supposed to be, as you said, initialized seed number 1. But in the very finals, at the very last moment in their home league, they just stumbled a little bit. And now they have to prove to everybody yet again that they are the pride and glory of the DACH region. But K-Corp Blue, they are going to be a wall to stand between SK Prime and them defending their pride and glory. And I am not sure how this one is going to go, especially because for K-Corp, they also have to prove something. Technically, it is the first season for K-Corp Blue in EMEA Masters because, you know, they won TLSC and now they've rebranded this team. This is going to be spicy. That's all I can say.
Okay, that is the match of the day. And if you're a fan of each team, just go on social media and hit us to why you are a fan of that team. We're trying to set up something nice as we move throughout the EMEA Masters. We talked about it today on breakfast. So give us all your opinion. We need more of that. As we move on to the first game of the day, we still have to talk about meta. I think it's really important to understand what champions we should be on the lookout for. So I'm going to hit that one before. Before the game itself, I want to understand where we should be looking for on champion select. What is more important?
Top lane? It has to be top lane these days,
lane.
right?
I never
But in a-
thought I would heard that.
In a very specific way, because we've all been talking about this. With the patch we're on, with the patches coming up, there aren't really any changes to nerf what is becoming increasingly common, namely lane swaps and the top laners that enable that is going to be Sion and champions that can do what Sion does, which is namely clear the wave even when you're being dived by 4 people and dying. You have a zombie form, you can still clear out the wave. Your Q is so good at clearing out that wave. That allows you to really aggressively lane swap with hyper carries and enchanters, Aphelios, Zeri, Jinx, all these things coming on through when a lot of these teams have very competent crit AD carry players. A champion like Zac, a champion like Ornn, the Sion we already mentioned, will potentially prove very, very dangerous and pretty indicative of some of those early game shenanigans, those lane swap shenanigans.
Right, and that also brings me to the fact that from the bot lane, I think we can see a little change coming to the support role.
Okay.
We have seen so many engaged supports, but I feel like now with all the movements around the map, enchanters can see the return to the meta, not just going to the mid lane like Karma, for example, but going with the AD carry to make sure that these lane swaps go as safe for them as possible.
So this is the meta you should be looking out for. And there you go. First match of the day.
Beautiful.
It's going to be Spandau versus Orbit Anonymous. And look at the team from Spandau. You see those names we're talking about, and then you have Zanzara, Power of Evil, for instance. And Power of Evil is an interesting story, right? You were telling me about that one.
Yeah, so obviously he was once one of the very best mid laners in Europe.
We know
That
that, yeah.
incredibly famous series versus SKT back in Season 7 when he was in the Misfits mid laner. Moved to NA, didn't succeed as well, is now back in the professional scene. He's kind of on this team because he's friends with the owner. The CEO convinced him to come and play for them. And it was looking a little ugly for a while, actually, this team. They were kind of middle of the pack. They make it to playoffs just about, and they make this incredible run through. On the other side, though, it is Orbit Anonymous who are one of the kind of most consistent teams ever in Ultra League. Them and Zero Tenacity are pretty much the 2 top dogs there for at least as long as I can remember in a little while. Go Rogue, not there to this year.
For quite a couple of years. They've been having different names, especially with Nonoma. They went through quite a lot of changes during the last year. They had 3 name changes. They were Goskila, they were Shatibobra, try to pronounce it 3 times quickly, and now they are Orbit Anonymous. But yes, they are one of the most consistent teams that we have in Ultra League in terms of they know how they want to be playing, they know their strength and their weaknesses very well, and they play around their powerhouses. And what is interesting about them, especially in the current meta, they have 2 powerhouses. One of the bot lanes, so more of the usual one, and one of the top lane. And if anything goes south on the bot lane, there is always a top lane that they can switch during the game to try to play around.
So I got the identities. I understand it. Now, as a viewer, I want to understand what could happen between these 2 teams. It's a best of 1. We talked about it. Looking to the strengths of both, I'm going to hit you with Spandau. I'm going to hit you with Ultraliga. And I want to understand.
Yeah,
What
so
can happen?
I was actually on a call for 30, 40 minutes earlier today with one of the Prime League analysts, basically getting some of the insight on what they thought on some of the teams and kind of like trying to add a little bit more to my wheelhouse in terms of another perspective. And they were kind of calling out that, look, Spandau have a very set style of play, a very set archetype of champions and team comps they like to go for. It will be a role-fill top, something like the Renekton, where it's like, look, just play the matchup you're given, do what you can, survive, be stable. Jungle's going to be Xanza, right? It's going to be the volley bears. It's going to be volatility injections. Mid lane, control mage, guaranteed for Power of Evil. It's the bot lane where things get a little bit spicier. Specifically, Lilip has got so much spice in his back pocket. He is a Pike aficionado. He was a Camille support enjoyer, Rumble support enjoyer. That kind of thing. So many champions, so many unusual picks their carrier style to make things happen. Add in like a superstar like Funky, who has probably been the most consistent performing and highest level performing AD carry out of the Prime League, at least when it came to playoffs. You've got a very dangerous bot lane with a very stable top side of the map. Zanzara's madness notwithstanding.
Yes.
So if you can get that jungle support towards the bot lane to get funky setup against an Orbit and Anonymous that are maybe a little more reserved in the early game, Eintracht Spandau, I think, could prove very scary in this matchup.
I want your opinion.
They
Fight me.
could prove very effective, honestly, against this type of composition that Orbit Anonymous try to pull out every single time because they want to play as safe as possible in the early game and then go completely crazy during the team fights in the mid game, especially around the bigger objectives. But I think while on the bot lane, it may be hard, especially because of Lily, because his type of support champions can be a little bit harder for Neramin and Chipsy to try to play around. On the top lane, I feel like Orbit Anonymous can capitalize on the fact that the enemy is going to go most likely for the weak side there, and they can bring in this top lane jungle duo to the top lane and try to work around Prime, because Prime is a very solo carry type of player, and if he's given the tools to do so, if he's given the right champion and the right money during the game, he's going to deliver back.
So we're talking about two teams that play in a different style. And
They
They
can.
have to force the other team to play their own style. So it's about who is going to be able to force a different League of Legends gameplay.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm listening to?
Potentially that, or who can hold to their guns the best? Can Eintracht keep that playstyle and keep making it work and not giving into the meta of the tournament? We've seen that before at a lot of international tournaments where particularly teams from the West, like things like MSI and Worlds, will come in and try to play the LCK or the LPL style and give up the styles that got them to the tournament in the first place and just not have the depth of skill and knowledge to pull out those styles to the level that's required. I think particularly for a team like Eintracht, for a team like Anonymous, if you try too hard to play something you're not prepped for, not good enough at potentially, it could prove detrimental. So in some ways, I'd argue, who takes their style and continues to bend other teams around it?
It's a good way to start up the show, EMEA Masters 2024. We're about to head it into Champion Select, but before we do so, we toss it to a small break, and we'll see you soon as we toss it to the casters to get the first Champion Select of EMEA Masters 2024 Spring. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends.
Hello, ERL enjoyers. Long time no see. I feel like it's just been ages since I've been on camera on this tournament, you know? Such a long time. And I'm actually, of course, still initialized, but I'm joined more importantly by one wonderful caster indeed, a man named after a great book and a great character from it, namely Aragon. How are you doing, mate?
Glad you appreciate the book
It's
too.
great.
Not the movie.
Don't bring up that duty right now.
Yeah, no, lovely to be here, and happy to be casting with you once again, Initialized. It's been a little while.
Yeah, we are indeed. We actually just got word from production that I believe draft is coming on up shortly, or at least I heard something there. Or maybe not. I think I just maybe misheard. That always happens occasionally. But yes, mate, we are in draft, and I was correct, and I didn't need to second guess myself. But we've got ourselves Eintracht Spandau versus Orbit Anonymous here in Group D. We kind of chatted about it a little bit on the desk, but two quite different styled teams. Eintracht, in some ways, perhaps not expected to be the #1 seed from the Prime League, but they are here regardless. They are first picking that jinx that Funky's found so much success with. And Orbit Anonymous are a team that does like to play a little bit more for those team fights, play a little bit more reserved in the early game. They were debating a Smolder, but instead they've gone towards the Vi for Afro Boy. They've locked in the Kaiser, feeling pretty happy about their own options. A lot of dive there to try and get onto the Jinx.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of dive. Both team comps kind of setting up for some kind of dive/reset composition. You have a lot of upfront bursts with the Ari plus the Jinx resets to take over the fight. The same with the Vi ult into a dive from the Kaiser. So already lining up to be quite an explosive one, unless we get the old lane swap coming in. I mean, the first game initialized.
But we were wondering whether this was going to be a thing consistently. Eintracht, very experienced with this. We saw it a lot in the Prime League finals. This could prove very interesting because for teams that aren't used to lane swaps, you can get really caught out on the macro timers to be in the right lane at the right time.
Yeah, so the whole idea, right, is that you swap and you consistently make it so Jinx never falls behind and you can scale up for free. This was huge in the Prime League. We had scaling out the wazoo in the finals. It was consistently Smolder, Jinx, Senna, and lots of lane swaps everywhere. Ainz actually lost 2 lane swap in that one game at the beginning, the first game. So looks like they took a page out of that book and they're going for it as well.
Exactly that. Now, what though is going to be the response? The Aurelian Soul that has been kind of rising increasingly in priority around ERLs in general, locked in straight away. It's often been into the Azir as well because it just feels like you outscale a champion that is normally unoutscalable.
So, looking at Orbit Anonymous, specifically, their comp is a lot easier to predict. They have a lot of dive, right? They just want pure dive. Lots of single target burst and stuff that dives forward. You can throw an Ornal over the top to create that sort of engage factor for the Kaiser. You can also throw Renekton in there for a bunch of single target bursts. They could be fishing for those champions. Poppy already banned out as a setup ban for that vibe because of the interrupting dashes. Absolutely one of the best champions there in that regard. I think Rek'Sai's out of the picture now since the nerf, so blind pick top in
Sorry about that.
is probably gone. Yeah, it's a bit tragic, but that was kind of an uninteractive champ anyway.
Says the Renekton main, but there you are. When the main's telling you that, it's probably a bad sign. But yes, I think it will be interesting now to see what Orbit Anonymous have prepped for the top lane. What's Prime want to look towards? Lulu's going to get banned there as well. Again, so good with the Jinx, so good with the early lane swap because you just get the shove on so aggressively. You can polymorph whoever's stuck under the tower. It's pretty miserable, so an understandable ban. I wonder whether they look for another Chipsy ban here. They've already got rid of the Nautilus. Currently looking like a missed ban. I'll double check in with production, and it is in fact the Rel. Just took a second to load onto our screen, so it's another engage option off the table. Now they've got to think about what they want to pick. I am assuming probably top lane here, just because you already see what it's into.
So typically you want to pair off with some kind of hard engage down bot side with a Kaiser, right? You want to pair off with the stuff like the Alistair, like the Nautilus, which has been banned away, the Rel, all these kinds of champions. That's the archetype you want. Now they're saving R5 counterpick for that support role, giving Gypsy a bunch of agency in that regard. I like this because Lilip is he loves these kind of counterpick supports and giving him these bunch of roamers. He's a huge Pike player. We saw a bunch. So yeah, not blind picking it and giving over counterpick. Now the question is, Prime has his carry picks. Now, a lot of people, they might not have watched Orbit Anonymous. And Prime is a very Zeus-esque player. I'm sure that rings, very relatable for a lot of people. He loves his Yone, champs like Jax as well. So
he does indeed. And we'll see whether he gets the opportunity to do that. Because one of the things with lane swaps, it makes those carry tops a lot harder to execute. Still kind of locked in the Jax. The response, though, was a pretty rapid lock-in of the Rek'Sai for the jungle, not the top lane. And then also a Rakan for Lilip. It's engage. It's a good flanking option. It's not necessarily the most aggressive, spicy pick ever, but it's certainly something that Lilip is experienced and comfortable on.
Yeah, there's a Leona. Now, I was kind of debating if they should lock in Leona. There's a lot of talk about how Leona's kind of just countered by Merc Treads, so she isn't locked in very often, but that is the other pairing you do go with the Kaiser. It was that or Alistair. Now, Orbit Anonymous do have a bunch of agency. They have so much hard engage, they have so much dive, and they have so many ways of getting onto the Jinx and the Azir backline with all that dive. And a bunch of range from the Aesol as well. Whereas, you've got the side of Spandau, so much scaling. So much scaling across the board and lane swap, so we'll have to see how they play with that.
Exactly that. And if the lane swap means that you just get ahead of the curve, you're coming into these team fights and Jinx is just an item ahead of where she should be, it could get very difficult to manage. Of course, this all assumes that it does turn into the lane swap. We've seen some interesting shenanigans where you try and pull off the old BDS strat from last year where the Sion comes down bot lane instead. You know, there are weird ways to try and make those level 1s interesting, but I think I tend to agree, because if it does get to those team fights, which Orbit and Anonymous love, I could see things like Aurelion Sol, Empowered Ultimate, the Skies Descend, alongside the Vi, alongside the Kai'Sa, alongside the Jax, all coming in from different angles, could prove very difficult to keep that Jinx alive.
I think we definitely have to keep an eye on that level 1, seeing how they prepare against this lane swap, see how they match. Something that BDS like to do as an adaptation towards these lane swaps is they just had the support sit mid and eventually go to whichever lane was needed, right? So it's kind of a guessing game, but you know, maybe we'll see how Orbit and Anonymous adapt to these lane swaps.
The problem is you're playing a guessing game when you've got a Rek'Sai on the other side of the jungle who's better at scouting out some of these moves the most just because of that tremor sense. And when you add in the, shall we say, volatility that Xandra likes to go for, especially when he's got a champion like a Rek'Sai, which can find crazy timings, crazy angles, when you've got the Rakan that could just eat the Rek'Sai that's gone in to make that secondary engage that much easier. Eintracht do have some ways to maybe pull off some unusual ganks early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on this Rek'Sai, you're going to be really powerful early, and you're going to kind of act as a bridge. I imagine the Sion Vertigo is going to help him clear his jungle for a little bit too, gank some lanes to make the solo lanes volatile, and in that regard, they will snowball through the game. But yeah, I'm really curious as to see, you know, what level 1 wards they'll have. This is really, really important. They've got to go over and ward the lane bushes. I did a little segment on AC, you know, how you prepare versus these lane swaps, and if you don't ward correctly, you won't be able to see where the supports are going. So, exciting already.
That's the plan. Level 1 warding for lane swaps. It's been a hot minute since that's had to be a regularly drilled part of gameplay for competitive play, and we'll see whether teams are ready for it. Back on screen. Aren't we looking good today? Look at this. Where's your green, by the way? Everyone else was doing black and green, and you're kind of laying the show down, man.
This was the closest I had. It's kind of like off-green gray, but it's a bit cope to say
that's
that.
very cope.
It's a plant.
I can huff it from over here.
I mean, I've got plants on here.
So you're photosynthesizing, and that's close enough.
Yeah,
All right, I see. I mean, like, you've got a little bit green on the screen behind you. Maybe if it like reflects on your face enough, it'll count.
Solari offered me one of her nails, the green nails.
That would have been great. Maybe you can get that in the green room at some point.
Maybe.
Okay. That's very far off game. We should probably bring it back to it. We are just waiting to load on. And of course, as a remote broadcast here at the minute, we've got to wait for the delay and stuff like this. And I just heard word as well that we're heading to the game right now.
30 seconds.
See, sometimes you just talk about it, and it happens. The magic of being a caster, Aragon.
So already we see Funky has already made his way up to topside as that Jinx, and we're going to see, you know, do you commit to the mismatch lanes if you're the side of Orbit and Anonymous? Do you go scout? The question is, you know, can you walk in and actually ward, because your level 1's kind of a bit dodgy. It's not that strong with the Vi. Vi doesn't really have a level 1, so you can't really go scout. Ward's already dropped in the top side in that middle bush. So it might be an angle where they just have to commit to mismatch lanes, give Jinx that free farm and the free hitting the towers.
She's down. She's up by that top tower. I get my lane correct there. Sion beginning to roam towards the Rek'Sai, who will be helping with the clear. So lane swap with the Sion, not even going to the lane, looking to clear with his jungler.
So what you would normally see is Chippy sitting in mid lane, now going topside once they realize where Jinx is. But he's not actually going to do that, so that tells me he is going to commit down to bot side, already helping out with the clear, because you don't need the Sion down bot side already. And he's already being level 1 for now and eventually soaking up that wave.
All right, game 1 of EMEA Masters, first lane swap. We knew it was going to be a possibility, and already Eintracht Spandau cracking the knuckles, cracking the macro whip, and trying to make this happen. Raptors done. Vertigo looking to go for the invade. There will be this ward by the Raptors, though, so Anonymous should have an idea about what's going on.
My only concern is this Jax, if he falls behind on these lane swaps, they can dive him pretty easily with a bunch of levels. And the zombie form, even if they trade 1 for 1, it's so bad for Jax. He's very much a goal-dependent champion, unlike Sion.
Ward has gone down, so Prime will have an idea about what's going on, immediately backs away. He's just going to try and sit maybe close enough for experience, but this wave is crashing, and I just don't think there's any realistic way he's getting anywhere near those minions.
Even with the Counter-Strike, it's impossible, right? So what you normally see as well, potentially, is running mid lane to try and find a play mid as the top laner getting denied. If you have Twisted Fate, you gold card the mid lane. The problem is Jax can't do that, right? So the champion pool coming in for Prime, champion pick rather, going to limit him. He's going to try and keep soaking, but he's just going to keep getting zoned.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a wet blank in the top side, but here comes Neramin and Chipsy alongside Afroboy. This is going to be a huge fight. Prime does throw down the counter-strike, will not flash. Funky now needs to be a bit afraid, though. Immediately in comes the Leona, throwing the E out. It'll be a flash and a cleanse away from Funky. Nice response there from Anonymous to maybe punish the unexpected roam.
Yeah, trying to fast push down bot side, but they didn't completely crash it, Neramin and Chippies. So going to slow push back to the side of over to Anonymous. This is actually a really good wave state.
Royston going to be in a dangerous position. Flash on forward from Power of Evil, getting the autos down, and that's just a dead dragon slain by the Land Shark.
And Zanzera already finding the proactive plays on the Rek'Sai. And with the no setup from the Ace, usually what you see on the Azir vs Acel matchup is Acel's only ever under threat once he has that Shurima shuffle into the pushback, right? That's how he plays into control mages. But already finding the kill, that's massive. And no flash as well, so that's a rinse and repeat at level 6.
Huge moment. We'll get the replay here as Zanzera, it's not particularly hard. He just walks up, the flash comes on down, it's not far enough away. Zanzera gets to keep his flash. Yes, Power of Evil burns his, but that's a worthy trade there for the first blood.
So there was a wave pushing in down bot side, and what they're going to do is mid-traps. Because what I was scared of, it's really good that Orbit are matching here, was Jax was going to go have to catch down bot side because the wave was pushing back into them, and then he'd be dove. Luckily, though, for him, for the Jax, for Prime, he's going to be able to farm in isolation once again in terms of the 1v1, and that's what he needed.
Did indeed, but he's still going to be a significant way behind Lost the whole wave. It's a relatively even affair in the bot lane, yes, but everywhere else you're looking at significant leads for the Prime League first seed. Doing very well. Afro Boy will be around, but he'll be spotted here on the control board. Zanzera trying to defend that one for his bot lane.
He's going to recall.
And just unburrow, finally clears the control ward.
Yeah, so what he keeps doing is he just fast pushes with Jinx Rockets and then looks for recalls over and over again. Now he's going to probably head topside. Cyan already has recalled Vertigo, so he's heading bot, and now it's just a game of chicken, right? Do they go back down bot side, or do they go top? Orbit and Anonymous have to make a decision. Do we fast push now with the Kai'Sa Q and try and fast push as fast as possible and swap back? Because Prime really does not want to be in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Shakaras is on the rift here. He's just throwing pop quiz after pop quiz, like, do you know which lane you should be in right now, yes or no?
Yeah.
And again, Funky, one of those players that has been so good for Eintracht. He is such a consistent carry, especially on these big power picks in the crit AD carries. Very, very dominant in that finals. Took Neon to pieces in comparison. So could well be a very big threat here. Of course, worth pointing out that Nerman and Chipsy have stuck around in that lane, looking to shove it pretty aggressively.
So absolutely, I completely agree. Funky has been the carry for this team for a very long time now. But very importantly, this Jinx team, the lane swapping back topside, they did it on a timer with grubs spawning up. So now they can get the grubs and play this lane swap even better. So if they do mismatch lanes, they have the true damage versus the fortification. Now what you can see is Orbit and Anonymo are actually committing down bot side for the Dragon because they realize, you know what, we can't keep matching like this. Let's just do something, match the grub take, and we're going to start stacking Dragons.
That's the plan, and it makes some sense. That's often a regular trade, and especially actually because the Nerman has stuck in lane at least, he's kind of actually ahead in the CS, despite what was a lot of those initial moves by Eintracht. It's come at a slight cost there to Funky. He's still relatively happy with the game state, especially if he can get a hold of some of these plates. Chipsy's roamed up to defend Prime, and just in time as well, but it's still going to be actually a slight lead to Nerman despite the early shenanigans from Eintracht Spandau.
So leaving Kai'Sa in isolation, this is reminiscent of BDS and how they played out the lane swap, because Kai'Sa can get really strong on her own, like just how Ice did. Prime, not going to be diveable now. I think it's honestly pretty hard to dive the Jax as the Rek'Sai Jinx combo, because your damage just gets largely absorbed, so going to be pretty happy. This is a really good game state, and you can see in isolation, Kai'Sa
just flashed over that decimating smash, really wants to power through all of those passive procs, forces a flash out of Vertigo, who's feeling his namesake there, getting a little close to the cliff edge there, but stays alive.
Another recall coming in. Now they're deciding. They wanted to go bot side, but then they decided to go top again, and they're pinging to go tops to catch that wave. Sion going to commit his TP because he has it up and not going to miss a wave. And once again, despite losing flash, he has the tab eyes. He can just run back to lane and keep farming.
For all that we were kind of hearing, especially from Solari, that Anonymo are, generally speaking, a more reserved early game team. Nerman himself, bit of an aggressive player when he gets the chance, and flashing over a Sion Q there in the 1v1, right up his alley.
Yeah, definitely. Solari telling me about how this is a very AD carry and top lane focused team. These are the two carries of the team, so making sure they commit to the gold, trying to get solo kills and snowball their leads. But now, gonna keep pushing, fast pushing topside. Both champions, Sion and Jinx, have so much wave clear. They can just push in the turret, and then they can choose if they want to recall again. Right.
Yeah, and just keep trying to force those interesting lane assignments, trying to get to as many of those plates as they can, because that is absolutely what the Jinx is trying to aim for right now. Vertigo will use the Demolish to claim a second plate in this bot side. Prime not quite in range for that Counter-Strike, a little bit disappointed by that, who is still kind of stuck losing out on farm to a Sion, which is always a little bit sad, and kind of stabilize again as Eintracht try and play for these lane swaps and lane reassignments as often as they can.
So I think Funky now is just going to go for another fast push. He has the rockets. He can just crash this wave, and then they can either stay and look for a dive and invade that respawning red buff, or they can insta-recall, tempo reset, and go down bot side again and keep mismatching. This is continuously possible.
Worth noting as well, because of the shove in mid lane from Power of Evil, Zanzera just roaming into that red side jungle, looking to try and control that quadrant where, of course, this bot lane is. So onto the red buff they go. I think we might be looking at a skirmish. The wall goes Gypsy with the Zenith Blade. Big double knock-up though. Rosen is going to come on over. The Skies come falling on down, but Neriman now trying to find his way in. Big shuffle away, and now Afroboy in a very difficult position. Another kill over towards Zanzara's Rek'Sai. They get away with the red buff and the kill. And Anonymo just cannot defend their jungle.
Yeah, invading that second respawn of the red buff. I think there was a really nice cancel there from the Azir wall onto the Kai'Sa ultimate mid-ult. Really, really beautiful stuff and great timing from Power of Evil. But yeah, using that lane push from the Jinx, timing the slow push with the respawn cam.
Lilith gets the good grand entrance into the Chompers afterwards. That was well timed. Now Neriman in difficult position. Remember, he doesn't have the flash. Instead, they'll turn on to Gypsy, who does still have that summoner available. We'll get some chunk down, but nothing more. Allow the lane shove, and Neriman and Gypsy have to stick under the tower with their pots running.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this. Watch the Kai'Sa ult come in. So Chippies managed to get this, the engage, he dashes in, and the wall comes out to interrupt. There it is. Completely interrupts the Kai'Sa ultimate.
So there you go. It's a really good wall. Well timed from Power of Evil, of course, very experienced on those control mages, very experienced on the Azir, and punishes Neriman, who was looking for that ultimate angle in there, cannot find it with the Killer Instinct.
So Pink's coming out, the reset's coming in. I would imagine Jinx goes topside once again because they're going to get those second rotation of grubs. Rek'Sai is so damn strong right now. 2-0 with all these components, they should be free 6 grubs, and then their tower taking potential is going to be really high.
And Zanzara as a player, right, is someone who has notorious, often to his own detriment, for making volatile plays, looking for crazy engages early, often in his own efficient, or the lack of efficiency for it. But this time around, he's only down a couple. CS has made multiple ganks happen. Has got loads of these grubs. Very strong early Rek'Sai performance off the unusual map state.
Absolutely. And now there's no crossmap potential, right? You can't go for a dive down bot side on the Sion like you would like to. There's no real, crash to look for plates or dragon up. So he's going to have to settle for some Wraith steals. Sometimes you see these Wraiths taken away to deny the crossmap as well.
And now we just see another engage into the Chompers afterwards. Prime rooted up, taken pretty low, but it's still going to be just fine. Zanzara comes up and does show he's there. So all the while, it's worth noting on the minimap, Afroboy has been clearing out a full red side quadrant. So the Vi will be relatively pleased to claim at least some farm that was being stolen. The rocket, though, interrupts the backs. That's going to put Prime in a difficult position. That'll be free time with 6 grubs with this top lane turret.
I think Gypsy needs to recall and come defend, because what needs to happen now is Prime needs to TP back topside, but then he can get re-dove, right? But if he has Gypsy there, maybe he can... But then they're making a choice, right?
And he just made his back. The back got interrupted again. They're going to try and dive bot instead. Maybe look for the dive down there. The Solar Flare is flashed away from Vertigo. Gets the ultimate afterwards. Gypsy has to back away. The turret shot's coming on through. They finally get the kill. But it comes at a fairly hefty cost. Vertigo trying to get something out. The first turret still falls topside. At least they get a kill onto the Sion, but the wave, for obvious reasons, does not survive.
Yeah, Sion managed to farm out the wave. Prime does not on this Jax. He gets forced away. Now he can eat the majority of the wave there, but that was a trade, right? And I believe that the side of Irons definitely does come out on top.
He does it now on the mid lane. You're seeing Rosen having to ult the wave. Another plate going the way of Power of Evil, and the gold lead pretty consistently beginning to grow in favor of Eintracht Spandau. 2,500 gold at 11 minutes is pretty healthy indeed.
Those 6 grubs doing work on that trade. Every single time you cross map, you've got to think about the trading tools on the turret. Same with the Jinx attack speed as well as the grub damage. It's just going to be too much. They also have the Azir later on.
Great with damage on that front. You get low much attack speed, just order those turrets a few times. They will fall very fast indeed.
So looks like they've swapped down bot side once again as the Jinx to take more platings down bot side. Someone needs to recall and defend this. If Kai'Sa goes alone, it's going to be too difficult. So instead, they're going to settle for a play in mid.
Flank. He's going to try and maybe find Power of Evil. Lilip is there, will spot out the angle. Afroboy will instead queue onto Lilip, and be the end of that. Vertigo now coming on over, and Eintracht maybe looking to get a bit of a contest here. Neriman chunked out as Vertigo just throws down the Soul Furnace shield and pops it on the Kai'Sa's face.
But look at bot side. No one's catching these waves. It feels Orbit and Anonymo feel dizzy. They aren't collecting these side waves. They're not matching or mismatching. They're just trying to force plays to make up for the other side of the map and giving up waves. Now Jinx is free falling. Funky, the star carry, like you highlighted, is getting all these plates.
Yeah, that's so much gold. And again, that's 6 grubs and enough attack speed to make it work. Rosen going to teleport down here, but really Soul just need to be a little bit worried because Zanzara and Lilith were around. Of course, Gypsy roaming on down alongside Afroboy in the lane. Could have proven a little bit difficult to make a true skirmish happen, but still, it's a very solid start here for Eintracht. And remember, guys, this tournament, it's a tight schedule. Play-ins was 3 days. Groups also going to be on a very tight schedule. If you start giving away games, especially when the groups are as tightly contested as they are, your chances to go further in this tournament, to get your name out there, considering how much of a scouting ground this is for the LEC, it's going to get remarkably limited, remarkably fast. You don't have much room for mistake.
Absolutely. There's not much time to fix your individual issues if you start falling behind, as well as the team issues, right? 1 or 2 days, it's really, really not much. So these early games are equally important.
That means great news for Eintracht's fan, though, who've come in and started the ball rolling nice and early here in the EMEA Masters. Of course, the game's not won yet, but 3,500 gold off very solid lane assignments and asking those questions of likes of Afroboy and the rest of Orbit Anonymo. Tricky as it is, the Raptors being contested. Wasn't the ultimate from Royce on just the singularity, but still, big chunk there and another aggressive play. Power of Evil does have a Leona in his lane, but nothing really to be found, especially as Lilip is here to match.
Yeah. Really, really good play from Spandau coming in, pushing in top, then invading respawn camps, pushing in mid, then shifting down to bot side over and over again. They get so many plates and chip damage. All it takes is one auto to do a bunch of true damage. So just crashing a wave, hitting it once, rotating if they need to.
I mean, especially when the Nash's build has become so common and the Azir, your ability to just auto-attack towers for free is super high.
And you can see Orbit Anonymo trying to match, but they just can't get past Power of Evil at this point. He's had too much global gold as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And don't get me wrong, Anonymo, very good at playing the scaling game, but that was the question we asked of ourselves before we were getting into this game. It's like, what happens if Eintracht get to play with some of these lane swaps, get to play a little bit more aggressive with that jungle support? Can Anonymo not give away too many resources? And I feel like that horizon, well, the kind of beyond which there's no return, maybe has been crested already, even as early as it is. As Urson, interrupted out of the Astral fight, has to flash away from the Rek'Sai in mid lane.
The problem Orbit and Anonymo are having is that every time a play is made by Spandau on the other side, they can't find a cross map because either the Lilip is covering the potential cross map dive, or there's nothing to do because the waves aren't in position. So Orbit and Anonymo, they're just losing out plays on the opposite side, trying to force something, but finding nothing.
It's a pretty scary position to be in as this game continues to slip further and further away from their grasp. Eintracht Spandau continue to get further and further ahead. And this is a team that in many ways wasn't even supposed to be in the tournament, right? Like they were 5th, 6th in the regular season. We're a team that in some ways was more about the characters on it than the skill perhaps that was there. And then they hit the playoffs and they take out NNO and they take out SK Prime. They go through the first round of playoffs where people expect them to lose there as well. And they are now here with their distinctive style that's working out so well, and not only are they a team with a huge fan base. I was there at the Prime League finals, and I tell you what, they were singing the football anthem before every game. It was pretty mad. For those who didn't know, Eintracht Spandau do in fact have an anthem, which is kind of crazy. And now they're here, now they're looking to prove that they're not just this kind of lucky team to be here. They are the real deal, and this is a very solid game one in terms of just great draft, great lane assignments, and great play with what they have decided to work with.
Yeah, absolutely showcasing it in this first game of the EMEA Masters. But really importantly now, it's going to be third Dragon for Orbit and Anonymo, and Spandau need to decide what they're going to do. They need to contest this, and Orbit and Anonymo need to decide if they're going to cross map or they're going to test this third Dragon, because this could be soul point win condition. Outside of Orbit and Anonymo, what they do have is completed items across the board, so this is where they're going to be relatively similar in power.
Worth pointing out, Royson has got the enhanced ultimate available. The skies can descend at any given moment. You've got flashes abounding with the exception of Afroboy and Zanza are there, so that could prove interesting to work with. Now we go towards the mid lane where lane priority is the aim of the game. Yeah,
I wonder if Funky and Power of Evil are sitting on any gold at all, because they have 1.5 items, but they've had a lot more plates.
Oh, that's the engage. The quickness comes on down. Chipsy doesn't make that one happen. That's a massive decimate. So much damage. The skies come descending, but Afroboy is dead already. No jungler available means no smite. And the dragon can no longer truly be contested.
Yeah, massive knock-up coming in from Vertigo there on the Scion. Absolutely huge. He has the smite as well, so if that came down to a smite fight, it could have been a double smite angle, and that way you secure the third dragon. But once again, despite having that ace, or despite being on relative parity of items, just wasn't enough.
No, it was not. And now the mid lane goes under threat. Remember, with the 6 grubs, this will disappear in an instant. You can throw out the Sun Disc as well. And Eintracht take that one moment and snowball it ahead. They are now 5,000 gold ahead. I said it was like 2,000, 11 minutes. That's another 3-odd K in the last 3 minutes or so. Very explosive snowball in this mid game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how many items Funky's going to pick up. But let's take a look at this fight right here. A bunch of CC comes down a little. They think they've caught him out, but this big knock-up from Fog of War around the corner into the ultimate. Vertigo really winning this fight.
That was fantastic. Decimate, flash ultimate into the Soul Furnace blow up. Yeah, you just don't ask for better as a Scion there.
Yeah, absolutely. And still not completed second item for the Jinx. I'm really curious about that because he has had so many plates. But despite that, not quite as far ahead as I expect. So if they're going to look for a fight, they could do it now. If you're the side of Orbit and Onome, you're still relatively similar in power.
Yeah, because those second items haven't been completed, because that's always the conversations have. Like, yes, we have gold, but how much is effective gold? How much of this gold is actually useful? And completions are just so much more valuable than components. And yes, the components are there for Eintracht, but the second items aren't fully completed. Not quite yet anyway. And the problem is that the moment to fight would probably have been around that third dragon, and it didn't work out. And by the time the next dragon comes around, by the time Baron comes around, those item completions will absolutely be in.
Yeah, so with all triple prior in every single lane, Spandau can just keep pushing in the lanes, look for invades and find vision, deep vision in the jungle, and convert that into side plays like this one. So placing the Rift Herald, going to take a big chunk of damage out of the tower. They have the grubs, they have the true damage.
They'll try and find a little bit of engagement. But again, it's Lilith who's the target, and now they just turn around after he has to flash away the teleport now coming on through. The Herald is charging at the top of your screen. And they just take the blast cone out, and that's teleports burned, and the charge still comes on through. Yes, they don't get the tower, but that's a lot of resources burned for not a lot of game there for Orbit and Onome.
Yeah, Vertigo, fortunately for Orbit and Onome, they didn't lose out down on bot side on that play with the Demolish, because Vertigo was shifting over just in case the fight broke out. So it doesn't get Demolish proc quite here, but they have to keep matching, and they're just facing the same issue. Now they don't have TP. TP burned for nothing. They're going to keep getting pushed in and invaded upon, and every single camp is going to get stolen away.
Skies come descending to clear the wave. That's got to feel pretty rough there as Aurelian Soul. That's not what you're wanting to use your ultimate on if you can help. Of course, it was the empowered it wasn't the empowered version that was used at the last dragon fight, so it would just been the Falling Star, that's the name of that ability. I always remember the cool upgraded one, but like remembering the basic ones, that's just boring, you know? I want the cool upgraded name.
Yeah. 2 items now, though.
That's true. Yeah, actually, in fairness, he's not quite there. He's got a Leandries to claim. He's got a Haunting Guide, which is still a pretty good half item.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gosh, I
It's
thought it was a Leandries. It's very similar icon.
I remember when you used to buy that on a lease, right? I miss when that used to give flat pen. That was when I loved that item.
Yeah, absolutely. I do
Many
miss the
years
old
ago
items.
Now, and me too.
But something I really want to see Spandau do now is they have 2 items on the Jinx and, on the Azir, and they have a lot of DPS on the Jinx too. They could just start this up, right? The DPS they have with this Azir 2-item spike, this is exactly what I was looking for. They also have every single lane pushed in. But with Onome, they're going to have a really hard time. I need to check this.
Passed up on completing the Aether Whisper into anything. Just went, well, I'll just buy 2 NLRs and a full damn death cap. Gonna try and look for the engage. Lilith finds the grand entrance, gets the quickness charm onto 2. Nerriman down to about 20% HP, but not down. Eintracht now looking to try and get into the backside as Chipsy. Taken low, but not quite down yet. The decimating smash comes on down. There's the redemption. They can't find the engage and make it stick. Orbit and Onome do manage to disengage well enough. The Baron bait, not quite as deadly as Eintracht Spandau were hoping for.
I think Lilith pulled the trigger a little bit too soon. If he just waits till they have to come forward a little bit more, because they can tank this Baron for a very long time. But they were so close to the tower, it didn't matter. So,
yeah, I think he might have been spotted out by the control wall being put down. So it was like, well, if I go now, I might get somebody. And they got close-ish, but the problem is they don't burn any flashes. They don't really burn any key ultimates there. So kind of whiffs a little bit there in terms of the value found from that flank.
but the Baron started up now for Orbit and Onome, you know, a minute before Dragon. Maybe they were thinking they would go set up Dragon.
They are on a ward, though, that's on the other side of the pit, so this will be a bit of a bold call. Power of Evil and Funky are around. They can come and try and contest this. But look, Lilith back in base, not here. Vertigo coming on down. This is still going to be a pretty close fight. My gaze, it's going to be a spike steal! Zanzora just gets in the pit! They tried to find the angle in, and it all goes so very wrong. The burger's flipped. It lands on the floor, and Eintracht Spandau wipe the fight to boot afterwards. That is 4 kills and the Baron. And Anonymous last gasp. It's not found air, it's just found water. They are drowning in this game.
Kraken and Terminus completed for the Kaiser. They thought they could rush this down. They thought maybe Spandau were recalling, but Zanzora finds his way in. He finds the Smite Steal, followed up by the Scion Ultimate. They turn around the fight.
It looked like they'd found the money because the Baron was going down fast, but Zandra just tunnels in and smites it regardless, and then they lose all the members afterwards. It is a disappointing moment there, and now the game already so desperately far out of hand. It is now over 10,000 gold in the lead for Eintracht, who are in a 2v4, and Vertigo just will not die. There's a redemption coming afterwards. Here come the rest of Eintracht, still trying to keep the side alive. He's still going to soul burn his shield. Into the back line goes Power of Evil, and the resets come flying on through. There's just nothing left in the tank. It is fumes, and Eintracht have a full nuclear reactor left to power their way to a Game 1 victory.
And it's just in a one-sided fashion as Eintracht Spandau take down Orbit and Onome for Game number 1 of the EMEA Masters.
That was not close. You'd love to say it was, but the lane swap comes on through. The lane assignments are crisp. They are interesting. They ask macro questions that Anonymo just weren't prepped for. It is an S+ on the test for Eintracht Spandau, who claim a Game 1 victory.
And I definitely think that the entire problem that Orbit and Anima were having was just they just could not match the plays. They kept getting mismatched. They would try to find cross maps on different plays in the lane swaps, but then they couldn't find those. It's a disaster really all around the board.
And I remember when we were kind of talking about this draft, kind of waiting to get into the game, just talking about these teams in general, we did say, like, what happens if Eintracht inject the spot volatility they're known for? What happens if teams who have not had as much practice into the lane spot are asked those very scary macro questions that continually get asked? Because if you fall off the tempo of that, it can go very wrong very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a really big disaster, wasn't it? They couldn't match the plays, cross maps weren't there, and in the end you fall behind so much gold that every single team fight is lost.
That is exactly that. We are ready to throw, I'm not sure whether it's to a break or the desk. I'm looking at the desk and Archon's wanting it, so let's throw it over to them. Look at them, they're looking beautiful over there.
Toss it to me. Thank you, Initialize. It is the end of game 1, and that was pretty early decided as well. Statics, welcome to the desk, by the way.
Yo, I made
You look
it.
lovely. Look at you.
Yeah, you guys all wore black, and I'm sitting here. I put some color into the dye, you know? Why not? And everyone's like, oh, I'm going to wear green today. And I didn't mean green meant like this little bit of
There's
color.
green over here. Like, there's
Yeah.
a small
Nice
amount of
tie.
green. There's a
Very
small
nice
amount
tie.
of green as well. You have green. Your eyes.
My eyes are blue.
I'm colorblind, by the way.
As the
We need
blue.
to talk about this game. I mean, I need to understand how it snowballed so fast because
Yeah.
I was looking into it, into the champion select itself. But I want you to talk about the early game. You have a lot to talk about.
Okay, I have a lot to talk about because, again, I cast the first LEC lane swap and I'm like, oh my God, this is coming
What
back
does
in the
that
meta. I watch NIP, bring it out in the LPL as well. Biggest part about this lane swap was that it wasn't even the expectation of it. It's that level 3 crash that we've seen so many times before, the cannon minion wave. A lot of people at home know what I'm talking about. You get that third wave crash, you slow push for say, the Jinx Lulu or the Jinx Rakan in this case. And then on the other side is a Kaiser Leona. They're trying to get this push in, but I don't think they crashed bottom lane properly. So it didn't actually reset the wave. Again, it built up another wave bot that when the Jinx Rakan, and I sound like I'm, going loopy here. When the Jinx Rakan went back, then able to set up and get a couple of plays themselves, if you're still following. So I think it's a bit of a mistake from OAE to, I guess, do their proper due diligence. It put them on the back foot as well and gave over way too much gold for, for the early game, Solari, right? Like,
I think what also plays into fact is that the finals of Ultraliga were being played on patch 14.4. That is 3 patches behind what we have right now at the EMEA Masters. This is way before the lane swaps were introduced to the play, and Orbit and Anima haven't had the chance to practice in officials against any lane swappers because we didn't have them back then in Ultraliga, and they might have been caught by surprise here by what was happening on the map.
yeah, because again, they weren't happening back in that patch, hey? Like, I mean, it's only just come in the past couple of patches too.
Yes.
So, and they've been such a long time since they played.
So maybe that's the reason why that line didn't crash as it was supposed to. They were trying to adapt as well. The Jackson design, you were talking about that specifically. And when the chat, specifically me, when I'm looking at it on the champions, and I'm like, well, Jax versus Cyan. I watch the bows all the time, so I know
But it
where
was
this
never
goes.
Jax versus Cyan.
It was not. So you're kind of lost in
But
what is
that's
happening.
good. That's what you want because, again, the Scion doesn't care if he falls behind, which, by the way, he didn't in CS. And the Jax was put out of the game, so he was never actually relevant. Like, when in that game did you see the Jax actually get to play? And this, by the way, as we're looking on our screen, just while I tangent, Zanzara with a good pivot after topside. Because topside was all about, okay, well, what can we find? What can we find with the push in? Jinx gets punished with double summoners. Then Zanzara pivots, overextension in mid, overextension through jungle, you thought, but no, again, Irons punish. It was just mistake after mistake from, OAE that, again, got capitalized on 1-by-1.
Zanzara is such an interesting player in this game to me because he was being doubted throughout the regular split by quite many because he was having some weird plays from time to time, but I feel like here today he was the main star, especially with that Baron still closer to the end of the game. It feels like it was the decisive moment after which there was no turning back for Orbit and Anima anymore.
And I recall someone in the green room saying, oh, Rek'Sai is going to fall behind. So
He is. Rek'Sai past 20 minutes as a jungler is trash. I'm telling you. Like, I do not like that. But it's easy when your team's ahead. It's easy when you're a role player like he was in this game, where you're Jinx and Azira so far ahead, which, by the way, like, Power of Evil so far ahead because he's just capitalizing on the fact his team's getting so much global turret plating as well. Global gold from turrets. And the fact that, you know, his Aurelion Soul has to consistently move and run out of lane.
You got those items really early on. That's why you look into the damage. It's so far. And even Jinx, when they got the reset city at the end of the game, I remember we were watching that game and you were saying in the green room, like, wait, pause, look at Jinx. There she goes.
Yeah.
Like, you got the timing perfectly. There she goes.
There she goes.
And is this something we're going to get used to throughout the EMEA? Like, this is the way we're going to see the gameplay?
I think if you're going up, you know, we talked about them being unprepared in Ultra Liga, maybe due to patch, maybe due to the fact they haven't played in a while. Like, I think the biggest thing is that, you know, against weaker teams, lane swap is always going to be better because if you can't play tempo and bot side, as I so mumbly explained, where something as simple as getting that crash in or making a mistake because you're panicking and trying to match out on this 2v2 you want so badly, then yeah, absolutely. You punish the worst teams.
Well, this is the first game to start off the day, so we still have a lot more to go on as we're jumping into the next one, Lions Creed versus Gentlemates. So that is the one we're going to see afterwards, after this quick little pause. So see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that square at the end of the browser. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you know, I don't really do this too often. Yeah, I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't search. We about action, we don't search. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please CC me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. And it's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the go. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine.
Hello everyone, we missed you. Welcome back to the EMEA Masters Championship here in the spring of 2024. And we've got a very important game coming up. We've got one team from a region that's been consistently excellent, full of a huge fan base and pretty amazing players. And of course, we're talking about Lions Creed here. You know, there's absolutely no bias here at all. We're definitely not casters from the region of this team. And the other side, you know, the Gentlemates are from this region called LFL. You know, they're not going to destroy all of us and make us all feel very sad.
I think Lions Creed might be the best team in the world.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, absolutely. You know, like T1, BLG, Genji, none of them. They're not anything.
But already, Mr. Initialize, exactly what we talked about. Already seeing the Zaya Rakan potential duo out of there. Gentlemates, they love it.
Rakan or the Zaya? I'm
You know what?
assuming
I
the
think it's
Rakan.
Rakan.
I think
they
it's
use the
Rakan.
whole splash,
Exactly.
so
I don't,
it's kind of
I'm
confusing.
assuming that's Rakan.
But what you need to know about Gentlemates, absolutely, since we just went on about
of course,
Creed,
memes aside.
they love their mid-game mid to side kind of insta-burst single-target team compositions, where they play Zaya Rakan, they play Sejuani, and they just go on the first target with Talia combos as well as Renekton combos. We already see Talia banned, but that's because both teams love that pick.
And White's got the Sejuani. It's something he's very comfortable on. It's one of those go button picks. It helps him shield the lanes that do like to break quite aggressively. On the other side, though, we have seen this from Lions Creed so often. They are a win lane, win game team. They are very, very good at this. One of the few teams in this tournament I would trust to play Lucian well. They have shown very good games of the Lucian, but there's been one or two which have been a little bit suspect as well. Either way, it is a statement of intent. They've got the Vi, they've got the Nami, they've got the Lucian. Mid-game is a go, picks are a go.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very explosive mid-game. Now, looking forward into the 4-5, I'm looking at champions that pair up really well with the Vi as priority for Lions Creed. Stuff like the Ahri, we've already been taken away. Nico also works. There's also the Orianna if you want to do that. And then for the side of Gentlemate, you're looking at your melee pairings with Sejuani for top side. I think you can blind away Renekton pretty comfortably. That's also a takeaway. These kinds of picks are very comfortable in Ragnar's hands. He also likes the Rumble, although I think your damage share is a bit bad then. So definitely Renekton Jax kind of angle.
Exactly. And of course, Ragnar, very famously a pretty heavy damage player when he gets the chance. So if he does get to access something a bit scarier there, it could be interesting. You can see that's why they're banning away things like the Twisted Fate, which have been so oppressive in the top lane of late. Less about the damage per se, but the lane prior, the ability to make those picks, very difficult to manage.
I wonder if Cassante is going to be prior for either of these teams. I know Banderas loves Cassante, and Cassante is very good into Lucian culling. You just press W and you tank the culling very easily. So that might be a denial pick on R4 here. Doesn't look like they're going to give Ragnar counter pick R5.
They do go towards the Azir. Ragnar's getting the counter pick. Could, of course, still look towards something lane swap, but it'd be a pretty unusual tempt. Not going to have access to that Ahri, the Aurelion. So, of course, tempt is partly named after Ahri, of course. So, unsurprising that gets banned away when the pairing is super, super good. I'm seeing a Kassadin hover, Aragon. I'm not going to talk about it because I think it would be very unusual, but this is consistent hover. The Akali, much more what we've seen out of Tempt, who has pulled this out multiple times. Skill check pretty much every laner in the NLC and won nearly every time. Very proficient on this champion. Very good at pairing up with someone like Johan on the Vi to make those R combos incredibly deadly.
Yeah, I think this is a Pantheon hover for Outeron, but as we said, there is the Cassante for Banderas. He loves this pick. Now, I imagine we can see something in Renekton. You can also see Aatrox, Gnar, all these picks. Ragnar's very proficient and also very good into the Cassante. And I think they rounded the composition pretty well.
Yeah, you see how the mid game works. Lots of prior mid lane with that Lucian and Nami. You then take that into the vision control and make sure Vi and Akali blow up whoever is unfortunate enough to face check them. On the other side, though, Gentlemates, lock in the Renekton. It's not the most exciting R5. I know you're a Renekton main, all the same. But it is a great pairing with the Sejuani. It's good front line. You have got yourself a great front to back here with a lot of CC chain for Gentlemates.
So front to back, like you highlighted, versus a very heavy mid-game spike of Lions Creed. This is kind of how I'd expect Gentlemates to draft, but it's kind of reversed. Now we have a bunch of front to back and scaling for the side of the LFL representatives with a bridge in the top side with our Renekton Sejuani. Whereas on the flip side, you have a bunch of early game, especially post level 6, and in that mid lane with the Lucian.
Yeah, and of course, Jinjo, no stranger to the Lucian. Lions Creed, no stranger to those comps. They are pulling it out here on the biggest stage available to them. They are going to want to make this one stick, because if it doesn't work in that mid game in particular, I get a little bit nervous if they have to just front to back that other team. And I say this as an NLC caster and still holding out hope that this team can do something special here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of responsibility on the side of Jinjo there to not mess up the lane on the Lucian, because you don't really want to come out behind. You have a bunch of scaling into that Azir as Akali come mid game as well, because you dominate side lane. So mid game, Lions Creed, the onus is on them.
That's exactly it. On the other side, though, just look at those names. Ica, such a legend of the French scene, was on LDLC when they were the best regional team within the LFL. They were so good at Camilius, a name that many people remember. Bao, of course, over in Turkey last year. I think he won in spring even on the Wildcats, if I'm remembering correctly. Ragnar,
a name that so many LEC and ERL enjoyers have kind of been keeping their eyes on, wondering whether at some point he gets to go up to LEC. People have been that excited about the guy, and that's a lot of just raw talent there to try and match up against his Lions Creed.
And I have to say, having played against both of these two top laners in solo queue quite a bit, as a Ragnar's...
Oh yeah, as you do. You know, like,
Ragnar's micro is really insane, right? You will play against this guy, he'll always be top 10 challenger, you'll lane against him, you'll just get absolutely blasted no matter what matchup you're playing in. So I'm always really hyped to see how he pilots the lane phase, because there's a lot of initiative that you can have on this duo.
Exactly that. I love that you just go for the name drop there, by the way. Just like, oh, you know, casually playing against myself. Like, it's a little bit like, you know, oh, I know this one musician, you know, who's like, you know. Did you have to do that? Like,
it's a privilege.
I'm not that great at the game, so I don't need you to sort of like rub it like, oh, I play, you know, just hobnob with the pros all the time.
No. My good friend Banderas.
Oh, just stop it.
No.
Well, what can you tell me about Banderas? You play against him as well?
A bit less micro-proficient, in my opinion, than Ragnar, but he is way more well-rounded. I think he played weak side, strong side very well. He's very good at champions like Fiora, Camille. If you want to potentially pull those out and play for a side lane, we have Camille top lane buff specifically, as well as Fiora nerfs, I think. But, you know, maybe an angle in the future. But right now is more of a weak side player for his team. Weak side William, he'll just pick out Cassante, Malphites, Orns, and what have you.
Why does it have to be a William that's weak side?
No, it's a good question. I don't even think that's his name.
I don't know what Banderas' actual name is. I just know
it's something very Nordic.
That would make some sense considering he is a Nordic person. So, you know, that's pretty understandable. I will also say here, bring it back to the game and away from your ridiculous social circle of, you know, professional players. This guy. One of the things we have consistently said about Lions Creed is, despite the early split woes from the team where they were still struggling to figure out who was going to be driving the bus, who was going to be taking the lead when the games were a bit more even and they weren't all just snowballing to a victory. One of the things we saw was that Banderas was the one who would take that weaker side option across the Rift, or across the team, as we do head onto the Rift here for our second game of the day. He is once again being asked to play, yes, a high agency tank, but something with a little bit less resources available to them.
Yeah, so immediately, talking about that top lane, like you're saying, I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of early gank from the side of the Sejuani. Like, there's
such a good combo.
There isn't that much potential in punishing a Cassante, but generally, if you're going to do it, it's going to be early game. Otherwise, this Cassante just gets too tanky to dive, and there's just no real potential there. Renekton gets stonewalled. Outside of that, the volatility I'm looking at is down bot side with the Lucian Nami into the Rakan lane. Rakan generally quite a weak early laner, and he will just get absolutely blasted in the lane. Same with Zeri.
He can't tank the culling at the very least.
Yeah,
that's a miserable time. I think understandably he's gone towards Guardian here. No shenanigans with the rune. You need a little bit more safety from somewhere.
Yeah, but in general, I would expect a slightly more muted early game where they scale up. You have the Akali post 6 win condition and in the side lanes as well as down the bot side. When you bring that Lucian to mid lane come mid game, that's when you're really, really strong.
And again, when we were prepping this game, we were saying, look, we're kind of expecting about the mid jungles, and that's probably less the case for Gentlemates this time around. But for the side of Lions Creed, you've got the Vi and the Akali, and you know where they'll be wanting to go. It's either to blow up Ica or to take that very scary level 6 combo and trying to combo up with the Lucian Nami to make violent things happen to Gentlemate's bot side. And the question then becomes, okay, can Lions Creed do what they did so well reaching the NLC, which is get that line priority to allow Johan to set up for those players, or can Gentlemates, who are pretty good at doing that themselves, stall out towards that 1-2 item mark and make those team fights pretty untenable for Lions Creed?
Yeah. So, no, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of scaling involved in these team fights, but my eyes are on that ward that was placed on blue buff, because what it can do is give info of where Vi is pathing to, and then what you can do on Sejuani is your 3 camp into invade is pretty strong. Now, the problem they have, though, is they're getting pushed in both bot and mid, so just kind of fishing for it potentially with that level 3 on the Sejuani. Although, losing that little minion and not hitting 3 right there might delay it a little too much.
That's a bit rough. That could prove difficult. And actually, it's also worth noting there is a blue ward on the exit from the blue side jungle of Gentlemates, which, if you were looking for that level 3 invade, would then be spotted in turn. So I think that's actually quite a smart response from ward from Lions Creed after the level 1, and kind of good response there and matching the flow of events that could have come through.
Absolutely. Warding for that potential invade was really smart. Now, what Ragnar's doing here is this is exactly how you play the Renekton vs Cassante matchup, is you slow push crash 3 waves, then you take a demolish proc, you proxy the 4th, you can recall if you like, and then you can keep playing this demolish game. You can actually take a plating pre 5 minutes if you do this every other wave. So Ragnar.
What's the kind of like upper limit in terms of the plates you will be looking for in a matchup like that if you are playing that kind of the waves the way you're supposed to be?
It depends on how much you can track the enemy jungler, because that really dictates how much you can play the game generally.
Fun
right?
fact, you mentioned tracking the enemy jungler after that level
Yeah.
1. It's all coming back to that ward on blue buff, I'm telling
and
you.
that lets him proxy, but a skirmish already.
Around that Scuttle Crab, both junglers would love this. White gets the permafrost proc, but Johan waits for the Aftershock to time out, and the extended trade would favor Johan, so Johan sticks around, smites it to ensure there's no attempted steal away, and they'll claim that Scuttle Crab early.
Yeah, despite having potential Azir move, Azir really doesn't want to be fighting in the river compared to Akali, so Akali could just come and play for the fight and then just win out, because Akali's a much stronger in the river duelist. But Sejuani just going to be happy getting a Scuttle Crab on the top side as well, and depending on the HP of Banderas, there could be a dive angle here on the slow push.
Certainly look for it. The wave may well be big enough. Level 5 now hit. Banderas about to put down a ward, you'd imagine. Well, may see White recalling, and the recall does come on through. Throws down that ward with the Tri-Brush. Kind of aware that might have been a possibility. There's that Demolish proc you talked about. A slice away. Banderas doing what he can to get value here, very much on the weak side for his team.
Yeah, it is a rough matchup. You naturally lose. You can see Johan was pathing up towards his camps. I'm sure if he was going to be dove, he would have been there to cover that dive as well. But you can see White potentially fishing for it. Not through the Cassante W, though, and that's why it's so hard to dive a Cassante. But yeah, plate already coming down for the Renekton. He can recall now if he wants to. He's been really comfy.
Why have I got this one meme running through my head? It's something about 4,700p, 1 second, gets unstoppable. What? I don't know, where have I heard that before? Trade in the bot side, Jinjo getting off some nice double taps there. Camillea's not enjoying Lucian being Lucian there briefly, but I think that will delay a bit of a reset that they were debating taking.
So Renekton already going to be able to reset as well. Crash the wave real quick and force Banderas' TP now. Because Vi's clearing down the bot side and with less priority in the top side, they can just take away these first 3 grubs very comfortably. Renekton can go for a free reset if he likes, but he's going to stay around just to shadow the grubs.
That's a Dominus bot as he face checks that one. That's going to suck. Level 5 still for Banderas, so no real way out. It's going to throw down the Ghost, so has to burn the additional summer there, which feels pretty rough. Take a bit more drink, trying to get towards level 6 if he can, but just being zoned off his minion wave as White claims the early grubs.
That's really rough for Banderas, right? Because he has no teleport to come back to lane to bail himself out and get the HP back. So he's going to have to look for honey fruits or something, or just take a free reset. Now, what Ragnar can do is just come back full HP. He's going to teleport and stay in the lane whilst Banderas is half HP, and he can just assert his dominance with more platings.
That's the plan, of course. Is the Renekton going to be enough of a win condition, though? Because elsewhere, it is Temp that has largely been getting the shove in on this Azir. It has been the Lucian getting the shove in on bot side, and in some ways, that's what Banderas signed up for this game. It was to be the weak side. I will just survive and try not to bleed out too much. It is this mid-jungle. It is this bot lane where Alliance Creed are going to be looking to get as much value as possible. When you've got these kind of Korean veteran superstars here, such as they are in the ERLs and the likes of Tempt and Johan, they'll be looking to make their presence felt now that the level 6 is beginning to come on through.
The Korean jungle mid-duo, they're going to have their work cut out for them because they have to play into the Grasp Tank Azir. And diving a Grasp Tank Azir is kind of why it makes the champion so flexible. And like usually his weakness would be being dove on by champions like Akali, but when you're so tanky, that can be incredibly difficult. So.
And I think you're right to call that out as well, because it is the Grasp, it is the Haunting guys first. It will likely be into the Frozen Heart afterwards. Tank Azir could prove difficult if it does get later and later. Not the best tank killing potential here from Lion's Creed. And when you've already got the Sejuani and the Renekton, that's just so many HP bruises to deal with at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And my eyes are looking forward into the mid game to see how they pilot this, because this there's not that much cheese happening right now. No early cheese ganks, no dives top, no ganks bot lane. I expected some more volatility out of the Lion's Creed and Gentlemate's bot lane, but nothing's happening too much there.
It's not a requirement as such yet, but once that first item comes on through, once the level 6s are truly in for particularly Jinjo and Kasing, who are kind of waiting for that online speed, they are going to start to want to pull the trigger, because if it is a quiet mid-game, Gentlemates are very pleased indeed.
And already snowballing with this like getting the first dragon slows down Lion's Creed's potential to stack dragons as well. But after a little while, get your first item, you send the Lucian mid lane, you ward all around, and let him let him push consistently, catching waves deep.
Johan doing what Johan likes to do, which is take the info of what's happening because of his pushing lanes and stuff, and the fact that the dragon went down to go for an invade will look to clear out the Krugs on the side of White. Now, could theoretically look for a dive, but I think that would be a little bit bold.
I think it's a little bit too difficult. Cassante also doesn't have enough damage. The Dominus would be way too tanky, so...
Very close to level 6 here for Jinjo, actually. Bao hits it first. Top side, Banderas gets a Q3 knockback with the Untofo strikes. White coming on down, though. Here comes Johan. This will be our first proper skirmish of the game. Banderas pretty low. Still trying to trade this one out. Might trying to turn around now onto Johan, who flashes away. There's the Glacial Prison, could look for more CC. Nantofo Strikes comes on through, but the Summoner Spell advantage is Gentlemate's bot side. Camilius taken very low by the culling. But that will be the end of that. A heal burn from Kasing, but that's traded by Camilius on the other side. Temp goes in versus Ica, who knows he should have the advantage to flash away from the Azir. And lots of skirmishes, but no deaths.
Skirmishing all across the map, top side, mid, and bot lane. But really big in that top side, Ragnar was so controlled with his flash usage. He did not flash W someone when he could have done. And I feel like that was a mistake because there was such an easy flash W angle on the
I'll tell you why.
Cassante.
That's because he's running the Ghost.
The Ragnar on the Renekton
Oh,
with
sorry, I
flash.
thought you said flash W for Cassante on the for the Berserk. Oh, I now understand. I thought you said the Cassante with the flash W in. Now I understand. Yes, the Renekton W onto Vanderus. Words are hard, man, and understanding them is tricky. You know, I probably should have got that. That's fair.
Yeah, still overall really winning. Look at that plate differential in the
Huge.
top side. 2 plates left for the side of Ragnar to take. This is textbook how you play this matchup.
It's a very pleased Renekton main.
I am very
He's
pleased.
like, I'm watching him just sort of nod like, this is what I want out of my Renekton gameplay. Of course, it's like the rest of the map that Lions Creed are feeling pretty okay with. They've got slight leads in mid, slight leads in bot. Of course, they are still wanting to get value out of this. This game is pretty much even when it comes to gold, but it's the objectives that have, at least in the early game, gone the way of Gentlemates. And as we said, it is still going to be Gentlemates that have the easier time of it once the mid game has kind of come and gone.
Yeah, and now Lions Creed are facing a problem, right? They have a decision to make. Do we contest these grubs versus a full item Renekton, or do we try and find a cross-map down bot? Now, they're too late to find a cross-map down bot side, right? They should be diving down bot already, but it took a long time for Johan to find that reset, and they're not going to be able to do that. So now 6 grubs going the way of Gentlemates with this Renekton top side.
Pretty difficult to manage, especially when you've already seen that they've got at least one lane which they can continue to attack. Of course, mid and bot, that's a little easier said than done, but you can claim that one turret, continue to snowball where the win condition is, and even if the Renekton doesn't have to be the late game carry, he becomes a wonderful bridge to get that Azir, get that Zeri towards a scarier point of power. Lions Creed, though, still winning on those first items themselves. We'll be looking to and pull the trigger in short order. Still a couple minutes until that second dragon spawns, which might be our next port of call, but in some ways I'd like to see them pull the trigger before that if they can. Try and get some gold, try and get some priority somewhere, because it's been a little low on the proactivity so far. And this is kind of going to be the time where they start to pull that trigger if they want to win the game.
Yeah, definitely a team composition that needs the ultimates and needs to be like on point with the diving. They need to go in together, the Tempt and Johan duo. So on this next dragon fight, like you said, maybe looking for flashes beforehand, some kind of ganks.
Speaking of that, Johan's found his way into the lane here. Has, of course, got the cease and desist available. Culling, Tidal Wave, all there. This could get very spicy indeed, especially as White about to tow his face. 3v3 on the cards. Quickness comes on through. There's the Tidal Wave. Jinjo flashes away, and now in comes Vi. Huge cease and desist. First blood towards Jinjo's Lucian. Johan now very low on the other side of his bow. Continue to throw out so many of those burst fires. Claims a kill, but now Tempt is roaming. Not going to realistically find an angle, though, so it will become the 1-for-1 on the bot side, but it will be Jinjo with a slight advantage in the sense he got first blood. Summoner advantage, though, probably still favoring Bao. All out goes Banderus. Ragnar pretty low here. Needs to be a bit afraid, especially as the Ghost is there. Can keep on chasing. Goes forward, gets the kill. Banderus breaks down Ragnar, who would otherwise been crushing the lane.
Banderus, how was Ragnar so low HP before that fight started? Banderus must have taken some incredible trades before that. But down in bot side as well, with that skirmish, you could see the composition. All the burst comes out, and after that, they just have no gas. There's nothing to do. The Sejuani can tank forever. And
It's the Renekton nerfs, man. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
You
true.
were solely about them in the green room on stage. Ragnar, a bit burnt there, who we didn't see where it started, but we certainly saw where it ended. Banderus, despite being put under the cosh, finding that solo kill. Beautiful stuff from Lions Creed's top.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what he needed, right? As we take a look into this replay, look at all the bursts coming out. Johan waits, the cleanse comes through, Jinja flashes the Glacial Prison, but then the burst is used on the Rakan. After this, Zeri is the absolute queen of cleaning up. The second you run out of anything, Johan just has to try and walk away. And there's no DPS, despite Tempt coming down.
You can see Johan was just trying to survive a little bit longer, maybe try and get Tempt into the fight. Doesn't quite happen. Of course, it ends up being an even enough moment. The problem is, yeah, these skirmishes look okay for Lions Creed, but it is these neutral objectives that Gentlemates are just picking up without much of a look-in from Lions Creed at all. This will be second dragon. No look-in from Lions Creed at all. They've already got the 6 grubs. That is a huge hidden amount of power that's going the way Lions Creed, the way of Gentlemates as Ica just finds Johan and forces a flash on the Raptor Pit to boot.
Yeah, Pryor coming in mid as well as down bot side, so they were ready to move. Lucian was not.
Jinjo steps on forwards. Camillea's taken a little bit low as the piercing light and the double tap comes on through, but no one really wanted to commit further than that. Johan made a lot happen in terms of the ganks, but has been farming up a Storm, up about 20 odd CS and 700 gold individually. But again, as we said, the Sejuani's pretty happy to fall a little bit behind, especially if it's come with all the objectives going their way, because even if Lions Creed start to snowball ahead, the fact is, how fast are they going to be able to snowball when all those objectives kind of haven't gone their way in the early game? The stall is certainly available for Gentlemates should they need to do it.
Yeah. My eyes now are on Rift Herald, though. Rift Herald is spawning very soon. Resets are coming in as well. I wonder if we'll see everyone reset and head beeline up topside. Now, the thing is, items have come out, completions are out. You have Leandri's and Black Cleaver on Renekton and Azir. So, a lot of combat power coming in from Gentlemates.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They are beginning to get towards those first items. Can be pretty difficult to manage. The Leandries, as you mentioned, likely going towards tank options after this with the Grasp. It's been the secondary build of choice for Azir. It's so obnoxious. We've all seen it. Could prove very difficult. I'm assuming Tempt won't be miles off a first item completion himself. Likely the Lichbane looking at the items in inventory. Yep. Got himself a Dark Seal as well to try and snowball it. The moment I speak about it, there it is. So first item's also pretty much there for Lions Creed as well.
Yeah, a million pings coming in. Doesn't look like Gentlemates actually want to contest this. So what they're going to do is they're going to cross-map down bot side. Pings coming out already down bot on that wave. So they'll ping this wave and then push it in and secure the bot lane turret. Potentially playing for first blood turret instead of committing to this Rift Herald.
Herald's already half down though, so I don't know how much time they're going to have on this turret. They should probably be able to get it, but does that allow Lions Creed a bit of an aggressive shove with this Herald afterwards, maybe towards that mid lane? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
I feel like Lions Creed committed too many resources to this Rift Herald. They had all three people mid, Bander's helping on the Rift Herald, so they lose top tower as well as bot tower, probably down bot side with this Rift Herald, grubby damage.
Yeah, Ardent Blaze went a little wide. I don't think they necessarily know. Jinjo's staying as far away from this as they can. We'll get towards the wave, so it'll be half the turret. I don't think there's anything more as Tempt is also here, just waiting to see whether the dive comes on through regardless, but I'll stick around and there. Wave is cleared away, so it will only be the one turret the Gentlemates claim so far, but it's still a significant cross-map advantage there from Gentlemates.
Yeah, TP's up for both solo laners as well. If Ragnar wants to push out and then TP down bot side for a potential dive, there are so many wards that he could TP do down there. Pings are coming out. I think this could be an angle. Look at Ragnar staying still.
Yeah, definitely get spicy down. We've got 2 minutes or so until Soul Point as well, and with the Herald available to Johan, we might start to see some of that prior played around. Johan needs to be a bit afraid because Ica's going to come on over. This will not be a 1v1 for long. Bander's trying to get over here. How much time do they have? Tempt now rolling over. Kasing and Jinjo on the other side. Teleport's beginning to fly to boot. Banderas now trying to back away. Gets a Q3. Buff as well through it with the W. That footwork spending some time. Tempt trying to fangle in. Look at Banderas who's got Ica over the wall. Gets a kill. White goes down. 2 kills towards the Kazante. The healing is monstrous. The Renekton's a pair of shoes. Banderas is a bandit getting away with absolute murder.
And Banderas with the plays, kidnapping Azir and taking him under tower, knows there's going to be a play down bot side. He walks over there and starts a fight. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming out of Banderas.
Towards the bot side, Lions Creed aware of what Gentlemates were looking for. You wonder whether re-engage might happen. We'll go back towards this replay because it started off with Gentlemates making the invade.
Yeah, so what happens is Banderas walk straight from base to down bot side because they know there's going to be an invade. There's a bunch of vision telling him that. Now, teleport comes through. He managed to find the pushback, takes Azir over the wall, and Azir doesn't have flash, so he gets stuck under the tower. Banderas then gets the auto Qs, and that's all she wrote.
Johan with the Sundered Sky healing as well, alongside the Rev buff, just can't be brought down. This K'Sante was supposed to be out of the game. You were so pleased with how that Renekton played the game, and suddenly Ragnar is 0-2, 4-0-0 on the other side.
Yeah, that one death, now you have an accelerated K'Sante, and he's going to be so huge in these front-to-back team fights. And all these skirmishes, 4-0, Frozen Heart completion, as well as multiple components.
He has the skirmishes to start coming on through for Lions Creed this time. They find a few. Of course, the gold lead not huge right now. We've got ourselves 30 seconds until Soul Point for Gentlemates. Can they still find themselves that win condition that would be a Mountain Soul?
Yeah, so you're going to have your culling in the mid lane now as well, and K'Sante always has first move because he has teleport. So now what's happening is Ragnar is preemptively walking down just in case the fight comes through.
That's exactly it. Was wondering whether Jinjo stepping forwards there could have proven dangerous indeed. Won't happen. Teleport now coming through from Banderas. They are going to try and fight this one.
Teleport advantage. He can just walk in there. He's so tanky.
Takes a bit of damage. Good W away. The Glacial Prison comes on through. But it's onto a K'Sante. What value do you get from that? Not the greatest ultimate from White I've ever seen.
Yeah, such a good Sejuani ult catcher. He can just face check. It's so easy to face check when you're a fed K'Sante. These bushes don't mean anything, no matter how Gentlemates want to control.
now it's mid lane Prior, that's the name of the game. In your mini-map, you could see Tempt and Ica squaring off at the bot side of the river. Ica now roam through his own jungle to get towards a potential angle in. Banderas maybe being engaged on again, but again, this Cassante is so tanky. Going to the backside onto Ragnar, trying to get some damage. The Q3 is decent. Shoved away into the turnaround. Jinjo is down. The AD carry dead. Banderas survives by for how much longer? What can Tempt do in the backside? Damage is good, but the kills don't come on through. Finally, they get one back, and it will be the 1-for-1. The health bars are pretty even. The issue being that Bao is still alive, Jinjo is not.
Yes, Ginger somehow being in the front line there, managing to get dove on. No flash for the AD carry of the side of Lion's Creed. So Banderas as well. I think what they're doing is overreaching. They could just play for the dragon. Gentlemates have to come into them. They can use that as a dive. I don't think Temp was there either, but I'd love to see a replay of this.
Tempt struggling to find an angle in, did get some damage down. He helped finish off Camilius at the very least. It was, I believe, Johan that picked up the kill, but still, the health bars are good enough that Lion's Creed claim the dragon, break the Drake stacking, and they'll consider that a victory enough.
Yeah, I think the problem was Temp was late, right? So he just wasn't there. He was pushing out bot lane. You were talking about Temp fighting Ica down on the bot side for bot Prio, so he had to walk on up through the river. And by the time Ginger was dead, he had to try and recover everything. But still, overall, winning for Lion's Creed.
Of course, it's only 1,000 gold though, and it's only one dragon. They didn't get those early ones. We'll have a look at this replay. Yeah, Tempt is at the bottom of the river.
So he's down at the bottom of the river. W for Banderas is used now. The ult doesn't give him a new one, so he just gets absolutely chunked. He gets shredded. Flash onto Jinjo, gets one shot by the Renekton W empowered, and Tempt has to come very late onwards. But it's not enough damage there to finish off everyone. Camilius falls.
Does indeed, and like Camilius finds that engage onto Jinjo, this player who has been around the ERL block just a little bit, one of the very best supports around, and finds the angle in. Can't quite escape afterwards, of course, but still stalling the game best they can. Lion's Creed have come back into the game after it looked a little bit dicey early on. The issue still going to be, though, that if this game stays like this for the next 10 minutes, Gentlemates, with that tank Azir, with the Zeri, with the front line they have, I still don't think it's going to be easy for Lion's Creed as the game goes on.
So what you see, usually, if you watch the LCK, LPL, or what have you, with the Lucians, is you send them mid, and then you put a bunch of different wards around the river and all the different entrances to the jungle. And that way, the Lucian is free to dash forward and potentially, like, you know, use his culling and burst out a target.
Well, there's the engage. Camilius not quite taken out. They went looking for that one, but that will be culling down for only a battle dance away. Still, can start to look for this tier 1 in the mid lane. Tempt now here, but the rest of Gentlemates come roaming on in to defend their tier 1 in mid lane, down to about 10% HP.
Every single time, they can just rinse and repeat it, right? They get a bunch of chunk damage onto someone and a little bit of chip damage on the tower. They can push in the sides and then go to mid again, and that's how Lion's Creed want to play. Now, Camilius might be fishing for something here. They just want to crash the wave in, but then they got to match the sides again.
Everyone's so ready and willing to fight for this mid lane power. That's what the Lucian army's so good for. You use it to get shove and get those wards down you were talking about. And so far, Gentlemates have done a pretty good job of preventing that from being easily done from Lion's Creed. They are now just putting down a load of wards of their own, that defensive line there along the top side of that mid lane. And a reminder as well, this is LFL 3rd seed. They come through play-ins, but don't sleep on that. The amount of times we have seen LFL teams, whatever their seedings be, make incredibly deep runs is just mental to see as production brings up the champion damage. And Cassante, he was down like how many plates? How much CS? That's very unreasonable.
4 plates, and you just kind of wailing each other top lane in this matchup, but still, it's never normally this high.
Wow, I was like there making this narrative point about, you know, like LFL teams and the play-ins buff, and then Banderas is like, yeah, but Cassante. What do you think about that?
Yeah,
what
a funny champion.
How do you feel about Cassante?
It's champion. It's an interesting design.
You're on broadcast. You've got to be polite.
I enjoy this champion. I very much love this champion. Skarner as well. New Skarner. Mwah, chef's kiss.
You are one of those players. Oh dear. You know, I don't think I can be friends with you anymore. This is it. I'm requesting you leave the broadcast. That's it. Go away.
Once again, though, I'm going to bring it back to the game.
Are you sure?
I always have to rein it in initialize.
Probably easier said than done as White has to flash away. My humour notwithstanding, but that is important because with White flashing away, the ability to defend this tier 1 not really available. You said they could rinse and repeat. They do just that. Those defensive ones mean very little when Lion's Creed have managed to come in and sweep them away. Tier 1 down in mid lane.
Prio for the Akali, so she can always move, right? In the side lane, this is exactly what threat she brings to the Azir, and what they can do is they can bring her down, invade, get vision, sweep away Gentlemate's vision, despite their vision being really good. Now, Lion's Creed Jinjo, he can just dash forward if he wants to when he has moved from his Akali.
A lot harder to stay safe in this mid lane. And that was also the first turret of the game for Lion's Creed, who have not been able to get any of those down yet. So there's actually quite a lot of standing gold available to them if they can get to some of those turrets. It's Ica shoving up in this side lane with that kind of knowledge of where Lion's Creed were and Tempt farming this wave a little bit deeper into his own half to keep safe. Eyes on that top corner of your screen, though, because that timer has just ticked over a minute. Another dragon fight, another opportunity for Soul Point for Gentlemates if they could claim it. On the other side, I'm just saying if K'Sante continues to get more resistance stacks, that could prove a bit annoying if he stacks up 4 Drakes himself.
Yeah, mid lane Prio, though, going to be the name of the game now for this dragon. They can dash forward, potentially look for a chunk on Bao, but they're going to keep looking for vision up top side. Baron is being pinged, so just a cheeky warder on it and then contesting dragon, I believe, because Gentlemates, they're on the 3rd dragon. They need to be contested here.
Mid lane Prio, as you said, name of the game. Will Lion's Creed look to fight for the dragon or maybe look for a Baron turn themselves? There's a potential angle in there from White, who gets pulled back, actually uses a Q3 onto Ragnar, who's taken down by about 20% HP. Of course, it is the Renekton and still has the dominance to add a little bit more HP to his total. Will cue the wave. On the other side, engage onto Johan. Teleport coming on through from the side of Bandra. Is engaged now onto White, who's very low. Taken down. Jungler out. Bao will throw down the lightning crash, but it's grounded immediately. Nothing to be found. Tent goes in. Flies into the backside. A double kill for the mid laner. Absolutely eviscerating them all. Has still got an execution that is perfect to work with. A few more 5-point strikes. And Lion's Creed decimate Gentlemates. Nothing gentle in the fight at all. Just a few headless corpses and a Baron for Lion's Creed to be started.
Banderas just runs them down, forces a fight. Teleport comes through from Tempt, and they manage to pull out the team fight win. Nothing. There's not enough DPS from the side of the Gentlemates. Azir and Zeri haven't come online yet, and crucially, the front line for Gentlemates aren't tanky enough. They get absolutely eviscerated by the culling and the DPS there.
That was pretty brutal. I was not expecting the Sejuani to just disappear like that, and suddenly Gentlemates on the retreat. Looking a little bit lackluster. Bow down a load of the summoners. Ica not really able to get the DPS down they were hoping for, and suddenly with Baron to their name, no longer in danger of stalling a Lion's Creed. Let's have a look at the replay again, because it's White that gets caught.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Banderas on the front lines continuously. They tried to poke him out, but then the engage comes through, and I can't wait for Johan to ult through the Azir wall here in another one. But watch this culling. It does so much damage. Ragnar doesn't have that many resists, so he also gets melted. Steris comes out. Q3 misses from Banderas, but here comes the Johan ultimate through the Azir wall.
And they tried to stop Tempt as well, who was so quick with that E back over the wall that that disengage tool doesn't happen, and suddenly the health bars are too low. Bao's running away with the Ghost running, and there's nothing left to be done. Gentlemates, kind of a bit shell-shocked after that one. That's now an Infinity Edge in for Jinjo. Oh boy, this is suddenly looking very scary indeed for Gentlemates, and we talked about the standing gold. They've only claimed 1 turret so far, Aragon. They start claiming those structures with this Baron. That gold lead is about to get meteorically large.
Baron in every single lane. They have stronger side lanes as well, so they can comfortably play the 1-3-1. Now, Gentlemates have a decision to make. Do they commit to a side lane and punish a side? The problem is that K'Sante's going to buy so much time. Akali's also going to buy so much time with the Shroud, so they just got to mitigate. They can't commit to a side lane.
2 remaining outer turrets for another few thousand gold towards this total. Still got themselves a minute and 40 to work with. Can start to look at some of these tier 2s. This will be a very economically positive Baron for the Creed of Lions.
Yeah, mid push, bot push, tier 2s are generally the name of the game. Usually with these first Barons, you don't want to crack the base open. Well, you can't really generally crack the base open. You get all the tier 2 towers. Bunch of standing gold here.
That's what they're after. White coming to shield one up attempt, knowing he can't work too much further forwards, is just there to empower the minions there. Gives a moment instead for Lion's Creed to disappear into the blue side jungle, try and catch someone out who's looking to shield their own lanes. White, he would have been recolored red there if he'd stepped too much further forwards, but manages to keep himself alive this time around.
Yeah, but look, they just have to try and clear waves. They can't gank a side lane, which is what you normally want to do when you're against a Baron, to stop a siege, stem the bleeding somewhere. But because of how slippery these side lanes are in the Akali and the K'Sante, so they just have to deal with it. Probably lose his tier 2 turrets to the Demolishers and the Baron damage.
This is going to be a little bit difficult to manage. Of course, it also buys a lot of time before another dragon would spawn. It was soul point claimed by Gentlemates, I'll notice. We still didn't see that because of the replay, so there is still soul potentially available for Gentlemates in 3 minutes. If they can claim that, then a lot of sins can be forgiven early on in the game. Soul, though, still a couple minutes off and still a lot of setup away. They're going to have to manage a very difficult few minutes to even consider that.
Yeah. Opening up through mid lane, ping's coming out already. They want to catch the waves deep. They want to then spread their vision down into bot side jungle so they can secure vision for that dragon, like you're saying. Bot lane tier 2 is the name of the prize that they're looking for. But that mid push is essential right now, and they need vision to back that up. So vision around those wraiths and around those wolves areas.
You've got yourself a Lucian army, and then, of course, the follow-up of the Vi. If anyone steps too far forwards, your ability to pounce on someone from a screen away is so high.
Absolutely. There's so much burst damage and pick potential if they move from mid to side as well. That it's just so difficult to deal with, and you can never move up. Look how far back Kazari, how far Bao has to walk to be able to even catch a wave. Now, they've got push in mid. They can just move to top side and play for that top turret as well.
Worth noting, of course, it is actually the third item now completed for Bao's gone towards the Infinity Edge. It's nothing like the Navori. And also, Ica hasn't gone towards the tank build. He's actually gone towards the Nashes afterwards. It's going to be a bit more on the AP front, feeling like he needs the damage, can't afford to be that kind of tankier, slower build, needs that DPS option. They are going to try and get the shove on forwards, try and find some recoup in terms of map control that Lions Creed have been tearing away from them over the last few minutes with that Baron.
They're trying to fight back. Gentlemates are trying to fight back, find a pick on side lane onto the Akali from Temp, but he recalled. So they were making pings down to check the bushes, but they realized, no, it's too late. We see Akali now. And now, the whole of Lions Creed are in the top side jungle, so face checking that is going to be extremely scary. Look how deep Jinjo can catch that wave on the Lucian. That'll give them so much time to be able to move up top.
And the issue is actually, like, the Kasante's got 3 items. The Akali's up 2,000 gold in the death cap. You're looking in the jungle, it's a 3-item Vi who's just not that squishy, but the moment I speak about it, she's dead to rights.
An overextension, disrespecting, not waiting for Jinjo to catch this wave and then move up with the team, but instead on his own in the jungle.
We'll point out that was 4 ultimates burned to do it. We've still got 50 seconds until the Dragon, so probably most of those ultimates will be up and available before that becomes a point, and Johan should have respawned before Dragon is alive. The issue is he won't be in the river at that point. He won't be available to help set up for that fight, so Gentlemates, they were looking for the pick. Yep. They find what they needed.
Yeah, no tools to start a fight, though, to punish the Vi being down. So they can just sit mid, Lions Creed Jinjo. He could just keep clearing the waves. They have side lane push, and Temp might be looking for a 1v1.
Ooh, gets the Zhonya's. That's actually the arm guard as well, so that will now be broken. Can look for a kill. Gets the perfect execution. It is stylish in the extreme. Tempt finds a 1v1 he made a name for himself in the NLC with.
Yeah, he's playing so damn well with his dive composition. I think Ica needed to hold his flash and try to flash the R2. That's the big execute damage. But still, impressive.
Just looking at that ring, there's a number 10 on it. I wonder, with a key fight coming up, whether we might see Temp back and pick up a Medjai's. Eyes on that one. That's quite a lot of damage.
Yeah. I wonder what Gentlemates are going to do to cross-map this. Are they going to set up around Baron and have that be the name of the game? Because they're not going to contest this Dragon with Ica down.
It doesn't look like it, and instead Tempt has also gone towards the Blight and Jewel, disappointing my dreams of library cards.
Yep.
Look, now Mera's not here. Someone's got to bring the Medjai's agenda. But still, another Mountain Dragon secured. Not going to be contested by Gentlemates, especially considering Ica's still dead. Just wouldn't have been a possibility. Instead, towards the mid lane we look.
Look at the Johan flank. He's going in already.
Oh, Bao goes over the wall, manages to get just far enough away, actually. Ghost Flash popped. Camilius now in danger. The Q lands. Camilius plucks him his feathers. Now White in a dangerous position. Won't need to run that particular color flag, but will not need to retreat too far. It's the Team Red buff available, but reminder, Baron's alive and a member down. Lions Creed can turn towards the big purple worm and force Gentlemates to contest.
Yeah, that's a lot of their engage. They're going to have to move in. They don't have wards as well because the support is down. That's all their wards. So Ragnar can just clear out these wards and stop White from entering the pit.
Over the wall they go. Johan misses the Vault Breaker. Now in a slightly dangerous position. But Jinjo just melts Ica. Now tempted to the backside. Has got the Shroud down. Can look for a bit more DPS. The Q's still available. A lot of energy to his name. 6,000 HP. White now can look back over. They know where he is. Trying to challenge this Sejuani. 3,000 HP. They're holding. They're trying to force more. The bubble goes White. Down to half HP. Temp steps forward. Baron secured. Temp murders the Sejuani. It is bacon for dinner and breakfast the day after. Ragnar now running away, gets hit by the Shuriken flip, and Temp breaks another set of ankles.
So much damage coming in from this duo. They play the Baron well. They don't let White enter the pit. I thought they'd need Cassandre ult to keep White out of the pit there, but they just didn't. So a lot of damage coming out. And now they get Siege. I wonder if they're going to threaten the Nexus towers here.
They are going to keep going forward. It's got a wave. They've got 2 members down. They can keep shoving all they want. They've got double cannon minions here as well. Gentlemates need a find to clear this wave. They will do just that. Looks like Lions Creed happy enough to move towards the mid lane and claiming another inhibitor, Blue Peter style, because they prepared that one earlier. Another Q3 into the W. Oh, Banderas. The combos have been so slick.
So many pushbacks and so many kidnaps from Banderas, and it all stems from him. Managed to find that roam early on.
It's just getting worse and worse. Bow down
The
to 20
damage.
peak. Banderas goes forwards. White once again seeing grey. It's monochrome for Gentlemates. The color draining from their face and from their screens. Still down a man every time someone comes back up. Another person falls. It is never a 5v5. It is never an even fight. And the Pride of Lions roars their way towards a Game 1 victory. LFL humbled here as NLC look for a Game 1 victory.
And I have to highlight Banderas putting the whole game on his back with that early roam. Managed to find the timer to walk down, find those players in the jungle, and punish the side of Gentlemates.
Oh yes, it's looking a little bit like a couple kills going back towards Gentlemates at the end of it all, but they will do nothing to stop the end of the game. Lions Creed toy with their food, but their creed is written in blood and it spells victory. First win for the NLC.
1-0 for the side of Lions Creed. So damn well played with that dive composition. You had the Vi Akali duo absolutely taking over every single fight. And the early game, you didn't think it was so great. 6 scrubs going over the side of Gentlemates.
Yeah.
But in the end, managed to take over the fights.
2 dragons, 6 scrubs, a Renekton that seemingly was free to do what the heck they liked in that top lane. Banderas finds a solo kill.
Solo kill.
Suddenly Tempt popping off in the side lanes. The mid-game items start to come on through for that Lucian Nami, and Lions Creed just turn on. But speaking of throwing and turning, I think we need to turn that away because the desk are waiting for us all to break that game down. I know, I did phrase that very carefully.
Oh my god, that's the second time.
Thank you for the toss. As Lions Creed take out LFL, third seed. And on the normal early game, I'm actually happy. No lane shenanigans. It was a normal early game. And are you okay?
Yeah, well, I mean, that early game didn't turn me on as much as the last one. I'll be completely honest. He said it. We can't let him get away with it. He said it in the first game. That was the throw to you. I don't know if we cut the... Go back on the tape. And then he does it again and he thinks it's okay. No. Shut the door. Get out. It's our turn. Now it's peace and quiet. Dear
What
Lord.
about this champion select, though?
Yeah, let's talk about champ select. So, look, I started this. I'll take the lead. Hit me. All I can say is Temps Akali banned against him consistently in playoffs. You know, as we look at NLC playoffs, it was 70% of the time, I think, taken away from him. Yes. And he got it. And against the Azir matchup, which globally a lot of people put towards the Azir because of the range matchup, you have a lot of safety to build space as well. The fact that the Akali got through lane not only unscathed, but up 20, 30 CS, right, is huge. And like, this is a reason why Tempt can't have Akali because plays the laning phase clean and then an absolute teamfight menace that I think helped carry the game.
I'm a big defender of Akali versus Azir on the mid lane. It has to be a good player, though, in the first place to play that Akali, of course, and Tempt is definitely one of those. But Akali, yes, she's supposed to suffer pre-level 6, which is something that didn't actually happen that much in this game, which I think was the key component for Tempt to go absolutely crazy later. But the moment level 6 hits for Akali, suddenly she starts feeling very confident on that lane. And Tempt was not just confident, he was overconfident in himself. And honestly, he wasn't even punished for it. He was the one fixing the mistakes when his team was getting punished.
So when you see that happen, usually you're like, well, we need some help on the mid lane. And then you look into the top lane, Renekton versus Xante, and it should be even-ish.
But this is the thing. If you take mid out of the equation, right? Like, okay, Akali versus Azir, you have faith that at least the Azir is going to scale, right? And become a great front-to-back team fighter. But the problem was that solo kill top that then disrupts the whole game flow because the Renekton was winning lane. 4 plates, I think they said on the cast as well. And then because of that solo kill, which we didn't get to see why the Renekton was so low, the solo kill disrupts the whole flow. The early game tempo is out the window. And then suddenly Lions Creed get given like golden opportunity to start picking fights themselves, not have to really worry about this Renekton. Like, I think it really disrupted the whole game plan for Gentlemates.
It was exactly at that point. There was a fight at the bottom, and instantly he died on the top side. This was an interesting one, where because we were looking at it like, nah, this is looking good for the LFL. But somehow, Banderas, by the way, this is the way I pronounce it. Banderas. You gotta bring in the Spanish on that one. And it goes crazy, and this is a beautiful save as well. You save Johan, which, in all fairness, had a little bit of a moment. Like he had a few moments where he went a little bit overboard, wasn't it? Like,
It's like everybody had a moment or two when they went a little bit
they
overboard
always
in this
do.
game, right? It was the game of who's a little bit more impatient than the other team, and Gentlemates were much more impatient in this sense than Lions Creed.
On that point as well, their impatience came from the fact that Gentlemates kept just ulting Banderas.
That's
like
true,
every
yes.
single time, every fight, Sejuani ult thrown in as well. A zero in that
Yeah.
bottom lane invade that went horribly wrong as well. Like their engage was very premature, further to Solari's point. And because of that as well, these ultis are down and fights like this easily turn because Gentlemates don't have anything up.
You can't even do anything to Xante with his ultimates because
Exactly.
it's Xante, it's a fun champion. But then you're out of those very crucial tools to take down everybody else on the enemy team.
were they ulting, by the way?
Were they ulting?
Yeah. Banderas.
Banderas. Oh, you just want to be able to say it. You sly dog.
But can we get back to the point that you were bringing up? The fact that it's a test of patience, and somehow Lions Creed won the patience
Yes.
test. I like that topic.
It's not like Lions Creed were perfect in this game. Let's
No.
face it straightforward.
Let's
They were
think
making
about the
mistakes.
Herald. Do you want the Heralds, where they brought in too many tools to the Herald and they lost a
They
little bit of
put
the map.
so many tools towards that. So
Yeah.
they still have Akali on the mid lane, and they're moving Lucian Nami from the bot lane towards the mid lane. And that can be the case, right? You either just move Nami to help out to cover for the Herald a little bit, or you move both of them, but then you need immediately to move Akali out, because at this moment you are already losing the top lane turret. And you're risking to lose more if you don't move anybody away from this mid lane. But they kept all three of them for some reason dancing on the single lane.
Yeah, I think it's like comms misalignment because it's the TP that was committed there by Tempt as well. And then like Lucian Nami backing for a reset anyway, because you assume off Herald that's what they're going to do is kind of pivot top. But yeah, just kind of opening up bot. It wasn't as bad as it seemed because Gentleman, of course, threw that across. And then on the further fight we talked about as well and how this game, I think, found its natural end, I want to add in that, you know, on their 2-item power spike, when this comp is kind of soaring and hitting its strength, that's when Lions Creed were like, okay, we have to fight now and force. And that's when Johan found a really good engage as well, you know, in one of those fights. And that's when this Akali, who did so much damage, also pivoted and was like, okay, let's just all in. And, you know, kind of a disrespect from Gentlemates as well to pivot for the 5v5 when they had the Dragon advantage as well, when they can play the slow game, when they can really, you know, bring the pace back. That's what I think was disappointing, where it looked like they could, you know, stall the game out. And again, impatience, I think, is a perfect word.
So when we look into this match at the end of it, obviously you don't have a lot of time on groups. It's only 2 days. Every single mistake can actually take away the opportunity of moving forward to the knockout. It's the 3rd seed of LFL. Obviously, they can adapt. They still have a few games today and they still have tomorrow. But it's also a showcase that Lions Creed still kind of have a little bit of plot armor, right?
You're still being biased towards NLC. You know that. You know that. Oh, I
You
can
work
see
on
that.
NLCs, I think, or what?
Look at that. I mean, when you have someone called
Banderas.
Banderas.
you gotta. So I would
Where's
say
he from? Norway.
That's the thing. Like,
What a guy.
what's your name? Banderas. Where are you from? Oh, Norway. You're kind of breaking it. So I would say this game is done, and I want to look into the next one, which is match of the day. We're looking into KC Blue versus SK Gaming.
Yep.
What can we say about this? What can we expect? Can we expect shenanigans on the laning phase? I want to go deep on this one.
I think that's the game where we go back to the crazy lane swaps and
Hit
crazy
me.
movements around the map. Because this game was a little bit of, you know, 1-2 patches back looking at the meta from there. But right now we're looking at the teams who had so much experience, especially very recent experience playing in the officials. I feel like they're the ones to bring in those shenanigans. Plus, we're talking about the teams who have their elder brother teams in the LEC. So they have a lot to take from them, right?
True, especially when SK were one of the teams that smacked
Yeah.
around KC in the winter split, and I think Spring as well from my memory too. Also, the matchup, by the way, that has Neon versus Kalist. Like, Kalist would be in the LEC, let's be real, if he was old enough. Obviously, that was an issue when KC moved in. Neon has already been in the LEC too, alongside Limit, of course. But these are 280 carries who I think are probably the best here. I don't know if anyone wants to correct me, but like 2 of the best at least in the EMEA Masters. Who are you looking at? Don't
I
worry
was
about
looking at
them.
Anagon,
Don't
like,
worry
what is
about
your
them.
opinion, Anagon?
That don't matter. That guy's going to set you up for something weird in a second, so don't worry about it. Don't look over there.
Oh, there's a specific word that he brings all the time, by the way.
Turning?
No,
Sorry.
no. Actually.
Actually.
This
Right.
is a big meme on NLC. Every single time we analyze anything and we toss it to Aragon, he starts with actually.
Oh, that's the
See,
other
there you
guy.
go.
Right, okay.
Great
stuff.
These are the players we're looking forward, and you were bringing up the experience. I love that idea because when you have that experience, usually you look into laning phase, how they fare 1v1. But I think when you have this sort of meta, that experience can translate into macro instead of micro.
I mean, that's an important thing. We just saw in the first game of the day how experience took that over, and like, you know, the lane swap wasn't taken well. It was, I'm trying to think of the word. It was really delayed responses. And so I think the biggest problem is like when you go up against teams that have more experience, you kind of fall to the wayside. It's not like we're looking at, you know, Casey Blue and going, oh, this is an experience roster. We know Linsas is, sorry, I'm in middle between Linkas and Linsas.
Linsas.
Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah.
You know where he played before?
Do I know any what?
Where he played before?
No.
NLC.
No way.
I can't believe I set you up for that.
Kidding.
I should have said yes. I mean, I think he's the best jungler here. No joke. Like, I think easily he's the best jungler.
That is my one to watch
in the EMEA
throughout
Masters,
the entire EMEA Masters. Yeah,
Easy.
I don't know if you agree.
I do, but at the same time, I am only a little bit worried for Keycore Blue here, you know?
Oh.
Because I'm looking at SK Prime, and I remember their run throughout this split in Prime League, and the thing that stood out about them was their adaptability, because meta was shifting a little bit back and forth throughout this split, but SK Prime, actually both SK teams were really quick to adapt to whatever changes in the meta were coming in. And now that we're seeing another shift yet again, I would bet my cards on SK to be the first one to adapt to it and to do it better than Keycore Blue.
I think on that note, just to touch up, like we are talking about not only a region, but a team that has their priorities in order. Like Talia has already been banned consistently away. That's something that Casey, I think, need to touch on. But if they get it, they set Diplex on Talia. Neon's going to be on something like Jinx anyway, which we know will probably indicate a lane swap. Veno, if I said that correctly, on Gragas as well. Like they've got their priorities in order. They're essentially playing a comp that can lane swap very easily. So, I mean, I think for SK, they've got a couple of tools in their bag as well.
Since this is match of the day, can we raise the stakes?
Hell yeah. What do you want?
I want to make a bet for you both. Okay, I want to get predictions, and then we'll see the results. Okay, so who do you think is going to win?
I'll say SK, actually.
SK?
I actually really like SK's draft, and I think I think KC Blue, I don't know. They're too good, so I don't want them to win.
Is it going to be interesting? What?
Don't you want the story? I really like SK Gaming's draft, so I'm gonna put it on Prime.
Oh, by the way, we already had a few games. So this is Group A, B, C, and D. And as you can see, SK lost.
The Italian squad.
Yeah.
And they beat Supermassive, right? Papara Supermassive were beaten by beaten by Desire.
Desire.
Yeah. That's but hang on, that's a different group, so Jake could be wrong.
Confusion of the highest order.
Don't worry, guys. I'll find that out for you. I've got a computer.
No, yeah. Papara lost exactly the first game, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So we're getting information from Aesthetics. So as he told me, like he's betting on SK. What about you?
So that's my question, though. Is it going to be interesting if I also say that SK Prime is my...
Obviously not.
Oh, actually...
So I have to say K-Corp Blue, right?
Yeah.
I gotta be like blue wall and go with K-Corp, right?
Relevant to our next coming game, it was actually Desire who beat SK Prime. So, yeah, SK Prime will beat... Now I don't feel as good.
Wait, okay, you can swap. No,
I'm not a flip-flopper. SK.
What about you?
Desire must be
Blue
good.
wall.
Are the tables strong enough? I'm just... So if you win...
What do I do?
She has to... She has to buy you something.
Oh,
what do you
hell
want?
yes.
How expensive are we talking about?
Nah, calm down.
Man, what do I want?
Like,
how about you decide what I get?
A cappuccino.
A cappuccino? A coffee?
No, a cappuccino. There's a big difference.
Yeah, okay. But coffee and cappuccino are the same thing, same area, no?
Whoa.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
What about you?
You care about
somebody?
that.
You tell me.
What do you mean? This is the worst desk I ever
It could be worse. You could have the weird guy over there, he's setting you up to be turned on again.
Yeah, you only... We're about to jump into game, by the way. We have a few moments.
Heating up. What's that? No, I'm not fired. Get it out of your ear. Oh, he says, stop hysterics from saying that.
It's
He has
still
voices
playing.
in the head.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So there's still a game going on as
Oh,
we're
really?
waiting for this one.
I thought it was a lot worse.
No, since we have a lot of games happening at the same time, and
Yep.
we as a broadcaster trying to show you as many teams as we can, obviously, there you go. So there's still a game going on from KC.
Are we able to?
Wait, this could be the end
We're
of the
able to
game,
bring it up and
actually.
have like a co-stream vibe going on, or what? Oh hell yeah!
Oh,
So where are we at?
So they have the Baron. Oh, they're pushing
Oh, I
in.
love
Okay,
this
so I
production.
mean we're
Thank you so
essentially
much.
about to see Casey Blue anyway, so this is a good pretext.
so this is a way to understand where we're sitting and
Ooh,
how
nice
the bet is
setup.
going.
Oh, that equalizer actually, bit of value.
Still survive somehow.
That
Rumble
equalizer had
approaches
mega
in.
value.
Oh, look at Rumble. The Jinx is not doing
Spacing
anything.
really good from Jinx though. Oi!
Ooh, nice flash to dodge it.
No, it's worth though. Lin
You
says
get burned.
that's so worth. Dude, that Rumble is cooking, man.
Oh, you get no cappuccino.
Okay, it's all right. I don't want a cappuccino. I'm more of a flat white person anyway. You know what I've noticed? I mean, from watching Casey Blue, I feel like noticing like Lin Sass is always cooking. Such a good jungler, bro.
You know what would be funny? I'm gonna test you both.
Okay.
Because you're an analyst, like you're color casted.
Yeah.
I think I've heard you as a play-by-play.
Yeah.
Some place, you know.
Yeah.
Cast the game.
Yeah. Do you want to cast?
No, I want you to cast.
What if we all three of us cast?
I
I mean, the
used to
game's
be a
already over. You know, the
play-by-play. That would
game's
be
already
funny.
over
Are you not
anyway.
up
Then
to the
Casey Blue are
challenge?
going to win.
Yeah, take the challenge.
Well, Casey Blue are going to win anyway.
I'll give you a
I-
coffee.
Oh, don't be that boring.
Oh, no,
Give
I
us
don't-
some.
Sorry,
fun.
it's anyone can win. Let's be realistic.
Exactly.
Anyone can win right now.
Just one good team fight can turn this around.
From the team that's not Casey Blue.
Come on.
No, but okay, I'm going to tell you why, right? I'm going to add a little bit of analysis in myself as well.
Okay.
Look at this composition, right? Look at how easy it is to layer on. Udyr at this point in the game does absolutely nothing. Why?
Agreed.
Yes.
Because Udyr past 20, 25 minutes, he hits side lanes but can't really react to how the game's going because it's a weird guy with a ram suit on. Also, he kind of loses his 1v1 matchup against Rumble, doesn't he? I'm kind of looking at Aragon because I'm like, hey, I'm saying something very analytical.
Actually, he does.
Doesn't Rumble win the 1v1?
No, he does. He does. He does.
You
does.
cast.
Eragon, just say yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
With
he's
the three
on as well.
items,
It's
it
the
is
five-man
pretty
conversation.
one-sided.
3 items is one-sided, says Aragon.
Not
if you
just
can't
3
hear.
items, but in general.
Also, Crypt Bloom against the matchup is fine. I mean, I guess you're not also playing for the 1v1A. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So they also get sold.
I mean, they
at
get
this
sold. This is
point.
why, and Solari's like, don't say it's over. You tell me now why it's not over.
It's not. I
Because
can't.
if you believe in yourself, so we have a hand raised, initialize.
Really insult Jinx.
Huh?
If you're like, why is it not over? Aurelion Soul Jinx. You can always get
Huh.
one reset and then just hit R on Aurelion Soul.
So you're saying
Oh, okay.
range.
Yeah, I am. I'm saying
So you
insane
still-
scaling. Just total, man.
So when you lose a tooth, you still put it
Nice
under
engage.
Two and a
Yeah,
half items on a Eastal though. They would need
Okay.
at
I
least
I mean, the
something
problem
more.
is it's disjointed though.
Cast
Oh.
aesthetics.
How are they able to run in? I don't know. There's a flash over the wall. Okay. Aurelion Soul can't get out. I mean, again, it's already so far gone. It's double, turn it into triple. This is the problem. It's disjointed, and Casey Blue kind of had this from the point that we tuned in. I will say, though, it's kind of nice to see them come off a win and then move into SK Prime, and then
But wait.
and then you kind of think, oh boy,
There's
oh boy.
still a way for Nexus
There's still
to
a way.
survive.
Hi,
There's
it's
still
me
a way,
again.
Solari. Oh, that was so close.
still a way.
But
No, sometimes there is no way.
I decided to wear color today.
that was really
They
depressing.
they are on the desk with, you know, look, they're not funeral clothes, but it's, you know, it's very dark, isn't it?
You're just mad you don't have anything dark and green.
I have a black shirt, but I chose not to wear it because I thought I'd be more vibrant, you know?
Vibrant,
Yeah, I'm more vibrant. Look at me.
You're
I'm like
so-
a flower that's got blood on it.
flamboyant.
Flamboyant. Yeah. Banderas. Sorry. He said flamboyant and I got excited.
Okay, so this means as the game is over, we only have a few minutes until we jump into the match of the day, which will be KC Blue versus SK Gaming. We talked about it. We discussed about it. We have the bets. Solari's betting on KC.
And I'm a little bit more convinced with my bet now.
Good job. And then you have SK. You feel
Yeah, I
comfortable
mean,
with that?
No, but I'm going to stay with
But
it.
you're feeling flamboyant,
I'm
aren't you?
feeling very banderas about that.
So you have to lower your voice when you say that.
Banderas.
Now, now I know the microphones are still up from Eragon and Initialize. I want
they?
you to jump on that one. Who do you think is going to win? Eragon, who do you think is going to win?
It's Casey Blue all the way.
Okay, what about you, Initialize?
because I'm
You're
a
the
play-by-play,
British guy, by
I
the way.
want to say banderas as well. I'll say SK Prime.
SK. Oh, so we have 2 KC and 2 SK.
That's it.
Yes.
Lovely. I think everybody's going to win with this matchup. So
It'll be
that's
good.
why we're going to toss it to a break before we toss it to the champion select itself. And if you had to bet, just to make it interesting, Desk, if you would have to bet on the first champion picked, who would it be?
Rakan.
Are you actually asking me or are you asking the audience?
No, I said Desk.
Oh, that's us. First champion pick.
First champion.
It'll be Rumble this game randomly.
Rumble will be the first
that's a good
champion.
one.
And for you,
Rakan. I'm
come
gonna
on,
stay with it.
we just talked about banderas. You have to say Rakan
Rakan.
properly. There you go. Well, there's a lot of R's on this
yeah.
broadcast as we toss it to the break. And I'll see you soon.
Right.
Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. With a spotlight shine where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Pedal to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Start meditating, yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one. Go on ahead, give me your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep on going up and never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no.
I'm like a dog, I do the muscle, get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone to see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EMEA Masters here in the spring of 2024. I'm still Initialized. I'm still joined by Aragon. We just had a really exquisitely, professionally cast game of League of Legends. Right at the end there, we caught the very end of Kami Core. Frankly, dismantling Boostgate there. That looked pretty brutal indeed. And before we go any further, you were saying you had some interesting thoughts on that draft specifically before we start talking about things like stakes and narratives and all those other juicy casting topics.
I did think that that was pretty potentially reflective of what we could see now versus SK Prime. Right, I did think, like, you know, there was a Jinx on the enemy team, scaling in all the roles. I think SK Prime loved this kind of style where they early pick a Jinx rotation. I think that the desk said that the first pick was going to be Rumble and stuff like this. I think Rumble's probably going to be banned. I think Jinx is probably going to be the B1 if SK Prime are on the blue side. So that's my bet there, Archeron.
Scion for me, for the record.
But I do think that this is going to be very reflective of the game to come. I think there's going to be a lot of skirmishing for the side of KC Blue. They love their mid-jungle pairing, stuff like Viego. For Linces is very, very common, plus Talia. And then you also have skirmishing like the Zaya Rakan.
Yeah.
So
worth keeping our eyes on that. And I appreciate the insight there, because it's also worth noting that SK Prime, as I understand it, lost their first game here as well. And that's a little bit alarming, because I was chatting, as I said, to Black Gator, one of the analysts out of the Prime League, and, you know, also sort of seeing some of the tweets that Judge, the head coach of SK Prime, put out after their loss in the finals. And there was a discussion effectively around mentality and what happens when SK Prime lose, because they felt like they messed up their Game 2 draft in the Prime League finals, and it all went wrong. But the problem was, after that, the mental snowball went the wrong way, and Eintracht kind of took them apart for it, and they weren't playing like themselves. You do not have room to reset your mental in this tournament right now. The schedule is so condensed, so intense, that if you start making mistakes, they really snowball really hard. And if we are seeing some potential issues there for SK Prime in terms of maybe more fragile mentality when you do start losing, I get a bit nervous, especially when you're going into a Karmine Core Blue, who are not only the reigning champions, but a team with the huge weight of, like, not just expectations of the fans, but also the expectations of the teams fighting them. This is Karmine Corp, the team that wins this tournament nearly every time, and they've just done that to their opposition. That gets a bit scary.
I mean, we've touched on it a little bit. I don't know if it was the last cast or the cast before that, but there's so little turnaround time. If you have issues, it's kind of reminiscent of the LEC like split in general, where everything's super condensed. If you have issues, suddenly you're expected overnight to fix your individual issues, whether it's laning, it could be absolutely anything.
There is no time. You don't get to go back and workshop it, right? It's there or now.
Team play issues, draft. There's so many different problems that you could have that you have absolutely no time to fix. There's a lot of pressure in the moment.
Yeah, and when you add on top of that the fact that for many of these players, this is the showcase you get to prove you are worthy of taking a step towards League of Legends glory, such as it is, finding that route into Tier 1. This has been the major way to go out and strut your stuff and say, hey, I am good enough to be picked up by a team for LEC, especially when actually LEC teams have been pretty ruthless. If they've not been succeeding in those first few weeks of spring and winter, players get cut, players get brought up. This is a moment, particularly when there is this long break before LEC starts up again, to maybe put your name in the running for a spot at that Tier 1 stage. And if actually, because you had a bad 2 days, your game, your not just your game is over, but your split is over, your opportunity to be on the stage is over, it gets very scary indeed. Into draft we go. SK Prime over on blue side, currently running 0-1, as we said. Karmine Corp Blue, we caught the end of that game. What a stomp it was. They're looking to continue the streak.
Yeah, I think I really wonder if KC Blue are going to ban away Jinx, because they love Jinx. SK Prime lock in Jinx every single opportunity they get. They're already banning away the Scion to deny any kind of lane swap shenanigans. Now you can swap that in and out with stuff like the Zac, stuff like the Udyr we see over in the LPL. So we'll see if they keep an eye on that. I really do think Jinx is a prior pick away though.
Looks like they're kind of going more towards those top lane shenanigan options so far. Note Kalist, Draven's off the table, Linsus, Ivern as well. Generally speaking, if you don't know what to do with Ivern, just get rid of it. And Linsus is a real proponent of that champion. They're still debating that last pick, or that last ban rather. And I know you are hoping for the Jinx, and I wonder whether that is being a debate or whether they want to continue their turning the screws on the top lane as they have.
So usually Kalista is also banned away from Kalist, right? Kalista kill lane into the Jinx is what I'm looking at potentially to be set up for. And then you have the whole case of scaling versus being able to snowball through volatile trades and dives down bot side. I really hope to see that, some kind of mid-jungle 2v2 into bot side. I did win Archer.
Yeah, exactly. That's a cappuccino for Aragon right there. We'll get a picture out to you all, but that is Jinx B1. Taliyah banned away, the priority on that champion. Starix was calling out when we were prepping for the day in general, say, look, ERL priority on Taliyah is super, super high. Diplex priority on Taliyah in particular, very, very high. That's off the table. The response now from Karmine Corp, they had to expect the Jinx was coming on through. They immediately lock in the Vi. We saw that last game from Lion's Creed. If you're trying to lock down one of those long-range crit AD carries, Vi is one of the very best at doing it. Yeah. Maybe something like a Kalista, or maybe if they want to match the scaling, they could look towards the Zeri. Instead, it is Kalista for Kalist.
Yeah, Kalist. You want to pair off a Vi with diving, right? So there are a few options that you can go for here. Vladdy loves Azir, and I think they just played Azir Vi as a duo. It's not the most synergistic duo, but you also have options like Ari to go in. That's a very classic duo as well in terms of the mid-jungle, but those are the 2 picks I'm looking at right now for R3.
Yeah, worth keeping our eyes on that, especially because what the Azir does, even if it's not the best synergy with the Vi, it does tend to get lane shove, which can be pretty difficult to manage. Poppy, though, is an immediate response. Rabble knows his way around this champion, that's for sure. Can still flex it top. There's, I suppose, a world you flex it towards support, even if that's very rare these days. It's really rough for Kalista. It's really rough for Poppy. I really like it.
Yeah, really rough for Vi and Kalista. I completely agree with you. That is really brutal.
That's awful.
It's a lane swap.
Brutal.
It's a lane swap. Zac filling in for the shoes of a Scion, where you would typically have it. Now, what do you match on the side? For the side of KC Blue, they have a lot of options. Top lane still open. There's not that many target bans, so you could probably drop top lane if you want to and secure another pick in the solo lanes. You can also pick support here and then ban out supports. I think the world is your oyster a little bit.
I think you've got some options. I
Renata.
think if you don't lock in the Renata now, it's never happening.
Azir.
Instead, Vladdy locks in the Azir. Anybody who was paying attention to his mid-game farm numbers last game, they were pretty silly. So I think we might well see something like that trying to happen again today. We've got ourselves the solo lane locked in for Vladdy. We've got ourselves the Kalista locked in. I think now, coming into the second phase of bans, you can nearly guarantee things like the Renata have to go away, right?
I think Rakan as well is a very important pick this game. Rakan works really well in the lane swaps when Lulu's out. I think that's been one of the go-tos. Rakan is also pretty decent. I mean, it's very good with Vi and also pretty decent with Kalista as well. You can also look towards the Renata as well if you want to play for those dives. But again, you have a bunch of different options if you're over for support.
That's exactly it, of course. They're going to instead get rid of the Pyke. Fleshy does play a bit of that. He's quite known for that. We've got a few Pyke players in the tournament this time around. Of course, shout out to Lilith as well, who is a big proponent of that. So we'll keep our eyes on whether Pyke turns up at some point, I'm hoping. Still looking towards those support bans. It's the Enchanter options here away from Limit, which has often been SK's go-to when they are looking for those lane swaps with the Jinx.
I think if you're Mainter here, looking for anything that can dive forward, Renekton could be good. He also is a big Aatrox player. Aatrox is a little bit better into Zac. If you're looking for the best isolated counters, Gnar is very, very good. But in terms of context of a lane swap, I think your best bet would probably be something like an Udyr here who could farm under tower. Cassante also works.
Yeah, we've seen attempts at things like Jax as well, because you just try and stay safe. But that was a bit ugly in the first game forward Anonymo, where, you know, Prime didn't really get into the game. It does seem to be those roaming supports. Instead, the Ornn is off the table. Another one of those champions that is pretty good at getting a lot out of a little when it comes to resources.
So Blitz ban is kind of interesting. Usually this is a setup ban for a potential Ashe, and then I wonder if we see like a double range bot lane. It doesn't even have to be Ashe. A dive with the Nico support could be good too, but Blitz is usually throw out a hook and maybe punish the double range bot lane. I wonder if that's what Karmine Core Blue are fishing for. It's going to be the Thresh. That is a Thresh setup ban as well.
But there you go. You've covered a couple options. It still will be the Ashe. Limit does play the Blitzcrank, so instead they're going to go for the double AD carry. They're going to be very, very aggressive with the shove. And yes, you might look for a lane swap here, SK Prime, but doing it versus double AD carry, that's always a bit of a risk in my mind.
But it's really important now that Karmine Core matches the lane swap really well, because you need a lead. With lanes like Kalista Ashe, they are very, very volatile, and they are very, very fragile. If you fall behind, you generally just lose, right? Your win condition is winning through these lanes.
And then the other thing is, like, if you fall behind, you've still got to deal with a Poppy and a Zac, who are two of the best champions at disrupting double AD carries. And a Kalista as well. Aurelion Sol rapidly locked in. Now, what do they want to lock in last? Likely for support. Debating Aurel, that's more engaged, that's more disruption, that's more ways to make Kalista's life very difficult indeed.
Yeah, I think Rakan gets blasted, but it's one of the better ones because you can just function running around the map as level 1. I suppose Rel works as well, but I'd be looking towards something like a Rakan, but still, I'm going to be locked in. Now, what do you pick into the Zac? I do think, like I was saying, Gnar is the best isolated counter. Darius works too, but you're in context of lane swaps. Udyr is fantastic as well as Aatrox.
Yeah, you've got a few options, but the problem is the threat of that potential lane swap does get quite difficult. There's a world where it doesn't even come on through, but we did say Zac can do that pretty well. Udyr was your suggestion. You said exactly why it will work. It is being hovered here and is locked in. Drafts now in. Two very distinctive and very different looks indeed for our teams here.
That is such a strong early game for KC Blue. You have double range down bot side, so you can late invade if you want to. You have level 1 for Udyr, which is infamous for being able to late invade as well. You have so many different options that you can use. So it's on SK Prime. See the wards they drop. I want to see how they mitigate this.
That will be the question, because again, they have the ones with the Zac. They've potentially got an easier time on that lane swap themselves. But as you said, you've still got to deal with the fact that you're lane swapping against a double AD carry lane. They are going to be very happy to shove and attack turret plates themselves. Whoever's stuck under that turret will be very aggressively attacked. You know, Vi's not a bad turret diver either. The moment level 3 comes on through, you can guarantee whoever's under that turret is getting attacked.
I do wonder if we'll see SK Prime's bot lane Neon on this Jinx run immediately topside again. We'll see the whole shenanigans with warding, deep warding to see and try and track the lane swaps. But I'm interested to see, because we saw one lane swap today and it wasn't managed very well on by the opposition. So seeing just how KC Blue, one of the 4 front runners of this tournament, managed it would be interesting.
That's exactly it. A test here for KC Blue, who dismantled their first game, who are the reigning champions. And yes, so many of those players have disappeared, but a few of those names have now come on through who a lot of people do have their eyes on. The likes of Linces, who has been such a key player for this squad. The likes of Vladdy, who I know from NLC was playing alongside Emperos, of course, who's on Desire, who was winning earlier today as well, back when he was Jaxbank, those Greek Wonder Kid solo laners in the NLC a year or so ago. They will be looking to put their names on this one. They will be looking to push further forwards. And on the other side, SK Prime, from what I was hearing, these guys still believe they can make semis. They can make some really deep runs. They've lost a game already. They lost finals in pretty ignominious fashion. The turnaround has to start here. Against KC Blue, it would be a wonderful way to turn and start their campaign the EMEA Masters properly.
An extremely stacked game and very, very volatile, as well as, you know, so much onus on KC Blue to be, you know, snowballing the game and not falling behind, because the second they do, you know, if they ever make a mistake, that ace on the Jinx is just going to take over the game.
Eyes on early game for Karmine Corps. Eyes on SK Prime weathering the storm, setting up that lane swap potentially as we go on in. And the game they did win in the finals, well, it was that first game in the lane swap. And prepare yourselves.
There it is.
The Rift is here. Match of the day is here. Karmine Corps Blue versus SK Prime. This is delicious League of Legends when it comes to ERLs.
Jinx, already topside, already potentially committing to that lane swap. Now, a bunch of pings coming down. I wonder if we'll see a level 1 invade coming from the Ashe and Kalista, because they are so damn strong level 1. They could go together with the Vi and potentially look for wards and kind of scout out the lane swap if they want to. But I wonder if they'll commit to mismatched lanes here. I wouldn't like to see that, because I think the Jinx has a lot of trading tools topside. So I would rather they tried to match the lanes and get a big lead out of this Ashe Kalista.
I think they're potentially looking for an invade and a split map here. That ward will spot them, and they'll know what's going on. An immediate game pause. Well, it won't be a particularly long pause, I'm hoping not, as we do get a quick look here as we get huge amounts of damage here in the early moments. Just look how much damage Aurelion Sol does at 1 minute 16. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
True. I mean, these bars are kind of...
neck and neck. No towers down. I mean, what's going on? Such a slow early game, man.
Yeah, absolutely no gold generated either. But something interesting, by the way, before the camera panned away, there were pings from KC Blue up topside, pinging assistance. So I think they know that there's a swap coming and they're going to send their team over, maybe potentially for wards up topside, in the pixel bush specifically. So, when are you coming back?
The Rift once again returns to us. It was only a brief pause, a breath before the plunge, such as it is. Lintus and Mainta here, duoing up. It's not a Sion, but the combo is still the same. Top laner trying to help out that top laner as Neon very deep up here looking to shove the wave aggressively, but waiting to see whether the lane has been matched or not.
But yes, so damn good at helping the jungler clear. This is what you see on these lane swaps. The top laner who stays level 1 will just help the jungler clear, whether it's a Sion, whether it's Zac, whether it's an Udyr using the Phoenix stance. Now they're going to split them out. This is super standard. But I want to see KC Blue try to match, fast push the lane, crash 3 waves, and go topside, or just try to play that kind of guessing game where they open through mid and go to whatever lane the Jinx is in. That's how you play against these tempo swaps.
That's the plan. And again, we have talked about the fact that lane swaps are that kind of macro pop quiz. Can you know the answer at any given moment, especially when the team who is initiating it often asks you to make those correct decisions on very limited information.
Yeah. But already, tower damage. Now the thing is, they don't have as much damage as a Jinx with her attack speed as well as the demolish from the Rel, right? It might not be as much as a Lulu in the top side for the Rel, but still, it's comparable, right? And despite fortification,
carries, right? Yeah,
it's 1-for-1 plates.
We'll keep our eyes on it, because that will be a question for me as well, because I know you're asking for the match, but I can potentially understand why KC might say, look, we've got double AD carry, we've got Hail of Blades, we've got lethal tempo, can we just say, well, we'll trade plates and just do it better than you because we've got 2 AD carries and you've only got 1?
The problem is this isn't as big of a lead as if they were matching, right? If you're matching, the lane is absolutely doomed for the Jinx and Rel, and right, and you would get a much bigger lead for the Kalista and the Ashe, because that would also snowball into dives. So this is a much more muted early game for a lane that wants to snowball.
Yeah, and that I think is a really valid point, because yes, they're still getting plates, but they're not keeping the enemy bot lane from getting plates either. They're still getting gold, they're still getting CS in a way that normally in a lane like this, it's a limited prospect. Not even all there was recalling on a ward, and you could see Vladdy was just looking to see whether an interrupt was available.
Fortification, not quite enough. 2-for-2 plates now. It's actually relatively even trade, so Jinx is extremely happy. She would be down so much CS normally. Ashe support, and in general, these Ashe Kalista kind of Ashe Varus lanes, they're so oppressive. Now, my question is, how does Mainta soak this wave? I think they can just zone him off and he's going to be sad, so I kind of expected him to go with the jungler a little bit more, keep accelerating the clear.
Yeah, and both top laners have just refused to turn into lane. Finally, we see Mainta is like, I'm going to walk up here, goes, try and get forwards, gets the wingboard storm, and just has better feet.
Wow, the movement to dodge the Rel W with the Ghost. The problem is, now he has to hold the wave so that he doesn't get dove. Rabble, though,
he's here, he's level 4. This is full build Poppy, namely has got all abilities and a red buff for first blood.
But he dematted the cannon. So you take Dematerializer and you secure 1 CS on that wave.
That is 400 gold for cannon. Sorry. I'm not sure I've ever heard a more top laner statement in my life.
Now, normally what you see is the Zac has DMAT as well, and you play this stupid kind of game where you try to get more assists. Now, the Udyr is ahead of the Zac. Now watch this DMAT, the tech. There's one DMAT there on that minion. Now he's going to walk up.
Oh, they're going to zoom in.
They're going to zoom in. Please zoom in and watch the DMAT of the cannon.
No.
He secures one. There it is. Yoink.
Worth?
It is worth.
Venor is now bot side, still got his passive available. This turret is just about alive, but it is worth noting that I'm just refusing to talk about the dematerializer anymore. It's just making me angry. Look, I say this as a jungler who did enjoy smiting a cannon minion every now and then, but I'm not particularly good at the game and potentially mess up wave states. That's neither here nor there. Venor going to try and complete the reset. Will not have it happen. Linsus interrupts it, and while we saw Mainta fall down in the top side, he got a cannon minion. Venor here will go down into the passive with the Cell Division, but Neon is here with the Ghost. They can claim fighting. Linsus very deep. Neon lands a slow with the Zap. Will force the Vi to flash away, but first turret still goes down, and Calming Core Blue still get a fairly significant lead for the Kalista here, who's just farmed a full turret as before 6 minutes has even hit the clock.
So what the problem there was Venor's base got cancelled. He was supposed to recall and catch topside whilst Poppy did grubs, but he got cancelled so he couldn't do that, and that way they lose a plate topside and lose a bunch of waves. Now Mainta's really happy, but then you also lose bot lane turrets, so both side lanes are absolutely doomed for the side of SK Prime.
And for all that the Jinx has avoided laning into this really oppressive laning duo of the Kalista and the Ashe early on, you've now got to go back for full Berserker's Greaves and a recurve bow. Kalista with early attack speed is so annoying, and you just picked up a boatload of it.
Yeah, absolutely. A full component ahead, right? Boots plus a component. They're very, very accelerated. Now they swap back topside again. They're going to play for plates down top. What they need to do is they need to recall and match the Jinx into the Kalista again, because this Zac is not playing the game if he does that. And the problem is, if the Jinx goes down bot, she is so susceptible to being ganked as well because there's no tower.
Yeah, she can't stay there very easy, especially when you've got a Vi. The ability for the Ashe and Kalista just to run you down. You've got to be very afraid of what could happen there. So instead, Venor is just hanging around. Will likely find Fleshy. I think he just revealed himself, but has an elastic slingshot and a dream and managed to get himself out of there, Trebuchet style. The best siege weapon.
Nice reference.
I'm glad somebody got it. It's very niche.
Nice
I was
reference.
going to let it slide, but I appreciate you giving me the props there.
I do appreciate it. But now, look at this top side, right? Poppy has to shadow. Otherwise, this Zac is going to die. He does not have passive to potentially buy some time. He just popped it down bot from the side of Linsus.
Yeah, the problem is you can only divide once as the cell. You've got to start multiplying at some point to get back into this game. Rabble is here, though. We're looking to shield this one, so I don't think the dive is that free anymore. It's a big wave. I just don't know how much of it Venor is actually going to be able to get access to.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do now to convert this, because Poppy is having to shadow, share XP with the Zac. I wonder if they're going to invade down bot side on these camps or convert it into a dragon, because they know Poppy is stuck there.
They're going to get a decent grounded off there onto Kalista, but the problem is the follow-up's just not really available. The Rend comes on through. Yes, Rabble has level 6, but Venor is still here at level 4 and slowly losing more and more mass. He's losing a few inches in height there, getting increasingly small. Bot side, though, the Diamond Domain is pretty good. Gets a shield on out, buys himself some time. We'll also have to burn the Ghost. I'm not sure how much time he's going to be able to stay here either. His top side in the picture-in-picture. Flash away from Rabble, who got chunked out very low indeed by that bot lane. Fleshy, though, very low. Kalista hops on forwards.
Well,
You wonder why people are hyping this guy. He gets the Kalista and just starts mauling people in this 1v2. Well, 2v1, I suppose, at this point.
and in the meantime, all of this, Poppy is staying top, sharing XP. He tries to go in with a level 6 spike to burst out the Ashe, but unfortunately doesn't manage to pull it off. And Vi is just free farming, so Linsus has had a field day with all of his camps. Now he can convert that time into a dragon. I think he could have potentially invaded and taken the dragon earlier, but still, really, really winning for KC Blue.
And it's also now 9 plates for Kalista. This guy on the Kalista, despite not getting to play out the 2v2 dominance, has managed to claim a lot of gold regardless. We'll get the replay now.
There, so the level 6 from Rabble, he goes in, tries to pin against the wall, but the base damage isn't there. Venor can't help, right? He doesn't have the E, it's cancelled. Now, let's see what Kalista does, because he managed to gap close all the way to Venor. Venor just tries to recall, and the lethal temper range, I think, catches him off guard.
Yep, the extended range when it's all stacked. He gets to hop on forwards and pulls a few acupuncture needles out, and those pressure points hurt a lot.
Yeah, so we're going to keep seeing what we were seeing, right? Kalista, Ashe going topside, and I wonder if it's going to be a 10-plate game for this bot lane.
It's looking increasingly likely. There's one remaining. I don't think Venor has much to say about this one at all. A recall came on through. It's a pickaxe and a longsword for the side of Kalista at this point. He claims a plate in mid, but Diplex is otherwise finding this lane fine enough on the Aurelion Sol, and maybe he can be the saving grace as the game goes on, because of course Aurelion Sol and Jinx, pretty difficult to be out in the later stages of a game. They just need to get there first, and I don't think the bot lane of KCB are happy to let that happen.
Securing dragons, KC Blue, whilst they are flexed to swapped to top side as well as all the neutral objectives now. I think this arrows, does it slow down the plate taking? Is that the goal?
Didn't quite land. You see the angle, but now Venor just decides to turn up into the mid lane. There's a decent shuffle away to buy Vladdy some space. He does get out alive. The stars did fall, but he won't quite die. Neon claims a turret, and that'll be some plates back for the Jinx, who's at least gotten 5 of her own. But now Kalista on the other side. First turret, second turret, all 10 plates. That is a Kalista dream right there. He even got a kill on top of it all.
7 plates to 10. It is really, really impressive. Now, not all 10 plates went to Kalista. I think one of them went to Mainter's Demolish proc, but
fair.
still really, really accelerated. Imagine he's going to recall here, complete his first item. And these upcoming dragon fights, it's going to be a really easy win condition for KC Blue.
I suspect there's the Blade of the Ruin King on back. That is such an early spike. Boots plus first item. This dragon, you just surely don't fight it as SK Prime. I know it's 3 minutes away, but I don't think you're going to be anywhere near matching parity at that point.
I completely agree with you. No parity. You're just going to go topside, keep trying to take these plates topside. I wonder if they'll try to defend it for the side of KC Blue, stop the Jinx from snowballing through that. Looks like they're just going to send their carries mid lane and then potentially move to side, and that way they can collapse if they want to, because they get perma-prio mid regardless with that Blade of the Ruin King.
Exactly what you're saying there. Sundered Sky completed for Linsus as well, so that's a big point in power for the Vi. You've got the Nash's Tooth in, there's a Dirk in inventory for Fleshy. And actually, you also called it out, it was a bit risky for the Jinx to be in the bot lane because there wasn't a tier 1 behind it. That's just happened topside as well, so got to be so nervous about pushing up too aggressively, especially if there is the angle for the Vi to flash throughout that cease and desist to have Kalista or Fleshy roam around as well. Not an easy game right now for Neon, for all that he's being fed a fair amount of gold as well, just not as much as this Kalista.
2k gold lead. I think this was the same gold lead that G2 opened up against BDS when they did the lane swap, so it's a pretty good place to be in. With this whole item completion, now they're going to hit mid as well. Ping's coming down for blue side. SK Prime, they might be looking for something here, but all sums up for KC Blue.
You need to maybe burn them. In comes the Elastic Slingshot. No ultimate available, but still massive Magnus Storm. And the problem Kalista's going to face is how the hell do you move when all the CC comes crashing on down? No Spear of Vengeance available. Snaps in half. Fleshy feels the flesh is weak indeed. Another kill over. Neon picks up that one. And SK Prime finally punished the bot lane.
That is an absolute disaster for the side of KC. They thought they were comfortable to hit the turret. Oh, the flash!
Oh, it's stylish as hell. They'll flash on forwards, though, and they do at least make it another 1-for-1. Vladdy stops the Jinx from getting any more in mid.
But that is a gigantic gold injection. Everything used for the side of KC Blue. Take a look at this engage. Venor finds the play. Udyr's still topside, and they think they're safe to make this play because they have Cleanse Flash, right? He thinks he can Cleanse Flash, get away, but the damage is too much, the CC is too much. The rocket would have killed as well. Now, Udyr just has to try and cross-map up topside, but the cleanup's there, and fortunately for the side of KC, they find the play onto Neon, get a shutdown onto Vladdy.
And you see at this point that Diplex thinks, well, this is half HP. I can go drifting on forwards. The wave comes on forwards. Vladdy says, well, I'm not getting out here, and decides, well, I guess I just all go in.
Watch the flash predict. Oh, it's Faker versus Ruler, I think, in that one world.
Oh, yeah, that incredible series versus JDG that really found an angle. Well, looking to try and prove he could potentially be that Vladdy once again on the Azir, once again making moves. He is a dangerous prospect indeed, for all that the hype has often been put towards the likes of Linsus and Kalist. I knew this guy when he was kicking off at 16 in the NLC, going an hour or so to go to an internet cafe to find somewhere with stable enough internet connection to maybe play at that tier 1 there. He now over in the LFL. He's now playing with the likes of these and making plays like this on a stage like this. Maybe it shouldn't just be that jungle, just that AD carry you have to be afraid of when Diplex just attacked there a little bit as well as I was waxing lyrical. Instead, we look towards this top lane. Neon trying to claim at least one more plate before they all drop.
More trading. Still not at the comfortable threshold where they think they can fight this composition because of the early game discrepancy in power just from the raw picks. So, going to keep cross-mapping up top side, secure some more plates before 14 minutes comes around, and trade second Drake for it. Now, almost that second item for the Jinx as well, and I imagine that on third Dragon is where we're going to see the fireworks.
Kalist, I think, is about to pick up that plate, and that evens up the gold, because, of course, one of the issues was that Neon picked up a lot of gold when that play in mid lane happened. Neon did manage to clean up that top lane tier 1 as well, so there is that, but all the while, KCB take the Dragon, and then move up towards the Rift Herald as well, having claimed mid-turret in between. That's a solid sequence of objectives of their own.
Mini hiccup. You can imagine Neon's going to go open through up through mid here now as well and just sit mid because the other picks are much better at side laning now. But we're going to go for a bit of a slower one, I think. Just get mid prior, potentially get some defense's vision, and for the side of KC Blue, you want to keep accelerating. You have this dragon win condition, and you just look for invades in the meantime.
And it is going to be on the cam. I think, is it the cam rift? I didn't actually see which one it was. It's mountain, of course. I should actually just look in the top corner of my screen. That might have given that away. I just looked at the rift. I promise it was just mid lane. It's like, I don't know which one this one is. But there we go. My mistakes notwithstanding. One thing I did want to potentially bring up here as well is this is still going to be a Kalista, yes, that has done well enough in the early games. Only 400 gold ahead. That's not that far, especially after the mid lane play. And then I'm looking at Rel, Poppy, Zac, even an Aurelion Sol, who have so many ways to make Kalista's ability to actually auto-attack in a fight very limited.
It's definitely...
How much value do you get from a Kalista in a mid-game, whatever the game state is?
It's definitely a case of a range for the side of SK Prime. With that Asol, I think I heard a pro... I can't remember who it was. Did he steal it?
Neon!
Neon!
That is daylight robbery! Call the police!
It must be on a ward. Or was that blind? Just with the timers? There's no ward there. And here I was talking about Asol, but that was just the best steal I've ever seen.
I'm actually astounded. That is so annoying.
But yeah, to go off the point of the range, Asol, there was a pro in the LEC who was just saying, this is the best ult of all time, right? The amount of range that you get with this duo with the Jinx and Asol, it's just such a pain for Kalista to deal with. I completely agree with you. This third dragon round.
And your inability to, like, your ability to say, you can't hop anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you've been CC'd,
Even with
you've
the
been bounced
Rylai's
on.
slow.
Yeah, Rylai's like Singularity slow. You know, like, you look at that, then there's Rel with the Magnet Storm does it. Poppy, W. Just so difficult. And yes, the snowball was good. The response from SK Prime was pretty solid. The gold is still there for the Jinx. They're going to try and get more value now into this tier 2, but the teleport comes on through. Now they need to be a little bit aware. There could be a chase on out. The zoom out comes in from our observers, and Limit thinking about a blast cone, takes it. The Sky was the Limit just briefly. Not the best pun I've ever come up with, but it's the one I had available.
Yeah, can't say I'm too impressed. Usually a better.
You know what? That's fair. I take that criticism in stride, and you know I'll do better next time. Thank you for that constructive feedback.
Teleport coming through, though. That's
Yes.
Diplex's teleport. Now, so side laning is going to be a bit more problematic, because if they go side lane, snap engage from the Vi could be problematic.
Mainter steps on forward, does get a bit of a chunk onto Limit, who will crash down away with a bit of Ferromancy. The arrow comes on forward, but the chompers afterwards were pretty good. Now they're going for a bit more moment. The Skies can still descend. Watch out for Diplex. In forwards they go! Stun into the backline, but it's immediately pulled back with the Fate's Call. Massive combo damage, though. It's so brutal. The ultimates combining from Neon and Diplex together brings down 2 for SK Prime, but KCB did manage to get a couple at the back end of it as well. It ends up being an even enough trade, both jungle and top falling for both sides.
Linsus with the dive, the star carry for KC Blue, managing to disrupt the uptime of the carries. Take a look at this. There's an engage onto Mainton here, but I called out no teleport for Asol, so he has to wander on over. This gives a bunch of time to KC Blue to hit Limit and have him flash away. Now watch the ultimate from Vi here to disrupt the uptime here for the Jinx. He can't hit. Same with the Asol flight. And then the big ultimate, and it just ends up trading 2 for 2 because of the raw scaling of SK Prime.
Yeah, I honestly thought after the combos came on through from the side of Neon and Diplex, it looked like it pretty good, but actually, Kalista had spears to pull out, and suddenly that tank didn't have as much HP as I thought they did, and they fell down. Eyes now turn towards our top right corner of the screen. Again, a minute until Soul. Point. Soul itself, of course, but there's 2 items on Kalist. And I think both teams are ready and willing to start throwing down the gauntlet and taking the fight.
Yeah, a little bit scary if you're SK Prime. They have no flash on Neon, so he's very susceptible to just being ulted or shuffled. Now, Rabble's going to have to play W very well here if they're going to go for it, but potentially. Mainter does have TP, so he can push inside and threaten tier 2 if he wants to. They want to make a decision. Are they going to cross-map or contest this? I think they really should with this Kalista comp.
The issue as well, though, is Kalista doesn't have flash either, and that's already scary when the engage range is very high from SK Prime, so both of these AD carries prime real estate, targets on their backs, and both teams ready and willing to try and find that angle. Still 10 seconds to go. It is SK Prime with the position in River to begin with, but KCB taking the opportunity to aggressively get Prio in mid.
Watch Poppy ult. I wonder if he's going to ult someone away before they commit to shutting down the dragon. It's already being burned down. That's so much DPS.
They're just going to do Breath of Light over the wall, keeping Diplex safe. It's gone. just disappears. Now the angle on the other side of the Magnustorm crash down comes on through. Mater in dangerous position. The Singularity afterwards cannot run away. The arrow goes wide, trying to get some damage. The knock-up with the Keeper's Verdict into the Falling Star. Brings 2 down already. Vladdy in the backside gets onto Neon, who does go down. The lights out for the count. Diplex trying to run far enough away. Cannot escape the soldiers of Shurima. Now Rabble is being run down. Nothing to be roused here. Nothing left to be found. The arrow is enough afterwards. Zazak's Realm Spike hopping on forwards. Kalist gets another. And despite an early couple kills towards SK Prime, KCB win the fight after.
And Vladdy's teleport. They're not even going to think about Baron, which is spawning in 10 seconds. They just settle for all of these turrets. They could rush it down still. They have Kalista DPS as well as Azir on 2 items. That beautiful fight. You thought SK Prime were winning that, but no flash on the Jinx. Vladdy finds the shuffle, the flash shuffle into the push. And that was it.
It looked so good, and then Vladdy gets Neon, and the rundown afterwards is just fantastic. Baron is spawned, over they come, but SK Prime are going to teleport in. They can still play this. It's still early, and the damage is pretty high from the Baron.
And they haven't spent their gold, right? So they're on a timer here. I can't see Baron HP. I'd love to see
it's gone.
Okay, they can get out here.
Arrow is blocked. Sorry, Rocket is blocked. I apologize now. They need to think about leaving. Mainter might be traded, but he's got a Ghost and a Ram Jam to his name, so he's fast enough to get out of dodge.
Yeah. You could really tell they were panicking there because they even used Kalista bailout instead of just walking out of the pit right there. But take a look at this fight. Watch Vladdy at the end, I think, is the crucial part. You think they're too late because they greeted for a wave in mid lane. They're kind of a dead wave. Mainter gets singled out and just killed. He can't survive that. Lintus's ult is very underwhelming. Kalista's off on the side, so there's no focus. But then Vladdy, the superstar carry.
So good.
Managed to find the shuffle and find the angle. This guy in team fights, every single time, whether it's Azir, whether it's Talia, whether it's any champion, he will always find the angle to on the carries.
And on the other side, Venor was zoned off by Kalist before everything was happening, and then he misses the slingshot into the backside because Vladdy found the angle, so it meant that Kalist stepped forwards, and then the rundown afterwards, so obnoxious. We were worried a little bit about, well, maybe Kalista isn't far enough ahead. Well, she's doing all right now. So is the Azir.
Yeah, that fight was very much needed. I think SK Prime were in like very good position to potentially take over the game. The range that we were talking about is just so potent, but the fight, the way it played out, I think maybe if Neon managed to disengage after they secured the Dragon, they should have been very content with that because they have the scaling factor in the long term, but overreaching a little bit.
Neon was a player who suffered a little bit in the Prime League finals, a player who was given the Jinx, was asked to be the star of the team, and was consistently caught out kind of this time of the game in those really key team fights. And it wasn't what we expected from a player who was, at one point, very happily in the LEC, looking to prove he deserves to go right back there. And now against KCB, he's going to be asked to do it again. And he's got to be very afraid of people like Kalist coming for his head in this game. Arrow went wide that time around. The shove continues on. They put down the Sundis behind them as well. This will be a full court press from Carmine Core Blue.
So much wave clear from the Jinx and the Azor. It's going to be pretty hard to siege. They're going to play on more than one lane here. That's why they're Mainter in mid lane. Diplex can keep pressing W and then just putting down the stars.
Worth pointing out as well, Rabble with the ultimate can just knock away a minion wave and a few people trying to take down a tower. So they've got some ways to disengage here as well. I'm not sure how much threat Carmine Core Blue will have onto these inhibitor turrets, and all the outer turrets now down. This might be as far as this Baron goes.
Yeah, it's pretty typical for a Baron. In the meantime, you get all the jungle camps. You can see pings coming down to try and secure the respawning red. They want to make sure they can get in the jungle and set up vision. But you can see up in top side, Linsus taking away absolutely everything.
Vladdy might need to be a little bit scared there. There was just a world there where the slow comes on through, but he's fast enough to back away, and no real teleport wards behind him either. You can in fact see how many red wards there are for Carmine Core all along that sort of bot side of the map. You reset one more time, look to get back on the map. Got a minute until another dragon fight, and this time it feels like Carmine Core Blue will have a much better time of it.
Yep. Resetting, coming onto the dragon, Soul Point is the big fight right now. Everything, all the sums are up for the side of KC Blue that matter. Kalista is ready to fight.
Eyes, however, on Neon's inventory, because you know what item he just picked up?
3 items.
That's the Infinity Edge. So, has Flash this time alongside the Ghost. The Knight's Vow is in on both Poppy and the Rel. There's a Locket on top of that as well.
Yep.
If there was a time to fight, I think we need to have a quick eye over Diplex as well. Is the Sky's Descend available for the Aurelian Soul? Because if it is, might still be a viable fight for SK Prime despite the last 5 minutes.
I think the front line of SK Prime is lacking a little bit, especially in the department of the Zac. At the very least, you know, Kaynit, Raccoon, Warden is much more tanky. So I'm for the side of the Udyr. So I'm a little bit worried about the backline axis and how Neon can navigate that. He does have Flash this time around, just like you said. Ghost activated on the Jinx.
Eyes on Diplex there as
Does
well.
have ult.
That is the Sky's Descent. It is the upgraded ult. This could be enough DPS to make it
Linces.
happen. Limit finds an engagement. It's onto Linces, not the best target quite yet. Over they come. The arrow goes wide. Skies come crashing on down into the backline. It's a three-man knockup. Huge play for Venor, who needs tag stats, but you can just make him join the bouncy castle. Down goes Linces. Venor low, but still has the cell division. Neon is so very excited and brings Callista down to the ground. No vengeance to be found. Limit runs away. Can look to crash on out of here. And SK Prime pull the trigger. Gold lead be damned.
Back and forth. SK Prime managed to find the win off of the back of that huge engage from Venor. That three-man knockup into the ultimate, the carries just could not auto-attack. They were chunked so low before the fight even started, and it's just clean-up crew for the Jinx.
I don't think Callista wanted to go to that birthday party. That bouncy castle was making her feel a little bit ill. What an engage.
But it looks so bad. Limit gets chunked out before the fight even starts, but then this engage that comes through, I think that must have been slowed, by the Acel ultimate, and then a three-man knockup into the bounce house. It's just too much. Watch how chunked they get. So before the fight even starts, it's over. Linces tries to peel using the ultimate, but it's not enough, and Neon can just play cleanup.
That is 4 knockups before Callista could auto-attack once.
Really well played from SK Prime.
You just can't ask for better. Neon's the one that picks up the kills well. He had the 3 items. Stellar stuff. They pick up another Mountain Dragon. That stops Soul again. And the problem from this point for Karmine Core Blue is you scale, okay, you've got yourself in Azir, who's just fine. The issue still remains. That's now a GA on Neon. That is increasingly close to a Zhonya's for the Aurelian Soul as well, who will continue to stack up and up and up. And that breath of light becomes very swiftly a breath of eternal darkness. And something a little bit more poetic than that, perhaps. And it gets increasingly different from KCB. They need to stabilize now, or this gets very ugly indeed.
Absolutely. Like, they need to do something volatile, because these team fights, they're not going to be KC Blue favored. I think any kind of Baron start or something like this to force a fight on these terms is the best way forward, because you're not going to get stronger. SK Prime absolutely do outscale with the range that they do have.
And this is a team that lost the Prime League finals when they should have been first. That was what was in the cards for them. They should, in some ways, have won that first game here, potentially in EMEA Masters. They lost it. Karmine Core Blue now, arguably their prime rivals here. No pun towards their name intended, and looking in a very commanding position here. On the other side, this is the defending champs. They are supposed to be absolutely unimpeachable, way beyond the mere mortals the rest of the ERLs are bringing. And right now, they are in a bit of a tight spot, backs to the wall. Still scary, not out of this game for sure, but not as easy as it looked 5 minutes ago, that's for sure.
Backs to their wall, absolutely. But they have first move in the river. They have potential start on the Nash. They're waiting. They have so much control of the river. But that ward, I think, spots out. There's a ward next to Baron, potentially spotting any kind of start. Show mid to take the wave anyway. But any kind of bait might be seen.
Exactly that. And still look at Venor, still only at 1.5 items, is yet to get a
Look
second
at that ward
item.
by the honey fruit, right?
Brilliant.
It's going to spoil out any kind of start. So they see the potential damage there, and they can just go in.
Have an idea. They have to know this could be a potential threat. Vladdy throws down the soldiers. Fleshy there, also trying to zone out. This will go down. Potential damage. Remember, there's still the Callista there. Great at securing that neutral objective. I don't think SK Prime are going to be here in time.
Yeah, I think
that was a
they
problem.
they haven't spotted out Callista yet. Now they should see, and they're going to run in. Baron's on 4,000.
It's gone. It's out. It's taken. Well, can SK Prime find the fight afterwards? Big rocket comes on through, but the Fate's Call is there. On the other side, Limit trying to find an angle, maybe forced to crash down the other side of it. Vladdy trying to stand and deliver, but we caught a singularity. The black hole, dangerous to manage. Venor will try and elastic slingshot forwards. The rocket landed onto Fleshy. KCB still on retreat, still trying to find a way out. The skies come falling down. They do lose 2 already, though, because the soldiers came on out, but they claim 1 back. The damage is good. Still going to have Neon very excited indeed. The slow comes down onto Fleshy. Callista's dead. In comes the singularity into the event horizon, and Diplex sucks him into the black hole. Mainter is finally here, but it'll be spotted out by a blue trinket and needs to run away with the blazing stampede.
Huge team fight for both teams. They're securing Baron, but probably not too worth it for the side of KC Blue. That Baron only on 2 members, and a bunch of gold injected into the carries once again for Neon and the Aurelian Soul.
And you've got pretty much half the Baron now without your key carries. We'll have a look at this fight afterwards, because it was a pretty scary retreat for KCB.
So for the Baron stop, what was really interesting was Callista wasn't spotted on that Nash start, despite having that really crucial ward by the honey fruit. He was just a pixel out. Regardless, though, on this rundown, I think they tried to overplay the fact that they managed to find 2 picks on the front line.
And the thing is, Vladdy got 2. You should have been okay with that. Taking 2 more on the way out, you just leave. You look for the reset instead. Neon resets with that passive, gets excited, building towards a fourth item. That's likely a Bloodthirster as well, and suddenly you've got to deal with a GA, a Bloodthirster, a full build, the fact that you've got the Knight's Fire, the Zeke's Convergence, the Locket. This Jinx is going to be such a terror.
Yeah. And this Baron, it almost feels kind of fake because it's on the Udyr, but the Aesop can just sit there pressing that spell on the wave. It has so much wave clear. That's why it feels so fake.
So disgusted in that spell. You just refuse to name it like that spell. It's not even Q. It's not even Q. It's not the color casting. You don't know the name.
It's partially the color cast, I think, but also because of how disgusting it is. He just place it down and it just eats the entire wave, sticking it together.
The simmering rage of a Nectar main.
It makes side laning really impossible, even if you have Baron. But now what that gives is Udyr first move into the Baron.
Death Cap now in for Diplex as well.
Yeah.
Oh, my days,
Diplex has TP as well.
Yeah,
he's going to be right back.
Over towards Dragon we go. This would be Soul Point instead for SK Prime, having been down 2 dragons in the early game, and it gets increasingly difficult to manage. Sky's Descent available once more. They just don't want to fight it. They're backing away. They know it can't happen. Instead, they're going to look for the inhibitor turret. How aggressive can they go? How much can they get from this? They've got a little bit of the Baron remaining.
Yeah, they have the inside track. They can take this inhib probably. They really need to disrupt and kind of make things volatile a little bit with those super minions. The problem is, again, what will these super minions do? You have Aurelion Soul. So, a little bit of a consolation prize, but Soul Point and triple Mountain Dragon. The side of SK Prime.
So difficult indeed now for Karmine Core Blue. They get the inhibitor, yes, but I don't know how much it means. It is a consolation prize. In another game, it might mean something. Right now, I just don't think it does. They've got to deal with Soul in about 5 minutes, just under that. They've got to deal with Baron, there's still a Sky's Descent. Diplex didn't use it, so whichever fight they take next, it's pretty guaranteed to lose.
Yeah, Baron probably expiring soon as well, so they can't leverage that in both top and bot lane. Ideally, you have top and bot lane pushing now with mid lane prio from the super minions. But it's so damn hard with just the sheer strength of the champions that the scaling that's come online with SK Prime.
Wait, look, he's finally got it. Venal backs. He gets a second item. Congratulations, 31 minutes in. Only 103 far. Oh, Zach.
It's top lane life, man. This is a top lane life these days.
I mean, the fact that he's been as useful as he has been, despite the fact he had no stats at all to his name, is kind of ridiculous.
Gonna be playing mid to bot now, though. The top lane is once again gonna get 0 resources and just be there to act as bodyguard. The problem is you can't really stop the Zac just leaping over onto your carries. Whereas on the other side, you have the Poppy to stop the Vi engage. So, we're gonna play side lane. I think any kind of 5v5 team fights out.
Yeah, I think KCB probably have to play a little bit more smoke and mirrors. They've got probably easier time getting shoved safely with an Udyr and an Azir versus their opposite numbers, I think, probably.
Yeah.
And not that exactly Aurelion Sol and Zac are bad at getting out of danger per se at this point in the game, but I think the point still stands.
The problem is, right, any kind of desperation play where you get some crazy engage from the Azir shuffle, Jinx can just flash away. Neon is definitely good enough to flash away from an Azir engage, so there's not that angle either, which is usually a desperation one.
And there's a GA and the Ghost.
Yeah.
And, you know, like you just keep going through this list of items there available. The one thing you're missing is kind of a redemption, maybe. That's about it. That's all you've got to be afraid of. He's got both summoners on top of that all, and the fact he's going to be getting increasingly high level as well is difficult indeed to manage. Mid lane we go.
So they do have push inside, so maybe they can collapse to mid and find some kind of Ash Arrow. I'm really grasping at straws here because I think SK Prime is such a commanding position. They played extremely well.
And this game has been such a roller coaster in so many ways. The early game lane swap shenanigans was like, well, actually, Kalist and Flashy didn't get to match the lanes, but still got so much value. And then they get picked off in mid lane. It looked good for SK Prime. And then that dragon fight happened around the first Drake that SK Prime took in. The Baron goes down for Karmine Core Blue. They start shoving up. And now here we find ourselves all those minutes later, and Aurelion Sol and Jinx are just looking so utterly terrifying.
The third Baron. It's going to be the third Baron this game, and they have mid-prior once again, but I feel like SK Prime, they can walk up and start contesting this if they want to.
Well,
now, they are on a base race kind of time, because if Laddie does decide to commit, look at the pings coming down on the bot lane inhib. They potentially could be committing some kind of base race with that Baron up.
The 5v5 is pretty unwinnable right now for Karmine Core Blue, but they can still try and play this map a little wider, tease and pull.
Zac is squishy. I don't think he can hold this. So they're going to commit to this bot lane siege. Yeah, he's down 5 levels. I think he can just get shredded under tower.
Yeah, he can. That's down half of his HP. Linces is here as well. They don't want this. Overcomes Diplex, though. They're going to try and trade this one back, and Vladdy has to back away. You do not win that matchup.
But now, look. They have first move onto the Nash if they want to start it up. They've had to send people down bot side. Diplex doesn't have TP and Vladdy does. Vladdy could TP to the Nash if he wants to.
The issue, I think, stands there that Linces came down for this as well. So I don't know whether they know the Vi is here. I don't know whether he was spotted on the way down, but you don't have the smite. Yes, you've got the Ren, but you're still going to deal with the fact it's a double front line with a Fed Jinx. That's still pretty ugly to manage.
I just think at this point in the game with the Business Scan, you kind of got to take some risks, right? Sometimes a 50-50 is the best you're going to get, but still, Soul now.
I don't think Karmine Core are going to enjoy the message that Neon is delivering. That is Lord Dominic's regards in. Sold that BF sword, decided against something like the Bloodthirster, wants more DPS against some of those frontline options, and I don't care how much HP you've got at this point, Jinx will remove it very fast indeed.
Assist pings coming down on both side waves. Look at how pushed in they are for the side of SK Prime. I think there might be some angles to teleport here for both side laners.
Soul in 20 seconds. Baron live. SK Prime can make Karmine Core damned if they do and damned if they don't, because whatever objective they take, SK Prime are fine taking the other.
Yeah, Vladdy's going top. They don't want to commit to kind of 5v5. They're going to concede mid-prio and potentially look for a push in top side. If they can hold the 5-man stack here and deny any kind of wave clear, but it's gonna force ASOL to come defend down top side. Now they can start Nash with this.
They can. Eyes on Neon, who has gone towards the Dragon. Will be soloing that one up. Diplex is over here, takes away the wave, calls the skies down, gets the shuffle, but it's a wonderful Zhonya's. Vladdy taking tower shots, needs to be afraid.
He has Zhonya's too?
He does have Zhonya as well. Of course, he's getting slowed down by the right. Rabble now coming on over. Baron is being taken, but that will still be a third Baron for Karmine Core Blue, that they may still end up losing their mid laner and Soul while all this is happening. Still trying to run away, but I don't care what your name is, you're being impaled yourself. Down for the count. Venor gets the shutdown, and they lose a key member and Soul. Yeah, they got Baron, but I just don't know. Third Baron or not.
It's a trade. They tried to make a play happen because they know they don't win this 5v5. Vladdy goes for the top lane turret, is defended by Diplex, but they concede the solo dragon from the Jinx for a Baron. And now the question is, what can you use Baron versus a Mountain Soul? They have to play the sides really well here because Mountain Soul with this front line.
It's a late enough game as well that Vladdy's off the table for a very long time. It's not like Baron stays on you for longer than before. Linces has got himself a potential flank angle. Tower coming on through. There's a teleport available. They could make this one very ugly indeed, but
Diplex just dies if he goes on him.
Yeah, can't make it happen. I understand what they're looking for, but it is low percentage plays. It's high risk plays remaining to them. They cannot win in the 5v5. They're struggling in some of the 1v1s wherever the Aurelion Sol is now, and this game remains SK Prime's to lose, even if Karmine Core Blue are trying to play guerrilla warfare where and when they can.
Yeah, it's definitely a case of sides versus mid-push this game. I think that's the entire tale of the game. They just can't handle KC pushing in these sides over and over again with the Azir prio, as well as the Udyr on side too. But you can see that their attempt here is to deal with it, is to try and collapse on the Udyr, but at worst he could just ghost away.
This is the difficulty, because Karmine Core just don't want to commit to any fight. Yeah. They want to take things for free and try and play this as macro-based and non-confrontation as possible, but Mains has stepped forwards. I don't know about this one, mate.
Yeah, they're on a timer here. They're going to get pushed in top and mid, so they have to make this play work and kill Udyr, but they decided it's going to take too long. Yeah. So we have to recall and defend.
We do exactly that. Aurelion Sol clearing the wave in mid lane. All the while, though, I think in some ways SK Prime are kind of fine, to let this game go on, because this Baron has amounted to plus 900 gold. That means very little at this point in the game, especially considering, look what you're into. Vladdy's in danger! Good shuffle forward and lets him avoid some of the damage, but he's down to a third already. Gets a stun, yes, onto one side. The DPS is solid. Limit burns out. It becomes a 1-for-1. In the mid lane we look, inhibitor falls, tower falls as well, and Karmine Core Blue take the opportunity to at least get structural damage down. Neon looking to try and get something back, but the commit onto Vladdy costs them. He buys his life dearly.
And not even a flash expended by Vladdy. He survived. He managed to make that play, draws a bunch of different pressure, and this is exactly what we were talking about. The side lane pressure from Karmine Core Blue is just way too much. They use the time every single time to find these plays onto the inhibitors. And I just hope it's enough, because the wave clear on the side of SK Prime.
It's dicey indeed. Now Vladdy, you can see he shuffles so smoothly and then just stands and delivers. I'm not sure what the stun was from. I think that must have been an Ash Arrow. Does so much work there to keep Limit in place, in the Leandri's burn afterwards.
Yeah, the syncing of the waves has been really, really nice.
Arrow. Onto Neon.
I don't think there's going to be any follow-up. Everyone's a bit too far away. Udyr. I love how to fill in the time because there's no easy play, right? They're just having Udyr farm jungle camps in their own jungle to catch back up.
I mean, it's also got late enough now that Fleshy's got the upgraded warding item that lets you have all the control wards. I forgot the name of it.
Oh God,
I should know this.
never see this item.
I know. I said like someone out there is a Riot dev
Watchful
going like,
Wardstone? No.
yes, that's the name now. We've renamed it. Whatever it is, that's what it's called. You know,
No, I don't think it
call
is.
us. Don't throw us into the buff. Just like rename it now. Hotfix it.
It's just the kind of item you never see completed. Games don't go this long anymore. But
Yeah, it's so rare. But Ash it effectively full build as a support. Literally has Zazax, the Watchful Wardstone.
Yep.
That's the name of it. Umbral has got the Edge of Night, the Chempunk. Like, you literally cannot buy more items as a support, which is so rare.
yeah. But importantly now, 2 minutes to this dragon. Elder Dragon can turn around the 5v5 team fight for the side of K-Corp, right? And you have the side laning in from Izir, so what could happen now is something we see a lot, especially in IRLs, is the Elder for Nexus trade. I wonder if we're going to see an overcommit from SK Prime onto this Elder for the Nexus side lane of Vladdy.
Vladdy is shoving already 2 inhibitors down. This could get so dicey. They cannot win a fight, but they can still win the game. Army Core so unwilling to give up for all that their early game composition hasn't managed to snowball the game to victory. They are a tenacious team, to say the least. And Vladdy, 2 games in a row on this Azir, is proving a worthy member of this most famous of ERL organizations.
Yeah, I absolutely do think that KC Blue here, though, they have to use the tempo they have from the inhibitors, super minions consistently to force this Elder Dragon. It's their only win condition at this point in the game.
There's a world here where Diplex might have been looking for an Astral Flight. They can't quite find Vladdy recalling. Was looking, and I think Vladdy was well aware of that threat coming on in. Elder Dragon, 40 seconds. Last set of resets coming on through. Importantly, looking at the minimap, you can see it's Karmine Core Blue with all the wards ever currently around that pit. A lot of those are from zombie wards, but they matter just the same as a normal one right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So much vision control. But the waves, they don't favor KC Blue. They're pushed in topside, so there's no side lane win condition. What could happen here is they're forced into a 5v5 situation. And I don't think they win that. They need to play with these side lanes. They need to play with top push and threaten the Nexus end if they want to secure this Elder Dragon.
Full build, Aurelion Sol, Jinx, Kalista, Azir. One last fight for Karmine Core to somehow pull a miracle out of a hat. They're into an unreasonably, unfairly heavily scaled team with a Mountain Soul on top of it. They start up the Elder Dragon. It's a last gasp. It's a last dance. Karmine Core, what do you have in the tank?
Watch Vladdy mid. This 1v1 could decide everything. If Asol dies...
Good flash away. Picture in picture, you're absolutely right. Neither of those mid laners here. The skies can come crashing on down for Karmine Core Blue. What a way to go down in their second game. 41 minutes, nearly 42 on the clock. Now it's started up. The Elder Dragon by SK Prime. They are the ones that remember the still the popular event. They get Mainter. He's knocked into the wall. Looking to go down this way. Get Jinx excited. Needs to be afraid he's down. Jinx begin running away. They can keep going on forwards. Fleshy and Kalista trying to buy some space. Pull back his Linces towards the Elder we go. There is no Blast Cone, but there is a Vault Breaker. He can try and get in limit. Trying to body block the Vi away.
It's just so close, isn't it? But now Elder and Baron for the side of
Fleshy.
SK Prime.
Oh, the elastic slingshot's just so long range.
Bailout.
They will Fate's Call, but a limit. Flashing on forward for the shattering strike. Kalist cleanse flash away. And Kalista remains alive just about, but the summoners are down, the ultimates are down. And Karmine Core, you just cannot fight this anymore.
No flash for the lead
Teleport.
now.
They're going on to Vladdy. They want him down. They won't let him shove up. In comes the sky. Come crashing on down. So much DPS. The rocket afterwards. Neon unstoppable.
The Elder Dragon burn and the execute. KC Blue, they have nothing to do now. They're going to look for the mid in here, but that's everything for the side of SK Prime as an arrow.
They stun up the dragon. Actually, I think they got the kill onto Diplex with that
Yeah.
somehow, some way. Just the DPS at this point of the game. Sazek's Realm Spike does what it can, and that might even up just a little bit. The problem is, yes, you've lost your mid laner, but it's still 4 members with Elder Dragon and Baron. I don't think it's enough.
Are we going to see a repeat? Are they going to stall
Surely
out
not.
the Elder
Surely
Dragon
not.
with the side laning that they've had all game long? Vladdy doesn't manage to find the kill here. The Zhonya's from Diplex is super clean. If he manages to sidestep this, then maybe there's a world he turns around and gets a kill on Diplex, and that can give them what they need.
Fleshy doing his very best
But
to
then this is
live
Snipe.
up to Prey's legacy. It's a wonderful cross map snipe.
But no play to be found. And now Elder, they can just run it down mid here. This is exactly what they wanted to. There's no base race angle because they would be against Baron.
And a 9-kill
five-man
Jinx.
stack. The 5-man stack can just pull the trigger. You see Ash Arrows coming out just to stall time.
It's every angle has to be one you're taking at this point. You are unable to take the luxury of a high percentage play. Whatever play remaining is a gamble. It's a risk. It is so unlikely to succeed, but it's what you have to work with.
I think they need to channel Poppy or something to find uptime on this tower. They can also drop an Ace ult. They need to do something. The threat, though, is going to be enough, so...
Diplex now up towards the middle of the map. Already, though, it's just disappearing. They don't want to touch this fight right now. Still got Elder Dragon to their name. Still got Baron to their name. KCB, what do you have? You've got one final effort,
Poppy ult.
final fight in you. The Poppy ult being channeled. Keeper's Verdict comes on through, goes wide. Judgment abstained for now. Mainta taken low, not down. Nexus turret though falls. Come on, Kamiko, you've got to find something. One last pull of the trigger. SK Prime will just use their scaling, the weight of buffs and damage, and DPS galore wins the day. The Elder Dragon screams victory for SK Prime, bringing down the reigning champions. Kamiko, well, it's just red on the rift. They are wiped out in a late game spectacular.
Quadra kill coming out from Neon with the Jinx priority, just like in the Prime League. Managed to upset KC Blue.
They lose their first game. We had so many people telling us, what happens if this team loses? They don't lose. The mentality lost them the finals in some ways. So many people were saying they lose the first game in the EMEA Masters. And then they do not just anything, they beat Kamiko Blue in a absolute barnstormer. But enough from us for now. Desk, break it down.
KC just lost. SK lost the previous game. So it's getting spicy. Talking about spicy, we had a bet.
I want my coffee.
Your coffee. So you have to pay him a cappuccino.
I want a cappuccino at 7:50 at night.
So you want an espresso?
You're getting it right
probably.
now.
You know what?
Did you get it? Did I actually get it?
I got you a
Oh
coffee.
my god.
That's from the studio. That's not. It's just a shot, isn't it? Where's the milk?
It's a coffee.
Is there milk? Actually, it looks like there's milk. Hang on. Ugh,
Enjoy.
it's bitter.
I
There's
don't know
no
if you
milk.
noticed. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a slight touch of ungratefulness.
I thought you were gonna say there's something else in there. Jesus.
What were you
Oh, well, the
expecting?
broadcast's falling off. See you
I got you
later.
a coffee.
I won't make it to tomorrow. You got so offended at cappuccino and were like, very, precise about you liking coffee. And then you've given me this. That's just black coffee. This is an espresso. This is not a cappuccino. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm waiting still. But anyway, I told you SK Prime were going to win. I told you. And look, to be fair, I was pretty worried earlier on. KC probably should have won that game. I think we can all be quite realistic. You're getting attacked by a fly.
Yeah,
on the side.
Kha'Zix is in the studio.
wow.
Don't worry. That is an involved Kha'Zix, by the way. Let's talk about champions select.
So let me quickly just start by saying that I think ultimately, like, the lane swap was obviously being enacted by SK Prime because they wanted the Jinx as normal to find the scaling element. But the difference was that when you have Kalista Ashe, you have such a fast pushing bottom lane, and they get turret early, like 522, one of the fastest turret pushes I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Top lane turret goes down soon after that as well.
Yeah.
But then they scuff it by overstaying mid, no one on the map.
Yes.
And that's why SK really won the game. It's that one play from bottom side that I think, gave away the game.
It's also the fact that Kalista doesn't really get too much of advantage out of it, right? We were looking at the gold graph, and surprisingly for us, it was showing that Jinx and Kalista were going toe-to-toe for the majority of the early game. And after that, when we get to the team fights, how does it matter? It is the fact that Kalista is not ahead, and it is the fact that the enemy team is built around that Kalista, about neutralizing her. The moment Zac jumps in, Kalista can do nothing for a couple of seconds, and that is enough time for the team to shut K-Corp down.
And there's a lot of tools on the other side as well that, like, not only with the gold value coming into question, you're like, hang on a minute, it was also made difficult because the Kalista being useful in fights and actually using any of the gold she has wasn't an easy task. Backstage, Solari and I were talking about draft, and we both commented, we're like, oh, the Poppy's a huge pick here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of what it runs into. Also, things like, the Zac here as well. This is my favorite fight. Like, the Aurelion Sol, the Zac in the backline. And they even said on cast, like, how many autos did Kalist actually get to take in this fight? Because
Not
the engage
many.
was huge, and that was kind of the essence of the problem that KC were running into, is that this draft was dedicated to making sure that like the DPS couldn't actually get its check.
And on top of that, it is about how they were approaching the game, because both of the teams were having really interesting choices in terms of stop making this
Sorry,
face.
the
It's a good
coffee's
coffee.
disgusting,
Okay, it's
yeah.
free coffee. Enjoy it. But both teams were having interesting decisions on the map globally, but I love the fact how SK Prime were playing around the vision, because they are such a long-range engaged team comp, and they were playing around the fact that they can engage from the complete fog of war, and where K-Corp don't expect them to be.
So we're looking into two different play styles at the end of the game. One is like, we want a team fight. We want to face you. KC is like, nah, we good. We just split push. And at the end of the day, it's like, who makes the first mistake so we can force you to play our play style.
And while the mistakes were obviously in KC's court for the,
Yes.
you know, like past the halfway point quite easily, I have to commend them for how they played side lanes. Like
Yes.
they did put pressure on through bot, through mid. You know, opening up inhibs gave, I'm forgetting the mid laner as well. Why is the name out of my head from KC? Hello, Vladdy. Vladdy played a really good game in putting pressure on, you know, and obviously like topside for KC Blue was trying to do the same thing. But the problem was, as you said, like, yeah, it was different play style. SK Prime wanted to play Teamfight. They outscaled in the 5v5. KC Blue were doing everything they could not to play team fighting at all. And even though we flex around for the gold in the end, like,
don't change the graphic, because aesthetics, look at that. You have so much priority towards the Kalista in the early game. That champion got almost every single gold in the early game and still did less damage than the
because
support.
how do you function in a fight versus Zac Poppy?
You don't.
And then it's the scaling of Aurelion Sol. That's right. Like you can't play in the game because you get outranged. As you know, Solara, you were saying earlier, you get outranged by this composition. It's impossible to play if you're not like 1 or 2 items ahead of your counterpart, or you're also just running the early game to a 20-minute victory.
It could have been countered by a good defensive jungler on their side, but the problem is that they decided to go for Kalista on the Fla too.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you have to take Vi away, because otherwise the enemy will take it and your Kalista again cannot play.
But how annoying is it today? I think today we've seen the theme of all EMEA Master Games we had on the English broadcast. The Vi hasn't been proactive. I don't think we've seen ultra proactive Vis. I think we've been very reactive Vis so far. And it's kind of frustrating to see this pick when, you know, I've been through LPL, been through, you know, other regions like LEC, and you see how Vi plays the first 15 minutes of the game. It's a very different story. And yeah, again, it's frustrating. Also seeing Vi with Azir is not the best mid-jungle duo, so that might be a big part of it.
And at the end of the day, even though it was a victory for the SK, I can safely say out loud that on a best of 5, I have no idea who would take this.
That's true.
Yeah, this was a good one, but we still have more games ahead of us. And before we do it, let's toss it to a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Better buy me better
Drink
coffee.
your coffee.
Better buy me. This is trash.
And enjoy
Toss it to a
it.
break.
This is trash. Somebody save me.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
He's right. I can dance. Ooh. Oh. Okay.
back. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Solari. He's going to take us through the next 3 games. We've already opened up with a bit of a bang in EMEA Masters Day number 1. Spring, hard to say apparently.
A little bit.
But it's been nice. You know, SK Prime, KC Blue, we just came off the back of as well. I think it's important to note that SK Prime taking a win was unexpected, considering that a lot of people have been like, man, KC Blue is such a strong team.
Yeah.
But of course, as we go through, we don't have time to talk about that because, of course, we've got Boostgate coming through. TCL's number 3 versus Desire, who, by the way, Solari, have already picked up a win today against SK Prime, who we just saw.
Oh.
So that was big.
That's good.
The
That's
Desire,
good beginning for them, yes.
Yeah. Italian pride right there. So we're going to see how we go. We're already in pick and ban. Triple 80 carry ban taken off by Desire. So Italian's really looking forward to making sure that Rip doesn't get what he wants, but instead, Zeri first pick on the other side. While Desire are like, hang on a minute. Do we go bot lane priority as well?
They have to, right? They have to match the bot lane prior from the Boostgate Esports because they play around their bot lane all the time. They're 2v2 on the bot lane. Stop making this face with the coffee. Thank you.
Coffee's bad.
Their bot lane 2v2 is really strong. They play around it all the time, and that's why they are first picking Zeri for their 80 carry.
I mean, I'm going to ask you more questions about someone like Carry as well.
Sure.
I am going to make a statement, though, quickly. Chef in the jungle actually does cook. We've seen things like Nocturne as well. Ivan being looked at here as well, which is another element of a potential... Maybe we could get a swap, but also a hyper carry Zeri lane, as we know. A jungler that pumps up. For the time being, we do get Rakan as paired up in the 2v2. Now I'm just questioning. Early Ari comes through instead, making sure that Slow Q, can't pick it up.
Slow Q is a big Ari player, or at least he used to be. He had a very short but very bright split in Ultra League. He was playing a lot of Aris, a lot of Akalis as well, so I wonder if something of that sort, something more big-ish assassin-ish is going to come through for him.
It's an interesting takeaway, especially since a lot of the time you need jungle pairing with it. Now, you were talking about it on desk. Vi has got to be a big pick here. Renata gets locked on in. That with the Aphelios is another 2v2 pairing I think we've seen. But what else do you want to see banned here? Because I think Vi is one that unquestionably has to be taken away because it's such a strong mid 2v2. Anything else on the top of your mind here for Desire?
Oh, that's a good question, but I would say Rumble has to be taken off the board.
That's a good
Not
one.
just because for the Boostgate honestly, but just because this is Rumble and we have seen how much he can do on the top lane.
Oh, yeah.
On top of that, I love the Zinjar bomb coming in from Desire just to make sure that the early game jungle is not as available for Boostgate anymore because that's what they want to be playing around.
I mean, again, for Chef as well, he's got a large champion pool. Zinzao, of course, included in one of that as well, but as further to your point, mid-jungle pairing really important here as that one's taken off the board. For Boostgate, I'm kind of questioning what do we got up at the moment? We still need mid, we still need top. Azir's been a really big pick today. You already talked about it. You know, Oriana's another one we saw as well.
Yes, that's a good one.
You also mentioned the Rumble, so let's just see if that gets let through because that could be an easy fork here or maybe something, again, that they want to take away from Boostgate, considering they've got a lot of setup for the teamfight already.
They do have, but they need a little bit more because on top of the teamfights, what they want to be doing, they want to be rotating their jungler and their mid lane to the bot side of the map. They already have Ari, who is very capable of doing that. I want to see a jungler who's going to be able to match that.
Okay, well, Lee Sin's not going to be that one. That could have been on the board here, taken away. Again, I'm still questioning Azir actually taken
very
as
good,
well.
man. Yes.
All right, so what's left up and available? We already mentioned it before. As you said, setup needs to be there. This is something that's popped through in the LEC as well. Cap's actually pulling this out, I believe, in the grand final. Something as well that against the Ari can be a real nuisance at 6.
Yes, or just in general, champions who value their freedom of mobility. So we have already Zeri, we have the Ari, might be something else on top of that. This is going to be so devastating for them to play around right now. They kind of have to pick this Vi now. Maybe... Oh, that is not Vi. That is so much better because I was worried about this proactivity of Vi that you were talking about on the desk just a bit earlier. Volibear offers so much more compared to her.
I mean, a little bit of changes as well, you know, in this patch as well. 14-7, the Sundered Sky proc that, or the interaction that the crit was just so broken in volleys 1, 2, 3. I'm glad that's taken away. There's a massive fly in the studio. Hang on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold the thought.
Did you kill it?
It's gone. It's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that.
No!
Look at that. That thing was hurting people. It was a big fly. No longer.
You're a scary man, you know that?
Just for the flies. I just don't want that thing biting me. That was a horse fly. And just like that, Cassante gets locked in.
That's a good break. He's also very annoying to some people, right? Especially on the top lane.
I don't know what's worse. Darius, Okay, so now we've got a matchup at the top side that is kind of important to isolate here because if that flourishes, if that finds itself ahead for Desire, I mean, that's a very good lane to play.
It has to fly for them, right? It has to be a very good early pot for them.
It has to fly for them. Yeah.
I
True.
see what he did there.
Very well done. I mean, I didn't do it. You
The
did.
question is whether Imperius is going to do to this Xante the same thing as he just did to that poor fly. Because he has to, right? Darius is such a powerhouse in the early game, and he can still be a powerhouse later on if he's given resources
True.
early. While Xante, pre-level 6, he's just going to suffer on this lane.
The only thing I question here is how does Darius play into things like Ari Zeri later on as well, right?
That is a good question,
with-
but that's why he has Vaker on his side.
True. A lot of isolation there as well.
Yes.
Interesting draft. I mean, for Desire, I think there was a lot of interest coming into the tournament because we're like, actually, this team's not too bad.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of experience on it as well. A lot of players who in the past have been reliable. I know you guys who've been on EMEA Masters before. You've looked at these players and be like, hang on a minute. There's a lot of people here that we look towards and we say, well, again, they're stars in the field. You know, you were talking about the bottom lane here as well. Set up to succeed, I think, is important. You know, Aphelios, Renata, a lane that, if it finds itself ahead as well, can also just be as impressive. We know there's scaling there as well. I mean, hell, there is hyper scaling on things like Vega, infinite scaling, I should say. Aphelios, it's the same deal.
Honestly, yes. If this game gets to the late game, I would say Desire are going to have such an upper hand. They're still going to have an issue with Xante, of course, because Xante in late game can be pretty much unkillable, at least, especially when he's full tanky build. What do you do with that thing? He'll literally do nothing. However, on every other side, they have so much late game damage, and I would want to see Desire playing towards it everywhere except for the top lane, because there, yet again, I want to see Imperius being set up for success.
Okay, well, I just want to see how he goes on this Darius. Again, there's a lot of different lanes that we're going to break down as we go into game. For Desire, it's the win against SK Prime, beating the Prime League to open up EMEA Masters. That's huge. But guess what? Guess what? We're back because this is the lane. That was a big fly. That was threatening us. That fly, I'm telling you, like, we're not talking about a small, miserable fly. We're talking like there was a horse fly.
Yes, it was.
You know those things hurt. They leave lumps like that.
Really?
Yeah, they're really bad.
I didn't know they bite.
They hurt. They bite. They hurt. They're really, really bad.
Okay, then, thank you.
And you know, Archon should say thank you to me because that thing was harassing him for the entire of the broadcast.
It was, yes.
So I don't know. Should be more grateful when he comes back.
Just like you with a coffee,
no?
no?
Well, no.
Can I
he
try
said
it?
cappuccino. You don't want to try that.
You sure?
Look at it.
Okay, it looks suspicious.
Yeah, because it does suspicious. I don't know if you put anything in it. I'm just going to tell you that he told me cappuccino. That is a black coffee.
I remember.
That
it was
is an
cappuccino
espresso.
premise.
Okay. And I know we're in France.
How dare you call it an espresso? It's not worth it.
What do you mean an espresso? Oh, espresso's good? Espresso's got
is
the
supposed
crema.
to be better than this.
Yeah, but it's bitter. It's tart because that's what an espresso is. So, rubbish.
But you keep drinking it. Why?
I do because I'm.
Do you want to be miserable?
No. I like coffee. I enjoy coffee. I just don't enjoy that coffee.
But you keep drinking that coffee.
Do. I don't know. It's just like I'm like goldfish. You know how goldfish swim around the same tank?
So wait, you keep forgetting that this coffee is really bad.
Yeah,
and you keep
10
drinking
seconds later, I'm
coffee
like,
for
oh,
something.
coffee. You know, and you come back and you're like, hang on a minute, that coffee was bad. 10 seconds later, oh, there's coffee there. We are waiting for a small delay getting into game now. If you have just joined us and you're wondering what's going on, we're into game 4 for the time being of EMEA Masters. We have 6 today. There are alternative games going on at the same time. We're trying to make sure we give you the most interesting one, give you a balance of different teams, and that's why Desire here on the broadcast. Not only for the fact that we haven't seen them today on the English broadcast, but for the fact that they beat SK Prime off show a little bit earlier. Now we're going to see if they can take it to TCL's number 3 seed in Boostgate as well. The Darius is something we were excited about running on in. As we get to level 1, might have to pause and see if they can find anything on Chef. The answer, no, as Sky Splitter takes a little bit off the top. Actually, if they're walking into this, I just want to see if the RA comes on him. Nope, not going to get too excited.
No, not yet. But at least they have the vision in the enemy jungle. At least they have some information about how Chef is going to move around the map. But honestly, it is pretty straightforward. Starting from the top, all the way to the bottom. Usually it's the other way around, just as the song goes. But for him, it matters to make sure that Roop has as safe of a lane as possible.
Okay, so walk me through the early game here, because I think, again, you talked a little bit in draft about how it's important for Desire to look towards top side. I want to talk more about the rest of the map and maybe how Desire, kick things through the lane. Do they need to stay as safe as possible, or what's the angle?
So considering they have so much scaling on slow queue, and slow queue generally comes online more of mid-game time, he would like to stay as safe as possible during the early stages of the laning phase. I would say the same would go to the bot lane. Zamulik is a very aggressive player, but being at Aphelios, you want to try to stay safe because you're scaling, you're hit point comes much later. You need to wait for your 2-3 item power spike. Same goes for Zeri, so I wouldn't expect much from the AD carries on the bot lane. I would expect a lot from the supports though, because these supports want to have the fights going between each other.
Okay, well, important to note as well, you know, carry on Rakan. So far, even though it's not a lane swap game, Rakan's one of the most roaming support in the game.
Yes.
And consistently, we want to see how it links up with such an important lane like mid, right? Because if we look on the other side, we look at Boost Gate, we know immediately, even though it's not the Vi, Volibear linked up with Ahri. You put support into that mix as well and syncing up with Jungler. I think it's pretty self-explanatory what Boost Gate want to do in this game too.
They want to win.
Yeah, well, what a surprise. I think there's powerhouse in the mid, right? Like, we know the Ahri as well needs to snowball and kind of find through the lane a bit of success too.
Yes, she does want to. However, I'm not sure how possible it's going to be in this particular game, because I would assume Desire trying again to play safe around the mid lane, trying to pivot jungle as much as possible to make sure that the security is provided there for slow queue. That again opens the time for Nakim to try to pivot more towards the bot side of the map. We will see if it's going to happen. So far, Desire are feeling pretty comfortable there. No vision, but they have jungle on their side, so what should they be worried about?
Bit of a range advantage helping that out as well, with Calibrum especially too. The one thing about the Zeri is relatively short range, so for Desire, they feel comfortable in the 2v2. Helps with Renata as well. I think we should add the fact that Renata also able to buff up both the attack speed and the kill ability.
Killability, that's a good word.
I know, it's a good word, isn't it? I'm not sure if it's a real one. Chef and Rilek might bump into each other here. Scuttle now spawns at 3:30. Ward placed down, just zoning off for the time being, while especially with Boostgate, they have priority towards mid. And plus the Volibear in a duel, I mean, all it is looking for a steal here. While Chef knows he has the kill ability if things break out. Actually, Solari, look at this. Mid's roaming down. This might cancel the back.
Yes, it will.
Flails out. Charm's going to come through. Now, this is a tank, but Sky Splitter damage is massive. Flashes away. Luckily, the bailout is there in case it goes any further, but for Boostgate, getting that summoner nice and early, it's a good run.
That is a very good flash to take away, because it provides so much security for their lanes now, knowing that the Sejuani is not going to be able to come to the lanes and provide some shenanigans there. Especially now that the lanes are so much wider, it is so hard for Sejuani to find any early game opportunities without the flash. So Boostgate are just making sure that the early goes safe for them.
I mean, taking away the flash from a Sejuani when we know at level 6 and I mean, even now, there's a lot of CC to combo in pretty much all of these lanes too. So there are options slim down a little bit more by the flash being away. Not level 6 here, but Ghost's going to be popped. And Pross is thinking about this. He's got the Q down as well. Wait for the apprehend to come through, and all it will take is one more. He flashes it, he takes him down. It's a decimation for First Blood.
Bold and beautiful, and that is exactly what Desire want for their top lane. Just a very nice, clean solo kill right there for him. He was a little bit behind in the level when the fight started. He was level 4 going into level 5 Xanta right there. But it is just because he can keep stacking the damage that is ticking over and over. And Xanta at this level in the game has nothing to provide against this damage.
Just look at that Q hill as well. I mean, it's very nice.
Yes.
Almost a response, but flashes just to secure the kill. First Blood here. The ball is rolling. As we said, needed to be here for Desire up in the top side. So very important that Darius now on the board, and especially when he gets towards 6 as well. After double summoner was used by the Cassante in response, there's no Ghost to outspace that lane anymore, and it means that the kill flow could keep on coming as well as we get towards that spot.
The Void Grabs have also been taken by the Boostgate despite the pry on the top lane, but I love the answer from Desire on the bot lane right now. They have consistently been keeping some sort of priority on the bot lane for themselves that allows them to go towards the river whenever they want to, and they want to take the first break. It's the Hextech one, very helpful for them during the lane.
Gotta say, I'm quite impressed. I mean, I know it's only a kill, but again, from what we heard about Desire's first game against SK Prime, this could be a team worth contending. I mean, we're talking about Italy's first and only seed that has come to the tournament as well. And now I am new to EMEA Masters. You know, granted, I've seen parts back and forth in the past couple of years. Italy's always been in the EMEA the tournament as well. Has it always had a seed? Do you know the history?
I'm not sure how far it can go into the past, though.
Yeah.
From as long as I have been following EMEA Masters, it has had a seed.
Well, there you go.
That's
enough
what
for me.
matters, I guess.
Baby Cage is down. I'm just going to pause on that because History Lesson can wait. Handshake almost into the cage. Actually, that's a fun interaction to talk about. Renata can handshake into the cage.
True.
That is unfair.
What do you mean it's unfair? It's just an advantage that you can use.
It is an advantage. It's just unfair advantage. That's
So
what
if
it feels
somebody
like.
just stays in the cage, you can pull them very nicely and gently towards the borders of the cage, and they stay there stunned. Very nice.
Throwing the baby right into the cage. Child abuse, that's what we'll call it
That's
here,
true.
though. But flash away, Orbital Deception matched in. Chef is at it again, but this time it turns into a kill. Stunned outside turret range, and he's on the board.
They are cooking, and what is the worst about this situation is that there is no flash anymore for Slowky. He tried to get away of the danger. No flash on Chef doesn't bother me as much as no flash on Vigor, because apart from the baby cage, he has no ways of getting away from danger. Next time there is something happening on the mid lane, he's gonna be cooked again.
Very, very true. I mean, for Chef, getting 6 as well, it's another advantage is going to pop up, and going towards mid, the lane that we said mattered so much here for Boostgate in their first game on the English stream. That really opens things up. So a bit of gold flowing back and forth. There's a bit of a lead actually building up for Boostgate as well. And you can see that's because of bottom lane crewing up an advantage. Mid as well with the CS lead. Top despite everything as we get a gate coming through and the apprehend missing. Wow, that's a big tool down here for Imperios. And now onto the jungler. Relic's taking the advantage away. Looking for the flip now. Tangyung's going to get it onto this Sejuani. 3 versus 1, no chance. Give the kill over to the Cassante. Yes, they do. And another one on the board here for Boostgate.
He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. He knows that he has to die, but Imperius has to get out of this fight alive, because this is what really matters for Decisive right now. Their top laner has to leave,
Yep.
and they are going to be willing to throw resources into making sure that he stays alive.
Well, look at this replay. Imperios, the apprehend is what started off here, Solari. And Tangyung getting out of it just in time means that this was an easy pick off at the end.
Level 6 on Volibear, and it's almost impossible to do anything, especially when it's 2 versus 3. You just have to run away, you have to sacrifice yourself.
I mean, early game, let's be real, it's going pretty good here for Boostgate, despite that early Darius solo kill. You know, the fact that Tangyung has been able to catch up in CS as well. It just kind of shows you. I mean, it's just a story of Cassante, isn't it?
Yes,
Matchups
honestly.
he shouldn't win, he wins. Matchups he should be neutral in, he wins. Matchups he should win, he also
He
wins.
stomps.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter how many nerfs you put up against him as well. And I can't even remember the last time he got nerfed. Like, we're in 14-7. I'm trying to think patch notes. He wasn't touched in this patch.
No, it wasn't.
But
It was a long time ago that I saw his name in the patch notes.
Couple of patch. Oh, ulti dodged away
I
from.
believe last time he was buffed even.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course he was.
Because he needed it.
Of course he was. Oh man, plate taken here by Rup, the bottom side. Now, am I saying that correctly?
You should be.
And I always question because, again,
Yes.
as an Australian, I've come into the tournament. I've practiced names. I've come through and I'm like, I want to, do them proud and get it right.
Yeah,
And
I
come
have
into
the
day,
same issue.
and then I'm like,
honestly.
now am I saying it right again?
I try to remember, but then my accent comes through usually and ruins everything.
So it's
for
not
me.
just me. It's not just an Australian
No,
thing. Okay,
but
good.
at least you're a native speaker. You know, it.
No, Australian's
Okay,
not
fine.
English.
I have an excuse. What do you mean Australian is not English?
It's not English. Everyone knows Australian is not English.
No.
We live in the upside down,
Ah, right. Sorry. I
and what
forgot.
we speak is crikey. That's about it.
If you say so. Okay.
It is a fact. 6 grubs, by the way,
Yes.
for Boostgate. To mention in the early game. Nice to deny it from something like a Darius as well. That has some turret taking ability. Chef going to turn the turret off in a second, though. Slowky puts the cage down. Going to get stunned up. Turret now off. Nice dive. And as it falls to the wayside, Chef is going to take 2 for the road, but the kill goes over. This Volibear in the early game is in charge.
And it doesn't matter what Slowky had or didn't have at that point, right? It didn't matter that he still didn't have the flash by the time he died. It didn't matter that he put in a very nice cage. When Volibear jumps down onto you, there is nothing you can do as Veigar. And that is starting to become a problem for Desire.
Oh, yeah.
Because they want a very safe early game for Slowky, for him just to keep farming up, to keep getting the stacks in, and to keep getting the items in. This is not happening anymore. This has been cancelled. Now they have to find a way to send Slowky to the side lanes to find more farm for him, but will they be able to do so?
Well, Carrigan just going to dodge away from this. I mean, Desire trying to find something in the early game because quickly falling out of hand. I was complimenting them and saying, oh, you know, the early game was looking good, but as soon as I said that, flip the
You
script.
cursed it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I definitely cursed it because all lane's going bad now, and for the engage over the wall, Rup is in a great spot, cleanses immediately in the bailout, looking for the kills. Amalek will not have time. Athias is next to go as well, with Nakyung coming down, getting his own kill finally after 2 have been taken away from him. And this early game is a disaster for Desire, but also good for Boostgate.
It is very good for Busquets. It is exactly what they want to see happening on the map. Look at them. They have the 6 Void Crabs. They're going to start stacking the Dragons most likely right now because they have, what, a kill on Ahri, a kill on Zeri. That is already helping them to have the Pria on the mid lane and on the bot lane. On top of that, what is most important is that Roop has survived in this fight, even though that was a pretty close one. We're going to keep looking at his health bar right here because his positioning was pretty nice for the majority of the time. But then it looks like Zamulik is trying to find ways to get onto this Zeri because they know if she goes down, most likely the fight is going to go much easier for them. But this cleanse is saving Roop, and then the fact that the bailout did not work out and Zamulik didn't have like this half a second more to kill Zeri, provided Busquets with such a nice pro.
Now to looking to dive to the top side again. Desire trying to find something, but the all-out's used. And actually with another turret shot, that Sejuani is close to dying herself. Running in is carry, and he's going to pull off something in this fight. I can guarantee it. And Pross is already ghosted out. Now flashes out over the wall as well. Tang Young was 1 hit away from taking at least someone down. And carry with that roam just gets even more. There's nothing on the board right now for Desire that is looking good.
It looks like it's starting to go down for them, unfortunately. Imperius is not able to find anything on the top lane. He's starting to get bullied out of his top lane as well. Everywhere else, the turrets are falling. The Prio is being lost for them. It is a very worrying side, especially if you consider later team fights, unless Slow Q is going to be ahead, or at least Zamulik is going to have some items, at least 2 items going in for him. The team fights are going to be on the side of the boost gate.
But I mean, getting bursted down is another problem for this Veigar as well. Shirelli's battle song going to get pulled up here. We've seen this a couple of times as well, where you start stacking up the tier, but you also have a supportive item too. Can help a lot out with the spacing here. I think the important part we need to know is, as you said, time needs to come through for Desire, but 2.5k get down in the mid lane. Malignant's already picked up by Nakyung. No Dark Seal to speak of there, which is unfortunate, but as the ult comes through, Rup with a good flash away. Now ulties himself. The cage is down though, and immediately a Primordial Burst makes it so he can't survive. It's a good kill here, a good punish. Turret does go down in the meantime. I would say it looks great for Desire of getting that pick. But again, look at the trade-off of gold. I mean, the turret went down for it. It's still worthwhile for Busquets.
It's worth a little bit for Desire, but it's worth much more for the Busquets in the process. It is good for Desire that Slow Q is getting the kill, so he's getting at least some gold coming in, because Shirelli is fine, but he needs damage, and he's delaying his damage right now so much by getting this Shirelli as the first item. So for Busquets, they're still getting much more on the map. Look at them. They're walking through the enemy's jungle like it belongs to them, and honestly, they have all the rights to do so.
It's like you're going to get spotted on a ward. Now dangerous territory here for Carry, who can't get out. Dunked down by Imperios. There's a kill over to the Darius. But again, I'm not raising the hopes just yet. The early game's still a bit of a mess here. Herald's up in topside too, and that's just going to go here to Busquets. You can see they're waiting for a pick. They're trying to pull Desire in and see if they take the bait to take the objective. Patience begins here once again as Desire aren't even stepping towards it.
Busquets are patient, but do they have enough vision to justify this patience? Because they don't see any approaches from Desire towards the Herald. If they want to catch them somewhere, if they want to have a good pick, Ahri desperately needs to have vision if she wants to go for those picks on the enemies. They have nothing, and they're just starting the Herald like that, but honestly, again, they are justified when doing so, because there is nobody coming their way to try to stop them.
Not at all. I mean, Herald goes down, Horizon Focus gets picked up. Look at a replay here. This was Carry getting caught out top.
And he sees Imperius. By the moment he goes here, he knows that he's going his way. He doesn't see Slow Q, however, and that might be the thing that stops him. He goes right into the border of the cage and dies there, stunned and probably ashamed.
And again, like he talked about it, Slow Q got the kill before, Imperius getting the kill. Kills are going on the right Carry.
Yes.
But the problem is it's still just an early game that is 5.5k gold behind. Dragon stacking denied, so it's not like Desire getting into the late game are going to be able to flex between the Baron trade that we've seen on like 3 or 4 dragons. We then also have to look at what's happening with all this gold going into Busquets, and is it going into the right members? Well, absolutely. 2 items here for the Ahri. Nakyung just picked up Horizon Focus, level 12, by the way. Slow Q is only level 10. So you've also got to look at experience here and how fed this 50 CS lead of an Ahri is against Slow Q. So how do you deal with her is a new question.
The cage is going to help. The combination of cage plus Renata is going to help, but the problem is you need to get to her. You need to catch her off guard.
How do you step up to her?
Exactly, that is the problem. You don't.
Ephias is level 7, Nakyung level 12. That's a
Level
5-level
7.
lead. Look at this, cage over the wall. They're like, oh my god. They are paranoid for a good reason.
They are, but is it good enough reason? You just throw out the cage, the cooldown on this thing is massive, and you're left without your main tool for such a long time, and you still don't know where the enemy is.
That's why I guess they're grouping up, aren't they? 5
True.
members here, clearing out vision, trying to find something, and then moving towards mid. But Roop's not going to give them that advantage. Instead, just backs away after clearing the wave. And remember, it's because Dragon's here. Desire wanted to find a pick, it looks like, in front of this Dragon so that, again, they could start that stacking again.
They already have one Dragon. They want to keep going because the Soul is going to be really helpful for them. The Mountain Soul is going to provide them with enough survivability.
There's
Not
that
like
charm.
that!
Again, this is the level lead coming into action, plus the items, Horizon
Half
focus.
HP already gone.
So there goes
This Fernanda
Dragon.
is not a player anymore.
Not at all. You know what's been rough as well? I mean, we haven't seen Desire getting the opportunity to find themselves an ulti as, okay. TP topside to hold the wave while Tagyung is going to pop the Ghost towards mid. But Desire are now found out. Dragon's going down, and all it cost was one summoner from the top laner who got his demolish off on the turret anyway.
So it's a very nice exchange again for Busquets. Over and over, they're finding exchanges with Desire that are so much more beneficial to the Turkish third seed compared to the Italian team. And this is the Italian team that just beat SK Prime. I was expecting a lot going into this game. So I wonder if they are making mistakes or if it's Busquets just being completely boosted in this tournament.
I mean, look, for Busquets, I think the thing is they've come in with a relatively standard draft.
True.
And for Desire, they tried to throw a spanner in the works with a volatile topside, which again almost got solo killed itself. For mid, that just got bullied so hard. I mean, this is a mid diff of a game, it feels like, as Herald gets to charge in. Botside turret almost gone. Nakyung is the one holding here for the time being, but look towards mid, look at top. The setup here, the macro is beautiful. Busquets are going to get inner turret. Top is going to be the transition here. You see 3 members moving up, or at least threatening. As the waves crash in, it's just more gold in their back pocket. We're now at 6,500.
This is such a hard game day for Desire, especially because they don't have any answer, especially now for Infurious on the bot. They might not have any answer at all.
Spirit Rush. Charm doesn't connect, though. That's big, but still running under turret. Chef doesn't care for the time being. It's a decimate angle, but Empress, after he heals on up, doesn't pull the trigger on that ulti at all. Busquets move as a 4-man unit. Then the push-up comes through mid as well. They're not going to overstay. That's the thing that we've noticed so far as well. They don't overstay. They don't overcommit. I think that's another part that we've seen so far that this team has shown a bit of cleanliness in.
They move very fast around the map. They are all the time at different parts of it. They move around it very safely though, because always you see at least any carry is going to be shadowed by somebody on the team. And then they disappear from that part of the map immediately when they've done what they wanted. The timings are very good. They know their limits because yes, they are heavily ahead compared to Zai right now, but a good pick with a cage from Slowq is still going to take them down. And there are some very juicy shutdowns on the heads of their everybody, actually. I'm looking across the map. All of them have some shutdown on their heads.
I mean, for a reason, right? But again, we already said, how do they get it? We're waiting for this next Baron to spawn, or rather the first. 40 seconds till it comes up. Dragon's up in 3 minutes, so time is a bit far apart. Also, just noticed Navori Quickblade's picked up by Ruop, so 2 items versus 1 in a bit. And for now, Busquets, you can see back up in this topside jungle. They cleared all the wards and they're looking for a pick. Quickness already burned out and hostile takeover's there, but through, Carry finds it, the ulti over the wall. The cage doing nothing and Zamalek also flashing away. Slowq runs out with the hair of his chitty jitters. Rylak now off the wing, almost dead to a sky split up. The bailout wouldn't have done a thing, but as they run back to their base, tail between their legs, I mean, the story goes on. Busquets ain't taking no for an answer as Inhibitor falls next.
And again, they know their limits so well because the engage was a very risky one. In normal situation, if the teams were equal, that would have been a very risky move because the follow-up was slow. The TP was just starting to come. Everybody else was a little bit too far. But they know they can do it because they know nobody on Desire's side has enough damage to kill anybody going into them.
Not at all. I mean, you talk about it in draft again. Solari talked about it in the early game. We said, okay, top's a condition, but also for mid as well. We know there's scaling elements there. They need a bit of time to... Slowq has not been given anything in this lane. And I said it before, it feels like mid-diff. I think it is definitely mid-diff. Nakyung has put on a clinic here in this Ahri. And the crazy thing is he got a bit of jungle support from Chef. But it was a gank or two. He was already taking over the lane individually himself on this pick, on this matchup.
Yes, he was dominant on the lane even before the ganks happened. Gank just helped to solidify his lead that he already was having against Slowq. This was just a lane won from the very beginning for Busquets. And that is a game that might have been won from the very beginning despite that very nice early solo kill on the top lane.
Again, for Busquets, singing their praises here. Double Dragon picked up. They got a minute 20 till it looks like they'll pick up the next one. But Baron's also there. That's a threat that, for now, look at DSY. How do they walk into this area?
They don't. They have no way of getting into it.
That's your perfect answer.
No,
Observers like, look at them come to die. Matthias, well, sent every which way, charmed up, amazed that he's still alive for the time being, but there's Nakyung. No bailout for you, and right into melee range, gets the charm down, resets City for the Spirit Rush. The slow Q is slowly going the wrong way. Empiros is the next knock-up, and this Darius has had no chance to play the game outside the lane. Great healing. A dunk down would be impressive if the game wasn't so far done. Split their hair, split them apart, and desire your death. As they run for the hills, it's Boostgate with a very fun name. Also a very fun game.
They are boosting themselves to the gate of the enemy's base, and they are taking it down. Compared to the previous game, this one feels so short, but so packed with action. 10-3, unless something is going to happen right now with this Berserk coming in from Renata. But no, that is said and done. Boostgate are getting finally the first victory of the day for them.
Yeah, it's a big start for them, especially after they start off with a loss. But taking down Desire as well, who were looking like, hot contention, is surprising. I think we've got to be real. Mid-diff. Mid-diff
Yes.
felt very, very real.
It did.
Nakyung had one hell of a game on the Ari, and again, there was interaction there from the volley bear, but I mean, it wasn't much to speak of, right? It was one gank, two ganks.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that Nakyung found it himself.
And even when the ganks did happen, the kills didn't even go towards the hands of Ari.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break because we are going to be waiting for game number 5. Don't go anywhere or go somewhere. Actually, you know what? Go get some orange juice. Chill out. Get a coffee that's better than that. And we'll see you after this.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come.
All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You don't have to do anything. You get to come back and watch Garçones. I hope for the Espanol people out there, Espanol people, for the Spanish people, you could tell. You're going up against Papara Supermassive. Now, another TCL seed. I mean, this time first seed, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, this is the best team coming out of the TCL and a team that has represented on the international stage again. Some familiar names from LEC, LEC and LCS fans, of course, as we're already waiting to draft. Now, we'll catch you up super quick. A lot of 80 carry bands going across again. It looks like for Supermassive, they're still on this Varus first pick hype train. While on the other side, Look at the setup of dive we got here, Solari.
Yes, we have a
Gasones.
lot of setup for dive here. I love this Rail plus Volibear combination paired up with Kai'Sa for Pacific that is going to follow up. Plus the ball coming in from Orianna. That is a team that wants to be going 5-on-5 with the enemy because they know they have an upper hand.
I mean, again, I love it. You know, again, we're going to get a lot of action from this comp, it feels like, as well. How does Supermassive react on the other side? They're looking for a jungler. No, they're looking for Armlets now. Okie dokie. Let's just go into the man who plays it so damn well. This is a pick on Mad Lions. Again, he became famous for, and especially the World Championship with some big ultis. How do you round out this comp? That's the biggest question. They're looking at something like the Wukong before. Is it another engage angle here for Supermassive? Is the biggest question.
I'm not sure if they want another engage, to be fair. I feel like at this point they should be looking into more defensive options because they have a lot of engage already, but what is Varus going to do if somebody goes straight into him? But never mind, it's going to be Lee Sin for skins for the jungle picked for them, and I'm not sure how I feel about this pick.
Yeah, because Lee Sin needs setup. It needs CC in lane. And the only CC in this lane, in this game, I mean, is bottom side, outside of the Gnar and Mega Gnar, but it's conditional, right, as well. Looking at top side, is Spooder thinking about the matchup? I mean, this has been painful for Nars in the past. Malphite would be something that can also dive, though.
5-on-5, baby.
Forget the lane. I love how they were just going through all the dive options, and they're like, what can also rampage and run into them? Malphite can, as you said, 5v5, like, that is a wombo combo just built up.
Yes, this is the team that has one objective in this game. Get to the teamfight stage and then press R buttons on everybody. And then there is nothing else you have to do. No thinking involved. Press R, sit back, wait.
True. I will say if the R's miss, then
that's a different
problem.
story.
Yeah, that's a problem because I'll be really curious to see if we get DPS virus or if we get lethality virus, you know, running against a Volibear, a Malphite, and also a Rel. Like,
it has to be DPS virus,
you would
right?
think so, right? Because again, it's like poking down range maybe before teamfights is a big deal, but also when you're expecting to be engaged on like that, can you play the game? Otherwise, I mean, as a virus, can you play the game? I think is a new question that should be raised entirely.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to play the game because I don't feel like there is enough protection for this virus in this game. Because yes, he has his own ultimate that is going to be really useful if the enemy team engages 5-on-5 onto you. But apart from Lee Sin, who's going to be able to kick somebody away, who else is going to help this virus to live? He's not going to survive if everybody engages onto him.
Disengage tool is what you're saying, and I get it. For Skeens, it's going to be an important lesson if we can learn it. For Supermassive, a slow start, 0-2. And as we talk about in the desk, as everyone talks about in any tournament, especially one like this, when you're in the BO1 stage, a start like this can really hurt. For Gasones, 1-1, you're okay. And especially against Supermassive, I mean, I have to say, I think we like the draft. It's fair to say we both like the draft here. It's got a lot of, I was going to say, it's got a lot of cojones, you know, of the draft here.
A lot of what, sorry?
Cojones. I think that's okay. Now, for the Spanish people out there, I hope that's okay. Gasones sounds similar to me. I don't speak Spanish, but I have to say, the draft definitely speaks volume. Okay?
The draft speaks
I don't know if that's a bad
things.
word or not, but I've heard it before, and I think I know what it means.
The draft
We'll see.
The draft speaks a lot of things to me personally from both sides, and there is just one thing that I would like to point out because I'm questioning this Lee Sin a lot. But it is important to connect this Lee Sin to the name tag that is above him right now. This is Skins. He is one of the powerhouses of Papara Supermassive.
Sure.
He is one of the best junglers the Turkish League has to offer. Now he has to live up to this name because this is not going to be an easy game for him or for his backlane.
I'm just surprised again as we get into Summoner's Rift. I mean, this is a roster with a lot of experience. Luger already talked about as well. Previously in the LCS, we've seen Blue, we've seen Skeens, we've seen Armut, LEC, you know, we've seen Jack Troll there as well, right? Let's be completely honest. This is a roster with heaps of experience. Starting 0-2 ain't the greatest, but here, it's Gasones. Let's see how they go for Super League's #2 seed. It's going to be an interesting game. We know that level 6 here, Solari, is going to be a big point, I think, for this Spanish team because the alt button, the go button, kind of starts then as well. There is decent scaling as well, and I think we also have to wait as we kind of freeze up a bit there.
Just for a second.
Just for a second.
To take in the moment.
Yeah, hold the moment, you know?
Yes.
Like you hold the note on a piano. That's kind of what we needed. And it's crazy because, you know, as I hold that note on the piano, I think, how crazy is it going to be playing Varus with lethality, if you get engaged on, you're dead. So I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be a lethality virus.
It looks like this. Judging by the keystone, it is going to be lethality virus, which means that for Specific, engaging into the back lane of Supermassive is going to be very dangerous. If he wants to do so, that's the thing. Kai'Sa doesn't really have to engage into Varus if she doesn't feel like it. There is everybody else is going to be engaging into them. Kai'Sa can just wait for a little while. However, this is Specific. This is another Polish shady carry, by the way. Very aggressive one, so I would expect him to go all in onto the enemy.
Isn't it eerie as well when, because a lot of the time, Summoner's Rift has music, you know, even on broadcast, we leave the ambience music. There's no Summoner's Rift music. We unfortunately having a little bit of issues, it seems like. Farfetch with the engage here. How much will he regret? Level 1 not going to matter too much here, but it's eerie, isn't it?
It is.
It's because, you know, normally Summoner's Rift has a little bit of music. And this is what I do in my games. I actually turn off the music.
Really?
Yeah. Also, there is something funny you can do in League. You can turn off all other sounds apart from character voice. So like Lee
that
Sin
is
just
creepy.
Lee Sin just goes, yeah, cool, but you can hear nothing else. And it's really unsettling. It's really unsettling. Or like, you know, you'll only get some of the character voice things. Like Tarek, you're like, I am the mountain. It comes out of nowhere. You hear nothing else but that. It's great. I would recommend.
You know what? I want to try it out. It sounds terrifying, but also I'm so intrigued now. I'm also intrigued about what's happening on the bot lane, because Faker has to go and punish Supermassive's bot lane.
Because Skeens is not here for the dive. I mean, they're kind of setting up for it. Luca flashes away immediately. No cleanse available as well. Faker comes on in. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks a little bit delayed on my angle as Sky Splitter comes on through. It's still 3 versus 2, but the damage is onto Jack Troll. He re-engages. Ignites there. Luca getting it down, but all in for a pound. It's still Sizzeffect to find it. Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Double kill does, though. And the Kites are off to a start, and a big mistake over pushing without your jungler there.
Dodge Specific, that was a nice one. A double kill already for that Kai'Sa on the bot lane, setting up for a very good start. Because Lethality Varus goes okay-ish into the mid game, but he's not going to feel as good there as Kai'Sa is. Her scaling is still on the better side, even despite the Lethality build for Varus. So this double kill already setting her up so much better than Supermassive's bot lane.
As Farfetch now makes a roam towards mid, Blue has no mana as he pushes in. He's feeling confident with the jungler nearby. No ward to spot this out as well. You can see Psycho, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is just waiting for this engage to come through. Thager's almost here as well. Blue going to get Shattering Strike, crash down there as well. Summoner needs to come out. The flash will indeed. Sky Splitter on. Almost enough damage. Waiting for the command attack. Dissonance flash forward. Gets it. Sacrifices his life. Both of them have TP, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Now Jack Troll coming through. A good dodge away from Farfetch. He still gets the auto attack. The root down. Skeens is here, but behind minion waves, he gets on out. And the aggression in the early game from Garçones, I mean, this is really setting up a fire.
I like it for this team. I love it for this team. I am only slightly biased here with Garçones, but they are a team with such an interesting story, and also 2 players who have played in Ultra League, so you kind of see where it's coming from. But again, they are the team that came all the way from the 2nd division of Superliga all the way to the EMEA Masters, and now they are already running 1-1 in the group, setting themselves up for a really good start. But they still need to go through Papari Supermassive, because if they don't defeat them, it's still going to look hard for them.
Well, at least the early game is setting up nicely. We've already got 2 kills picking up here on, and now this does look like it's either Polish or Eastern Europe name in the Kai'Sa. Am I correct?
Yes, it is Specific. He is Polish.
Specific.
Yes,
okay.
He's one of our great. Poland is a very rich in AD carries, and Specific is one of them.
Well, I had to ask because I looked at it. I'm like, you know what? I think maybe I'm hitting the mark. I don't know. Armut with an ulti in top side in the meanwhile. Doesn't get the demolish on the turret, but is close to getting that one turret play. Meanwhile, the rest of his map is melting. He's the only lane that's winning out for the time being. As you can see, it's all about mid, bot side for the time being too. Vega comes through as there's an ulti. Actually, Zyko might just get taken out here. Shockwave saves him for the time being, but Blue has the range and picks up his first kill as well. It's proactivity, even through mid, with Blue getting the much-needed kill.
It's proactivity versus the aggression right in this game. It is. And Papaya Supermassive now had the choice after they got the kill with rotating so many members to the mid lane. Sure. They have the choice which objective do they want to go to, because there is a dragon, as you can see on the map. There are also the void grabs, and the decision was in the end that Skins is going to get the grabs, and Garçones are getting the Drake as a result.
You can see, because Emperor's Divide is down, the tool that probably needed if there was going to be a fight means that Dragon is going to go over to Garçones, and on the other side, The Gromp, excuse me. Raptors, no. Let's try again, Brain. Come on, Brain. Where are you?
The ugly void
Grubs.
bugs.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah, that works. That's what I meant. Got there eventually. That's a trade. Well, you can see now that bot side's here, now that Dragon's gone down, Danger is actually in a position to set up a dive, but no level 6 there as well. No. Wave thinned out here. Seems like a difficult task, while the bottom side of Gasonas also just backs off in case Jack Troll re-engages.
Good time for recalls, especially for the jungle. Good time to go to the outside of the map and see what they can do there. No big objectives are going to come up on the map anywhere soon. So it's time to talk about trying to get to level 6, right? Because the bot laners are still sitting without it. The junglers as well. And for the junglers, it's going to be especially important. For both of them, it's going to be a very big opener to do something else on the lanes.
Skeens now hits level 6, by the way, as he goes back to his
Good
blue
time.
buff. Yeah, see what he can find. Because I said it before, it was the first kill for Blue, but in that last trade, Blue's set up for success. Second kill actually picked up. Bounty on his head as well. And both solo laners now feel like they're in a great spot in the game. Not to mention that Luger, even, you know, dropping a kill or at least getting killed before in that overextension, has 20 CS as the advantage. Now, well, I'm sure we'll look at bot in a second and see where the wave state is at. But I think, Solari, I think it was the push in. I think it's the pressure consistently that's been here from the 2v2. Maybe even from Skeens that has enabled them to push in and send Scissor Effect, you know, back in the lane. Change Corruption, cleanse comes out. Good cleanse, but again, a summoner out for the ulti here. As again, this 2v2 is doing what it should.
What it should, exactly. Jack Troll is just being a constant menace on this bot lane. Jack Troll is also for Poland, by the way, so we have a little bit of a clash here.
Ulti, let's pause. Stormbringer comes on down. The shockwave is there, but brings Skeens back. The kick! One more auto bit of damage should have come through, but he gets away with murder, or at least manslaughter. Skeens not landing the Sonic Wave for the second time, and Page is out, luckily so.
I wonder how much health he had left, because it was nothing. It was just one ultra attack away from a big disaster, but no disaster happened so far, so everybody just recalls safely. And I love what I'm looking at right now, honestly, because this pressure that you were mentioning before for Papara Supermassive on the bot lane, it is constantly there. Oh, the damage!
And his lethality. I mean,
lethality.
This is the thing, right? We talked about, oh, we expected on hit, but we got to remember, through lane and through as well the range advantage that they have for Papara Supermassive, it is oppressive to see Avaris not only in this game, but also with a lead in this game. Forced out of the bottom lane, and we asked, like, how is this lead growing? Well, I think that's a good answer, as Luger is now going to move up to a 30 CS lead just about.
That is massive. And again, there are so many factors in the end that are contributing to it, but as well the fact that this Nautilus is constantly pressuring Guaso, is not letting them get anywhere close, because if he is in the range, and if especially there is an ultimate available for Luger, you know that this is a recipe for disaster.
It's really going well all over the map now. I mean, gold lead is at 2K. And kills be down. This is the other thing about League of Legends, is you don't always read the kill feed and think, well, the game's quite even. You think about what's happening in the lane, like where the pressure's coming from, and plating aside as well. Armor's been picking up heaps. He's 20 CS lead. Mid has been doing really well. Leandri's now just picked up as well with a 600 gold lead in the matchup. And bot we already explained quite thoroughly as well. And Thega, I think the jungler here from the Spanish team has a big job now, because the early game going awry, when you have yourself an Azir, Armut on his Nara as well, we know these ulti tools also exist in Papara Supermassive as well, and especially with the lead. The range is going to start hurting too.
It is going to start hurting massively, because there is going to be so much pro coming from Supermassive side. With the virus, with the Azure, Guasons will have almost no way to answer it. This is not Kai'Sa that is going AP to try to match that poke damage coming from Papara. So when it comes to the setup for the objectives, I feel like this is where Guasons can get really hurt.
Now I realize I might have been pronouncing them wrong. Guasons, not Guasones. I'm just maybe getting excited in my Spanish, and
Maybe I'm the one who's wrong.
Oh, who knows? I mean, again, ladies and gentlemen, it's day one. You'll have to forgive us, or me. Probably just forgive me. I think everyone else is in the right today. It's okay. Gromp, excuse me, I did it again. Where are we? It's hard. My brain is not here yet.
Void grubs.
Void grubs, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's just, I'm getting there, I promise. At least one denied, right? Or two on that matter as well. So the Spanish team taking it away from Papara Supermassive, not going to be given over that easily, but still 4 picked up. Helps Luger with the push in the bottom side as well. 5 turret plates, 4 rather picked up. so far in the early game. That's almost a 1K gold lead here for this Virus. I mean, 1, 2 items. These guys are going to be brutal to verse, as the next dragon might actually give us an indication as well as Supermassive want to use that power and pick up the second dragon of the
They
game.
should be, right? Because it is Guasons who want to be fighting as the team, but they are not ready to be fighting 5-5 or even 4-4 right now with the Supermassive. Supermassive are ahead. Just looking at pure item power that they have on their hands, they are so ahead. And with this Virus especially...
Emperor survived, forces
no.
the flash. Psycho's out of there. He just TP'd in, remember, as well. Jacktroll now running in as well. Shockwave on the return is good, but Sonic Wave Skeins is zoning out. In fact, using 2 people. Dredgeline in the backside as Kick comes out on the right-hand side of the screen. Thega chasing out the Jacktroll and will find the kill there. As Skeins is now isolated. Flash, Shattering Strike sets up the kill on Scissorfeck. And yes, this is such a good chase back to find some gold back into the game. Chance of Corruption and Cleanse on the side. Observer, if you can just go to the right here, we're going to see what's happening in the bot side because Luger now has to cleanse away himself. Killer Instinct's there. Magnet Storm bringing him back in. He's got the damage and Scissorfeck knows it. Even flashes away from the bars. Range still there. But a second skin just in case. A bit of a dash away. Luger still threatening. You can see this Virus, man. He's huge. Hex Flash out. Farfetch not getting the Shattering Strike. I'm just waiting for the next Q to come through, but Thega rolling in. Surely has to punish this guy. Jacktroll needs to help out. Flash away. Dredgeline zones off. And again, no one dying, even though the Dragon goes down to GSNS after their good pick.
You can see this difference between the AD carries already. You can see how much damage there is for Luger. He's a powerhouse right now compared to Scissorfeck, who went all in but could do nothing even against isolated Varys. He doesn't have enough damage. No items completed yet for this Kai'Sa. Unfortunately for Guasons, they're not at the point where they can afford a fight with Supermassive.
I mean, again, Supermassive still so far ahead in the early game. And, you know, despite them getting a pick, I think what we saw in the comp there, Solari, is we saw when they can isolate members and use that mobility they have on things like the Kai'Sa as well, the Volibear to chase down. That's threatening. And then Malphite wasn't included in the fight. Yes. Armut on his Gnar wasn't included in the fight as well. That's at least what a partial 4v4 looks like. And I think Guasona's being able to pick apart the pieces there kind of showed us what we wanted to see. Actually, Spooter might be dead. Hang on. Armut, I know you better. Armut, there's no way Armut doesn't dive in that. I guess there's Flash ulti available. Doesn't want to dive under the turret. But again, the Armut, I know. That man goes. Like, there's no way he doesn't flash in that. But at least it just shows us he's still winning the lane.
He didn't want to.
No.
You know, just sometimes you're not in the mood for dive or something. Sometimes you are.
Actually, yeah, because look at this. Luger's just going to die. Auto attack comes through. No, it doesn't. Farfetch got stunned up. And it's not even a trade. I mean, Supermassive, you keep thinking, oh, yeah, they're going to get picked apart again. But Blue just gets another kill. And there is no trade-off there as much as this Orianna sets it up for it.
It was so close. I don't know, again, how much HP Luger had when he escaped, but it was so close to him dying. And Guasons, because of that, are going to lose a lot.
Oh, he's greeting for the turret. He's actually greeting for the turret. Blue wants to stay through. Turret does go down. Tagged out. Killer Instinct back up and available as Thega now thinking about it with the Stormbringer as well. This is all over the Herald that Schemes was doing by himself, but now that Guasonas have made the move, it makes it riskier. It's still leashed out and won't reset for the time being either. So Herald just gets stolen and yoinked from under their nose. A nice small win here for the Spanish Orc.
But a very important one for them because Supermassive so far have been pushing into them. And you can see that the outer turrets are already all gone for Guasons. And they have their inner turrets being threatened quite heavily with those full void grabs available for the Turkish team. So this Herald is going to help them a lot to find more breathing ground. And they need it. Because they need to be ready for the next Drake. It's coming in the 2 minutes, 20 seconds, right? And they will need to take this Drake because it's going to put them on the soul point. How do you get the Drake? You open up the map for yourself as much as possible before it happens.
I have to say, if third dragon goes to Guasonas, though, like, think about the team fight. You know, when you have a couple of items on Orianna, a couple of items on the Kai'Sa as well. We talked about this being a big wombo composition. The 5v5 their way, I think, is such a big win condition for them.
I like this. You know what? Yes, I like this quite a lot, but I don't like what's happening for Armored right now.
Yeah, he flashes away. Maybe you like it because the Spanish team is still following this out. Farfetch and Psycho want to have to commit to the dive. I mean, Herald's coming down. They cannot take a no for an answer. You want to go under the turret. It's a Volibear. Stormbringer not even used. Shockwave comes through. It is a shutdown. And in the end, no one dies as a trade. Herald even gets a charge off, but you look towards mid. What is Supermassive able to get here as Teleport's going to be used to try and stop the play?
They can get the trade. They get the turret on the mid
Can we look
lane.
at Observer? Can we look at mid? I just want to
No,
see, because top and mid almost both going down. Top does get traded off. And mid almost gets chipped down as well. It looks like the TP was committed to stop the play from Luger and Jack Troll. So yeah, a bit of damage there. Thank you very much to our Observer. In a turret, almost taken down in the end. So got to look at what the play encompasses here, Solari. I think we see the gold lead almost at 4K. 3.5 to be precise. And it's 55 seconds before Dragon too. Now, what did they commit for that bottom side play? Can you help me? Because I am blind. Thega altered.
Yes, he
Psycho
did.
doesn't have ult, but will have it eventually. So it's not like it costs that much. So there's a lot of tools available to fight.
Yes.
I think you're
it's
as
not
eager
as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. I had to double check with you because I want to see now, you know, maybe this full 5-on-5 because we haven't seen Malphite involved in fight yet.
That's true. He needs to be involved in the next fight because otherwise 4-4 and 4-5, Guasons are not going to win the next fight. Almost 4K gold lead for Supermassive.
Yeah.
And they still have Blue, who has been pretty much untouched for the majority of the game, and he's going to be such a nuance for Guasons if they try to get the access to the Drakes. But the access is the problem right now. Look at that. They are hogging that inner turret on the mid lane. There is no way they are getting to the Dragon, especially with the Gna on the bot lane.
And look at their spacing too. They're not grouping up. They're not standing in front of this Malphite and just being easy target as well. They've also got wards where it counts, watching the entrance of Thega come from his jungle. They separate the map, and again, Armored setting out bottom side of Supermassive, sit down here themselves. Jack Troll walking up the turret. Jack Troll, what are you doing?
Brother!
Go home, have a sip of tea, come back rejuvenated. Let's see what happens now, because they've separated the map again. At least Blue comes back and with Demolish opens up mid-outer turret. Gasones are like getting pulled apart. Solari, look at this. I mean, they're getting separated and torn. And now inner turret on the bottom side is next on the menu once more.
But finally, Zico is going to join them because all this time Ariana was not even with the team. That is what worries me. She was on the top lane trying to deep-push there as much as possible, but now they can commit to something.
Flash Malphite ulti, no Mega Gnar. No Mega Gnar available, so the team fight won't be fair, it won't be even. Zyko as well has the ulti available. I'm waiting for Gasones to pull the trigger. Where is the Gajones? I want to see the Dragon now because third comes up and Gajones are in position. But we just have to see if this Malphite can pull an ulti off. Farfetch with a flank here.
Or at least trying to look for some. The Dragon has been reset. That's a very good reset for Guasons, but they are going to lose so much health. Exactly.
This is the range we talked about. Luger now, this almost 2-item Varus hurts like hell. Of course, Blue is doing the same here himself. Farfetch takes the Hex Gate. Will be spotted out by Skeens, who's nowhere near the pit. We get a bit of lag for good measure. Blue runs in. Zizeffect flashes out. There's the Malphite ult. Finally, the Magnet Storm flows through, but Blue's ultimate response is much better. It wasn't concise from the Spanish orb. And they're going right back home with Supermassive setting up a triple kill onto Blue. It's easy to pick it apart when it doesn't come together for Spain.
The timing couldn't have been worse for Guasons. It is just so upsetting because they go into the fight, they start dancing around the Dragon, and you notice it yourself. There is no Mega Gnar available for Armut anymore. But the moment that they finally commit, that they go for the Drake, that they go, it is back. It is back. And they have to fight with a Mega Gnar who is so tanky that there is no way you're cutting through it. And because he's so tanky, Blue is free to do whatever he wants, and he wants a triple kill out of it.
I mean, it's a shame, like with the early lead of Zizeffect God. You know, we didn't see, set up early. We saw some good picks separating the map, and Persona's using this Kai'Sa and Volibear quite well. But Blue is just so damn far ahead. Now, especially, the point's easy. But I think we can say that this game has been set up by Papara Supermassive because of what happened in the solo lanes from Blue, from Armwood. Luger as well also had a bit of a CS lead, like by the tune of about 50, which he's still at, by the way. So the laning phase here for Supermassive has been their, not only saving grace, but has been their flowing force.
It has been. It is not just... If you say that it's a word, then fine, sure. But yes, it is even the fact that there was this double kill for Guasons on the bot lane that could have been the setting stone for them to try and find success. It is the fact that everywhere else it was crumbling down for them, especially on the mid lane. I feel like Blue is such a big reason to why Supermassive are feeling so comfortable in this game right now. 6-1-2 goes the man. Look at the bounty on his head. Ooh, that is a very good ultimate, a completely gold Luger. But the cooldowns are short, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's short. It's just annoying that it doesn't connect. I think more for Gasona's going to be happy that there is a tool down, but It's not like it links up with anything. Baron's sitting there staring them in the face, which, I mean, Spaniards, even though I know they're not Spaniards, but let's just call them that. The organization itself, they have to go and face check this, right? Vision cleared out completely. You can see now moving in as a unit, but I wouldn't be here. Jack Troll has depth charge available. They move as a group to get Vision away, but Blue was topside. They're lucky to get out of there with their life. But you look on the other side, while they clear out Vision themselves, while they hover around now a little bit more aggressively, Bot's getting pushed up again. Mid has ultra wave clear thanks to Luger as well. Baron starts from over the wall. Farfetch drops a ward. Dredgeline almost connects, but still there. They're hitting the Baron and they're pulling Gasones to them.
They don't even want to get the Baron. Ideally, if they just wanted to go for the Baron, they would have waited until the third item for Blue is happening. Most likely, the Crypto Bloom, still my favorite item in the game, by the way.
Crypto Bloom?
Yes, it is very nice. It allows you to get the resets that otherwise you might not have as a team. And for Supermassive, yes, they would like to have some resets in a big team fight. But yes, they don't want to take the Baron right now. They just want to make sure they pull Guassos to the part of the map where they want them to be.
They've been pulling them all game long. I mean,
That's
again,
true.
we've seen a lot of macro teams today like playing with, you know, either lane swaps or like mid-game rotations where teams just don't have setup, they don't have responses. Even the KC Blue game, KC, when being so far behind, still played side lanes really well. Just were unfortunately not able to find it across the line. Feels like TCL should be able to get this across the line. You know, it's a 7.5k gold lead, but I think more importantly is Crypt Bloom, the item you're talking about, finally gets picked up by Blue. I mean, this Azir is so far ahead. It is going to require a mega engage, a giga engage, like the perfect engage. Like Malphite ult, wrapped it with Orianna, at least 4 people.
Have we seen any Malphite ult in this game?
We did see one defensively towards bot, but I mean, the problem with bot, it looked good, but it wasn't laid in. It wasn't like followed by Shockwave and Rel Magnetstorm. They were at different parts of the fight.
Yes, and they need to have the chain of engage, right? They need to have this chain of control going in because they have all the tools for them, but they're just not utilizing these tools. Partially because they're so behind, but partially because they are not able to find the perfect angle to do so. But they have now because the Baron is up and Supermassive can just go and take it.
Look, and the poke is making it easier to take it right. Zyko might have to TP back on in. That was an Azir Q mixed with Varus. There you go again. Scissor gets the full might of the law. Like that is a 3-item Varus. Ignore him because now Jack Troll's just showing us what the rest of the team does. Blue on top of this volley bear now poking out. The kick is going to be flashed away from. That's why Thega is walking away with his life at the time being. Dredgeline is there as well. Farfetch defends nicely as Scissor had to back away. So Supermassive don't need to deal with him anymore. And as we go back towards Baron, Jack Troll's the only one low. And so they say, yeah, let's just start this purple worm because it feels easy to do at 24 minutes.
They didn't get any kills, but they got Gosson's third, although they had to recon. Look at that, it's only 3 members of Gosson's coming in right now.
But even if Spuda flashes and ultis, as you said, 3 members, Scissorfeck hasn't joined in. Now he's here. Thega's here as well. They're separated, spread apart. Supermassive going to get ulti on. Magnetstorm's the 2-man. At least they're on Blue, who goes golden. But the problem is, in the backside, Blue can still flash away. Luger's still there. Supermassive are getting torn a bit more than you'd expect here, as Gasones have gotten a couple of shutdowns. All right, it's manageable here as Luger now in the middle of the fight, looking for Zyko, won't find it. Shutdown goes to him as well. At first, I thought it's only a couple of picks, but Gasones are back in the game, sort of.
Sort of, yes. It is already much better than what it was before.
Much better.
Finally, we are taking our R buttons, we are putting them on our keyboard, we're pressing them all together in the correct order, and it somehow works out for us. Beautiful.
Well, that's a start. It's still a massive gold lead, but it's a start at the very least when Dragon is up and available. But because the back timings aren't too bad, or rather the kill timings aren't too bad, and Blues did survive too, I wonder, are they going to give up Dragon? Solari, I guess the answer is just maybe yes.
Maybe, yes. They can afford to give up the Dragon, right? It is just a soul point for Guassones to get it right now, but it's a very big soul though, so that is a slightly riskier move than I would like to see for Papyrus Supermassive now. But it's a good move for Guassones, again, starting from the bottom. Now we're here, you know, it's the whole story for them throughout the split. Now it's the same story in this game, apparently. So they still do have a chance. I like it.
I mean, again, as you said, Soul Point going to be great for this team. Opening mid would be even better as well. As they walk on up, those Death Climbers are now back up on the board. But there's a backline engage again. The Magnetstorm follows through. Scissorfeck as well. Gets an angle, and Luger's down. Big damage threat down in the ground. It's a double kill as Armor now wants to go into Meganar, but his whole team stands dead around him. It's a 1-man Meganar ult as well. Supermassive getting torn apart in a game that should be all theirs. Blue ulti's out Farfetch, but one by one they're going in. But even with a double kill, do we flip it back around again? Blue gets stunned on up, and I guess the answer will be no with a big shutdown, and Skeens running for his life. I discounted this team. Spain, I apologize. Please let me into your country one day, because Gaston has just aced the TCL first seed.
They lost 2. And they killed everybody on the enemy team. And I wonder what they're going to kill next. Maybe the purple worm that we see on the map. Maybe something else, but the death timers are so bad for Supermassive right now. 20+ seconds for everybody except for the bot lane, who are already alive. Guastones finally have the breathing room to do whatever they want on the map. And that is everything they have been asking for. And yet again, we go into a fight, we pick it, we press the ultimate, we send Malphite in first, followed up by the Shockwave, followed up by Rel. Beautiful magnet storms over and over coming there from Farfetch. And again, the team fight works out for us. And even with all the gold lead, Supermassive cannot stand this fight.
It's nice that, again, you know, Spirit has kind of switched on a bit. Like,
Yes.
this whole comp has switched on. And Gasona's, for what was a 7, almost 8k gold lead, has now shrunk. The last one, I was like, look, it's still Supermassive with a lead. It still feels like if they play this game out, it should be theirs. Now it's an issue.
Oh.
And again, because Luger's frontlining. He was so confident before, but Spiritus says, shut up. Sends him in the grave. 40-second death timer. Baron is up, by the way. And with Baron, if with a 5 versus 4, even with the Malphite tool down, you need one hell of a team fight from Armored and the setup from Supermassive to find your way in.
6-2-2 Kai'Sa, full AD Kai'Sa. They're going to take down this Baron so quickly, but can Supermassive do anything? They have
Shockwave,
good
it's
ultimate.
one man. It's onto Armored though. Wait, Armored leaps out instead. Depth charge is going to come through instead. The kickback is huge. Blue, ulti's nothing though. He's engaged on, and Scissorbeck is just taking him down. Whittling through is this Kai'Sa. Armored's now out of the Mega Gnar bar, and Skeens is going to a bar after this to drink away his sorrows. How did this get so lost for Supermassive? And how are they facing down the barrel of 0-3?
They're doing it to themselves, Hysterics.
They are.
They are bringing it on themselves. It is for the second time in a row already. First, Luger goes down because he's mispositioning. And then they look at Guastones and are like, look, Specific doesn't have an ultimate. We could have tried to fight it a little bit back and forth, but what do? We invite our back lane to be in the front lane. Yet again, Specific doesn't need to do anything. He walks up and deals the damage. Zico does exactly the same. Supermassive have been going down for them, and the gold lead that they had before, it's gone.
And this is like a great example of compositions that we're just forcing on Luger. The observer's like, give it a Luger, what's going on?
Hello.
I mean, now Gasona's, by the way, in a bit of a gold lead. Like, this game has flipped completely around. They're the ones that built up Soul, as you said before, Solari. Soul point is such a good thing for them, such a great position. It now leads into the point where, well, this is a position that they can take it. And I have to say, when you see comps like this in the past, you think, like, it's easy to execute once you get going as well. Everyone presses their buttons, and if they connect on key targets like Luger or Blue, the game's done. Supermassive, we know this comp as well for their team fighting is a lot harder to execute as well. It relies on Armored's R button, it relies on this Mega Gnar. Blue as well for his engage also has to find key targets, but those key targets can also move, especially in the Kai'Sa. So we've kind of seen so far that for Supermassive, when it has come to some of these 5v5s or picking apart the fight themselves, they've struggled a little bit. They haven't been able to poke at their targets and been given time. I think Gasonas are doing a good job, I don't know if you agree with this, of making sure that Supermassive don't have time to think of the fights, don't have time to space it out.
Yes, it is not just the engage coming from Guastones, it is the burst engage that's coming from them. And even those tiny disengage tools that Supermassive have on their side, they have no time to press those buttons and to use them, because by the time they finally can move in the fight and do something, most likely they are dead.
It's been such an impressive response. Again, Gasonas fans, I apologize. I sold you off and I said, you know, this game looking rough. The early game wasn't good in the laning phase, but you've turned it around. Now with TP coming through, it looks like Supermassive want to try and bring a black hole into the fight, and that's Blue. Remember, he's still strong. If anyone can do it, it's Blue. But Baron's still giving a lot of power here. Look at Botwave pushing in, top building up as well. Now we're A-ramming because Soul is live, trying to get pressure through mid. Gasonas move down to river. Dredge line is there. They start the fight. Jack Troll flashes away immediately. the Nautilus down at all. Meganar's coming through though. Gasonis can't be caught off guard by Armut, who's trying for a flanking angle. Dredgeline there again. A ball on top, a kick through, a 3-man knockup, but Spuda has found an engage where no one is for the time being, but still enough damage as Sizzafek now re-angles in. There's so much work coming through from this Orianna as well. And let's not forget for Supermassive as they get engaged on and hit hard. They just don't have the damage to survive. Luger has to run for his life, and again, every fight is a Gasonis fight.
But there was at least an idea this time, a very different idea from Papara Supermassive. Don't group up, try to split up Guastones as much as possible. Maybe they're not going to be able to do the magic they've done before with the R buttons, but wait, the moment was lost for Supermassive. 5k gold before it could have worked, but now when Guastones are in the lead themselves, it doesn't matter anymore. And now with the soul in their hands, the Hextech soul, it doesn't matter anymore whatsoever. Guastones have to march to the victory now.
And you know how impressive Hextech Soul is as a Kaiser as well that runs fight? I mean, it is so much fun. You definitely
Fun is a good word to use, yes.
Fun is the right word. I mean, it's a 4-item Kaiser. You've also got yourself a red pot as well. With every single fight we've seen, it feels like we kind of just now start discounting Supermassive. I did it earlier on for Gasonis. I'm happy to do it for Supermassive. They've got Hextech Soul. They've also got a Baron that comes up in how long? 2 minutes 20. Will we even see the light of that day? I mean, it's 32 minutes in the game, and I was already talking about full build Kaiser just about here for Zyko as well on 4 items here on the Orianna 2.
You keep butchering his name. Archerum is going to kill you at some point.
What, Zyko?
Zico?
Zico? Zyko.
Shiku.
Jiku.
Shiku. Shiku.
Shiku.
Shiku. Say Shiku.
Wow, okay.
You pronounced his name like 5 different times throughout this match. It was interesting.
Apologies again to the Spanish fans. Again, let me into your country if you don't mind.
He's Portuguese.
It's a Spanish team. Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. There's a lot of players in the tournament, and there's a lot of different languages, and I only speak none of them. Okay? Can I say that? That's not a naughty word, is it? No, I mean, stop it. Bacalhau? No, bacalhau. But I'm sorry again.
It's a codfish, isn't it?
It's a codfish, yeah. Sorry, if anyone didn't understand, not a cold fish, a codfish. Bacalhau, but that's not correct at all. Well, my Twitter is HystericsCast. If you have a problem with it, just DM me. Also, if you could give me some pronunciation tips, I'd learn Spanish one day. I think I'd be good at it.
You think?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Anyway, what's happening in the game? Should we talk about it? Nah, actually, forget about it. Bacalhau. At least this caster thinks he's funny.
Let's at least try to see how Gastones are going to march to their victory.
How do they win the game? Is it Azir? And tell me why it's Azir. Actually, is it Armut hitting a good ult that's more than one person this game?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe. Actually, maybe. You know, a good Mega Gna ultimate could actually turn this game completely around, but it's going to be hard with the soul already in the hands of Gastones, with a Baron coming up soon. But again, I'm not sure if we're going to see the fight for the Baron.
I think we can say, like, we've already talked about the poke in this game. We talked about range advantage. I think Blue Luger before a fight need to kind of whittle down, but as we've seen, they're kind of fearful of walking into this open space at the moment. We've seen the engage already come through from Gastones, and I think the problem is worried about getting that Malphite engage, that Volibear engage, the Rel engage, as you already talked about too. Stepping up. Look at how far back
Jack
Luger
Troll.
is. And Spuda just hitting away Jack Troll. Look at Lucas like, okay guys, let me poke away. Chains of Corruption. Doesn't land. Sonic Wave freezes frame again. Dredgeline is there too. Spuda just turns around. Luger flashes out. Okay, that's a start here as the Magnustorm is there, and Armut hits a good engage, but it's onto the front line. Skeen's kick though is big. Depth charge is bigger. Blue's ulti and DPS the biggest. A shutdown follows through, and finally it hits in the right order that Gasonis are just sent back to Spain.
A super massive answer finally found from the Turkish team. When it looked like almost lost for them, the gold lane is finally back in their hands, the mid lane is finally back in their hands, and they're going to finish the game.
You know what? The ship never sails until the flag is up, until the sail's ready to go. Supermassive with their first win at the EMEA Masters. I am just the discount king, and it looks like Supermassive were on sale for a while. Boy, oh boy. You know what? We should have some coffee to celebrate.
No, you forgot what this coffee is.
What do you think about that game?
I think that was such a good early game for Papara Supermassive, but
It
then they
was.
lost it. It took them so long to figure out what to do with the enemy.
True.
Because again, for the enemy, it was so easy. Find them in a nice spot, press all your buttons, go in, game done for you.
And things like flash timings as well, I have to add.
Yes.
Like, you know, Luca saving flash, I think, was a big deal. Avoiding the Malphite ulti. Something worth mentioning. I think,
Avoiding the Malphite ulti, exactly.
Yeah.
The moment the Malphite ulti doesn't land, they can do whatever they want because they have those couple of seconds to fire back.
and separating from Blue and Luga too. I mean, Blue as well got
Yes.
DPS in the last fight. Like his ulti was a one man, but it didn't matter because he
Yes.
actually got to hit. So I think there's a lot of pieces to pull apart from that. I'm glad at least for Gasones we got to see them play a team fight, play like, you know, their 5v5 well, and they're all in. That was, you know, something we were kind of waiting for and we didn't get to see. We're going to throw the desk in as well, by the way, because they deserve to be told what's going on here.
I mean, I just want to hear more of your wonderful words.
Of what?
Because there was some like seriously impressive like moments. Like I think I owe you a personal thanks for dealing with that fly, by the way.
Oh yeah,
that
thing
was,
over there. People can't see it, man. That
it was like harassing
That's
me
not
all
a
game.
fly.
Like, I really
that
appreciate
was a horse fly, no joke.
Yeah.
A
It
horse fly,
attacked
you know,
me.
in like the desert, you know, they have in the dirt and they bite people. You're
Are you
confused
just
by it,
saying
but
that I'm
they-
the dirt? Like, man, you could be a little kind, dudes.
They actually, do you know, actually, fun fact, I think they're called a horsefly because they bite horses and they rear from it.
Really?
They actually, and it hurts the horse.
It's awful. Anyway,
Yeah.
I
But
appreciate
also,
your sacrifice.
It's Shiku.
That was nothing of what I
Shiku.
heard. Shiku.
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 Yeah, there you go.
Baklava.
No, Bacalhau is not. Bacalhau is not. They're not able to pronounce
If a
it.
player names themselves that, I think I might cry.
If I would be a player nowadays, I would call myself Bacalhau.
Bacalhau.
Why? Just because English people are not able to say that. And as we move on to the desk after this game, let's be honest, we have a lot to discuss on this one. Eragon, welcome to the desk. Initialize, you are back.
I am.
Take that
I'm
coffee
sorry
and
about
be
that.
happy with it. So as we move to talk about this game,
Should we just leave? Just leave hysterics to sort of rant into a microphone and see what happens? I feel like we end up with like, you know, those kind of like train of thought, like Ulysses type literary moments.
Don't trust him for coffee. Actual disgusting.
it was the
See,
fly that brought
was-
in the coffee, by the way. That was the fly making the coffee. Let's talk about the game. I need to steal up this one. We need to talk about the game. And you brought something really interesting, Aragon. We were on a green room. You said, I want expectations and how they turn out. So deliver to me the expectations of the draft towards the early game. That is really important. I love it.
Right. So in terms of the early game, Guasones as a team always lose early, but not only that, the draft also lost early. They had Kai'Sa into Varus, losing lane, right? So typically you expect them to lose lane, lose some plates, and fall behind, but they stemmed that kind of bleeding with a bunch of different Volibear ganks, and that managed to bridge them to mid game. But the problem was they just kept bleeding, right? Even at some points, like down 4k gold. The thing I will say was very good about Guasones, though, was no matter what they were losing, it was always traded. It was never just a free loss. If they lost a tier 2 top, they would get a tier 1 bot. There was never just a non-cross map.
Yeah, and I think credit to them for those very early stages of the game where they did at least manage to get a few counter punches in. The problem was eventually the punches ended up not hitting air, whereas the punches from Para Supermassive were just that much more consistent. They were getting the leads, actually, particularly in bot lane. Luga was getting 30, 40 CS ahead, which is a big deal, whatever the matchup is. And that felt pretty good alongside the shoving lanes. The problem was once the mid came and went, they hit to this point where you look at the other side and it's pretty simple, guys, what that comp wants to do. We've all seen it, whatever elo you're at. Malphite plus Orianna does one thing. Add in a Rel, add in a Volibear, add in a Kai'Sa. They all press R on the same target and they just disappear.
But before you go to that one, you need to reach the mid game. And if you look into that one, specifically, you're pointing out the bot lane, which is really hard to set up anything. Then you look into the top lane. As a top laner, you know the ordeal of fighting versus a Gnar, especially as a Malphite. And your jungler is a Volibear. Like, he can stun, but you can't gank.
Yeah, it's not really gankable. At best, you just get a bunch of comet procs. Usually you actually see area in this because the comet can be dodged by Gnar. He's that quick. But regardless, the matchup's kind of just a Stonewall where Gnar can get demolished procs and take turret and slowly, and you eventually scale up to be this kind of you know, this really big team fighting beast. At the very least, sometimes you could poke out the Gnar, but I don't think that's what happened this game.
So as we go gold-wise, when we're talking about gold, looking into this composition, obviously Papara should have the lead by far. So even if you want to play team fight or just bringing it out, you'll always be so far behind that you can't do anything about it. So the slowly stopping the bleeding was the most important factor for Guasones. So how did they do it? Because there was a small attempt at doing it. There was an attempt.
There was an attempt. So Guasones, they kept finding skirmishes in bot side river continuously. It was ganks. At some point, Kaiser was 2-0. Then there was another skirmish, and Kaiser was 3-0. And despite being down multiple plates, down 40 CS, like you said, she was still relatively in the game.
Yeah, and I think on that note as well, Kaiser's ability to access people was really high in this comp because there was always someone to set up plasma on someone valuable, whatever may come. And eventually they hit this point where Blue and Luger's flashes were never off cooldown at the right time. You hit this point in the mid game where actually they blew flashes at slightly wrong time and the timers kept getting popped. And so they would consistently get jumped on. The gold came on in, and it got very difficult to manage.
This is such a good team fight.
This is a great team fight, and you can sort of see a little bit of that here.
This was the third dragon fight where I was questioning, why are you fighting, right? So this was where Guasones, they thought they were strong enough. 1.5 items across the board versus 1.5 items. So they thought, you know what? This is where we turn it around. This is where our scaling comes online. But it wasn't it, because Kaiser starts the fight 40% HP, and so does Volibear. So that was the first major mistake with Guasones. But then they come back. They have all these engages. Luger actually manages to flash the engage here, which is really important. Armut does a bunch of stalling in the backline, but in the end, they get run down because watch this move from Zico here, dodging the hook out and managing to run around the rest.
Yeah, and at this point, you're realizing, well, Blue's got nowhere to go, and Luger's already burned flash, and Chico just comes up and does unspeakable things. Ultron's very pleased. I got the pronunciation right. We take it. There we go. Phew, we're about there. The problem then became like you start seeing these kind of combos. The flashes are down. Luger has nowhere to go this time, and this keeps happening. Actually, in fairness to him, Blue comes across in a second here and really tries. He really does. He gets a couple back, but it's already such a mismatch in terms of numbers. You just can't keep the DPS up, and you can't outrun the Volibear. You just don't have enough mobility to escape all the continued
And look at the gold. This is quite important. Look at the gold at the top, 49,000 to 44. And this is exactly 2 fights after they aced 2 times.
It is so weird to see such a gold deficit, yet have Hextech Soul, but then still lose. I've never seen that kind of back and forth weird combination. Because with Hextech Soul, it's probably the best, one of the best Soul in the game. It's not the best. It has like a 90% win rate, right?
Huge,
it's absolutely mental. So losing the game with it is unheard of, but then getting it whilst you're 5k gold behind is also unheard of. And then throwing it is even more. So I think this was, I'm not sure if this was the fight, but at one point, I think Skeens land's best hook, the best kick. And I was thinking this.
It's not this one.
At one point, Hysterics asks, how do they get back in the game? And I was thinking, what immediately came to my mind was one of those C9 Meteors kicks where he sits 10 miles behind the bush, finds a flank. But yeah, this hook, this kick rather.
Skeen just waiting for the time, finds an opening because Malphite is out of the way. Boom.
Oh, it's
Come
so
here.
good.
Oh, it's so smooth.
Into the very swift ward after as well. That is about as clean a Lee Sin combo as you could ask for. Nothing
they needed that.
Yeah, it was very, very necessary. And you can see Kaiser finally gets attacked. It was very hard to reach her consistently as the game went on. You can see that graph. That is a Grand Canyon. That is a ridiculous swing and goal from 8k up down to minus, what is that, 5k on the other side, then back up the other way. Well, not quite that much, but the point is it's a huge, huge swing in goal. And somehow Para Supermassive still win the game somehow, some way. And it's very important because they were 0-2. It was looking rough. I mean, on the other side for Guasones, that they're now 1-2. They match up that scoreline. I was looking at other groups. Heretics are 0-2 as well. A lot of these regions and teams haven't been as consistent as we were expecting. And one of the things we mentioned when we were casting earlier, and just as a general narrative for the tournament, is there is no room for mistakes. You make a mistake, it sticks. There is no time to go away and fix it, no time to go away and VOD review it. You are back on tomorrow, playing the same amount of games. You have 2 days to get this sorted or it's done.
I think you wanted to chat about something, because if you don't, I'm going to bring another topic.
Go ahead, bring another topic, man.
Okay, let's bring the rough one, because you're talking about you're not allowed to make any single mistakes on EMEA Masters. Let's be honest, 16 teams, the top of the top. Crème brûlée, okay? I'm just going French on this one.
Okay.
I'm not bringing coffee anymore. I'm traumatized, PTSD. But when you're looking at the top 16 teams of Europe, you're not allowed to make any single mistake. And as you're pointing out, you have to fix things from one day to the other one. But as a ex-pro player, okay, I'm going to say this out loud. He was an ex-pro player, by
I'm
the
the
way.
only non-ex-pro on this desk.
That's
I'm
true.
I'm an ex-pro.
Like, I'm just a random.
You're
Man.
some guy we picked up on the street.
Yeah,
Who
he
is
plays
this guy?
Evelyn. He plays Evelyn.
I do.
So what
I'm
I
sorry
want to
about
talk
that.
about, the fact is, if you want to fix your issues from one day to the other one, that is so hard. That is ridiculous.
can
But the
relate.
other thing is, another thing, and I think you may agree with me on this one, is if you win versus a team on one day, you know their weaknesses.
Yep.
So even if they try to fix their mistakes, you already know where they bleed.
Yeah. I do think that this last game wasn't a great example because it was so back and forth and you kind of nearly
This is
lost
not a good
that.
example.
But I understand. The most relatable thing here for me was when I was playing Telia Masters. And it's very, very jam-packed. And you usually start to snowball in terms of emotions, right? This is what happened to my team, right? Every single time when I was on M&M, you would have to keep playing. And in the end, it was a similar sort of amount of games. And we would start strong, but the second we lost 1 or 2 games, it would crumble, and you could feel it. It definitely feels very emotional.
And that happens at multiple levels of play. Because again, I want to call out, I think it was Judge, who was the coach of SK Prime, who was talking about how things went wrong in the finals for SK. They were supposed to be the favorites for that, and they come in second. And they were saying, look, we had a bad draft in game 2, and it emotionally snowballed against us really, really hard, and we ended up playing not like ourselves at all. And you look at like a tournament like this, where if you come in and say, actually, we weren't expecting the lane swap meta, and suddenly we're being asked all these pop quiz macro questions on the fly. What lane are you supposed to be on? Wait, what do you mean we're playing into Aurelion Soul all the time? We weren't expecting that. Those little things, especially if you've come from like a play-ins pod or a scrim bubble, and you don't get to go and learn what actually works in the meta because, well, you've got to play again tomorrow, guys. Good luck. So unless you are really rapid at picking up a new strategy, if that's the issue, not just emotions, it can get all very entangled and all very tricky very fast. Your initial read has to be good.
Yeah, I just want to drop something in there because you're completely right. There's no time to adapt, right? I remember we would start lose games. We would have the tournament the next day. And my jungler, shout out to Gadunica, he would say, hey, Aragon, can you pick up Camille before tomorrow?
Just learn a new champion.
Just Camille. She's so easy, man. She's so easy. Just pick up Camille, build Divine Sunder. You can carry games. And I would just have to sit there with a straight face and say, no, that is not possible, actually. Surprisingly, I can't learn an entire new champ in turnaround of a day because the tournament is so quick, right? So similar sort of thing. You have to just keep going with what you have.
Reject Camille, return to Croc.
Yeah.
I had a coach that brought in the idea on one tournament that instead of adapting from one day to the other one, let's talk about emotions and bring them back down because you are not going to learn the new craft from one day to the other one. So let's bring the emotions back to 0 so you can start from scratch. So it's a game by game day. It's like a best of 1 to stay alive. For most teams or teams that are 0-2 or 0-3 at this moment, it's like let's play game by game. Well, I'm Portuguese, so obviously my emotions are really high, and there may have been a chair that flew on a tournament, but there's no proof of that. So this is, I think that the word for the coach today is like, we need to bring you back down. Let's bring the groups again if possible so we can see how the scores are faring out right now on 4
That'd
groups.
be great,
Remember, only 2 teams advanced from this phase. We have today and tomorrow to end up the group phase. As soon as we can get those groups on the screen, you'll understand how they are faring right now.
And like, I've got to look some of the standings up here right now. I'm looking at things like Group B. Every team there is 1-1. I think actually KCB just obviously now having this win here. That's a big one. So they're no longer 1-1, but just before that game finished, every team was tied. We'll see how it ends up with Besiktas versus SK Prime a little later on as well. Group A is a little bit more sold. But of course, I think we've got Heretics versus Zero Tenacity as the last game.
That's the last game.
So one of those teams will at least get a win.
Don't jump into that boat quite yet as we look into Group C and Group D. Anything that surprises you so far? I'm looking into Group D, and somehow Lions Creed is already at 1-2.
I know you said Group C and D, but I could just say there's a couple of surprises in every single group. I think Heretics losing 2 games is crazy when you look at the roster. I think KC Blue dropping a game is crazy in of itself. Not surprised by BDS Academy. I think the fact that Supermassive should be 0-3 right now, after that game, they 100% should have lost, by the way. That was a very, very good. I think the Gastones only lost in the only way they could, where they whiffed absolutely every single spell. So that would have been very surprising. And then Spandau? going 3-0 and a Gentlemate's going 0-2. I think the 0-2 is...
Gentlemates, wow.
Wow.
So Anonymo beat Lions Creed just after we cast them, but that final game right now, I believe, will be Anonymo versus Gentlemates. So there's a world where we end up with a lot of teams at 1 and 2 and Spandau sitting pretty. There's a world where Gentlemates are just 0 and 3, and
Kinda
that
out.
was not an expectation.
Yeah. They were my dark horse, Gentlemates, and also Guazones were my dark horses.
Yeah.
And so far, their future are looking dark, both of them. Now looking into that game you were talking about, the last one of the day, at least on the mainstream, it's going to be Heretics versus Zero Tenacity.
This is such a big one because...
Whoever loses. 0-3, first day.
It's really, really tough to get out of groups from that point. But one of the big things there as well is you look at the people on Zero Tenacity. Solari was kind of like prepping us for teams. Obviously, Ultra Liga is her region in a lot of ways. Look, Zero Tenacity are not as stable as Anonymo, but they were built to be a team that goes to EMEA Masters and can match teams there. That's not what's happened so far. You're looking at Heretics, and yes, they lost their mid laner. Of course, they've had to replace Certus. He's only had like 10 games with the team. Sorry, Certus has come in replacing Zvero, who's gone up to the Heretics main roster. And that's a big shift there. But you've still got Xerxes and Certus and Jack Spectre, who've all been playing really well, and they're 0 and 2. Like, that's a bit of a shock. And yes, Besiktas, yes, GK are good, but that is the new guys to the league, right? That's Arabian League. That's Turkey coming on in and going 2-0 in the way they have.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but while we were setting up the show, we were talking with the Solari, and she was saying that Zero Tenacity was one of the teams that they had a rough split, but they didn't care about that because their only objective was coming into EMEA Masters and getting through EMEA Masters and showing everyone what they're capable of. It's Zero Tenacity, right? I just want to make sure that she's not walking through the door with those nails.
When we get a little message later going, you're all wrong, we'll know. But that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that was basically it, right? That they weren't that clear in the regular season. They were a bit shakier, still trying to figure themselves out. But once playoffs roll around, they did look significantly better. The issue now is they've come to EMEA Masters and much say like a team like Ruddy, which we all know quite well. It's an NLC desk, by the way, guys. I've just realized.
Is it?
They are a team that
it was not.
They're like a team that's kind of she's looking at it, she's just shaking her head. What's she doing? She's just outside the. We're good. I can't actually say there's a camera in the way, so I've got like
I'll
bits of her
survive
hair.
until tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
we go day by day.
Are you
we
sure?
just talked about that.
I think we might. The moment we leave, we might just be done.
Heretics. I'd like to talk about them.
Thank you.
Lost Heretics.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am so surprised they're down 0-2 because I spoke to Spuda. Okay, he's the top laner for Guasones, and I was like, okay, you know, I've seen your VODs, but tell me a bit more about the teams, right? What do you guys think? What is your personal opinion of Heretics, right? The other representatives. And he said, you know, these guys are crazy, right? The bot lane is an absolute powerhouse. I hate playing against them because the bot lane is so strong, and it's like playing against a fed bot lane every game is not nice, right? So they love to play really heavily through bot lane. Jack Spectre will lock in things like Callista Draven if they aren't target banned away from them, which is then draft resources having to be denied into Jack Spectre, right? So you're taxed in that way. And they will always win bot lane. I think he was playing stuff like Aphelios Renata, which just gets perma-push and a bunch of platings as well. So that is definitely going to be the point where Zero Tenacity has to mitigate.
Yeah, and I also want to call out, I did get a chance to chat with Noah, of course, is one of the LVP casters, and she sent over some wonderful stuff, but she called out specifically that something that some might go under the radar a little bit is not on the player side, but on the coaching side, because it's the former coach of Bisons who joined the team. So, of course, Majki and Bisons were a team that no one expected to do well, and that coaching team made them into this absolutely deranged team of craziness. And while Heretics are not as unhinged in that kind of drafting sense, you can still see the serious improvements that they have made in terms of coming together as a cohesive unit. And I think a lot of credit, at least from what I've been hearing, is owed to that coaching team as well. The problem is they've come into the tournament as it stands, and for all that we're hearing about the hype, how excited the players were, how kind of like high the expectations were in a lot of ways, that's not been the case so far today. If they go 0-3, like we've seen teams bring it back, but that is a very tall order, and it happens so very rarely. This game is such a must-win rather, for both of these squads.
To start off today with the 0-3, that's not the dream for teams that are looking to show themselves on the highest stage because they want to go higher. Everybody wants to go higher. So this is the stage. Start on a 0-3. That is a big, bad omen. So for you both, gentlemen,
hello,
I want to do some bets.
Bets? Okay.
Yes. Who's gonna win?
I've already won one. I predicted the Jinx first pick, right? So
And
owe me-
you'll get your prize.
And I also
get your
predicted
prize.
the SK win over Carmine Core, so I did get that one.
What's next? Hit me.
You'll get a good job.
That actually means a lot. Thank you so much.
Really?
I'm just being.
I
Yeah.
predict Lost Heretics to take it in a
To
dominant
take it
fashion.
versus dominant fashion.
Dominant fashion.
Not even disputed. Okay.
No second thoughts.
We'll see.
I think Lost Heretics are going to take it.
But
I think that it's going to get really messy, and I think we might end up a game a little bit like the last one. I think it's going to get a little bit sloppy, and I think it might be out of the mid jungle being out of sync because Certus is still a bit
So
new.
messy or
And
clean?
clean.
Yeah.
Which one is it going to be?
Okay, so what are we betting between both of you? If you win, he has 2, and if you win, he has 2. Buy something, do a few push-ups. I don't know. That's
Hey,
good
I'm
for you.
always down for
That's easy for you. No push-ups. No push-ups for you. I want something interesting for tomorrow. Yeah.
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's got to be on
For
show,
the show.
as well.
Yeah. It's
gonna be on show.
The viewers need to be rewarded because we are terrible.
You can choose my outfit for the show.
Mix and match any of your clothes?
Yeah.
Okay, likewise then.
Let's do it.
I'm down.
But you only have black and white.
I have quite a few
You told me
outfits.
that is green.
This is the most green I have.
That's not green.
This is the most green I have, okay? This is why I chose. But you can pick any
And I'm
of
the
my clothes.
colorblind.
I'm just saying, I own a beret now. That's all I'm warning you.
Okay.
Oh. So no. It's done. It's
It's done. It's written. It is written.
It's written in the history, and the chat is. It's witness.
I will win
We
this
have
now.
witnesses.
I will win this. It's going to be beautiful. I'm follow me, initialize cast, get the DMs in for what I'm doing to Aragon tomorrow because I'm that certain of the victory. We can.
Oh.
It's going to be fantastic.
Okay, so we got the bets in, and it's Zero Tenacity versus Heretics. In terms of a champion select, is there anything I should be on the lookout for?
I think as long as Team Heretics, they draft towards their bot side with some kind of perma push lane, some kind of hyper carry, or Callista, Varus, that's sort of like where they have such lane dominance they can play through, they can take the game really easily.
Okay.
On the other side for Zero Tenacity, I think you have to turn your eyes towards not just the solo laners, who are some relatively famous names there, but Blue Razor in the jungle is such an aggressive, such a famous part of the ERL system. He's been very successful. Won with the Heretics team before they just joined the LEC. That was with Jack Spectra, ironically, of course, which means he's going up against his former EMEA Masters champion partner there. But like, this is a guy who's been trying to make it to LEC for a long time and been so close to making it happen. If he can be the point of difference, if he can be the aggressive playmaking kind of carry we know he can be, that might be their angle. And especially when he's got people like Kofta, who's such a good Jace, when you've got people like Melonic, who are one of the better top laners coming out of the Ultra Liga system, you could still have some hope there. I just don't think it's been on display so far.
Okay, so everything is on the table, which means we can toss it to a break before we toss it to this game. And if we made it through 20 minutes of podcast without you noticing, you can go through a game without spamming FF. So we'll be right back, and I'll see you soon.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Care freely using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose, how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. No energy that can move me, I feel like I'm in the movie. Watch how they tryna imitate me, but can nobody else do me? People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in, can nobody defeat me? nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. Game time, we on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion, not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication. Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new.
It's the final match of day number 1 here at the EMEA Masters Spring, and I'm Hysterics. I'm joined by Solari, and we're about to run into our final game, another Spanish representative in Team Heretics versus somewhere from your neck of the woods, from Ultraliga.
Yes.
I mean, Zero Tenacity, a team that, again, we have high expectations of, considering that this is, what, first seed as well?
Yes, it is the first seed.
And absolutely dominated as first seed with a 3-0 final.
They did. However, I just had a look at the scoreboards before going to cast this
it's not
game.
good.
I shouldn't have done it.
No.
It hurt me a lot. Zero Tenacity, you have to do better.
Well, if you don't, you guys are not getting very far. Let's go to Big Band. Now, let's be fair. Heretics also in the same boat, right? 0-2 start for them as well. So this will at least will get someone out of the neck of the woods for the time being. But both first seeds of their own region, Superliga and Ultraliga combined. As we get into pick ban, double 80 carry ban on the other side for Zero Tenacity to start things off. Getting rid of the Draven from Jack Spectra makes sense, especially in the 2v2 when they talked a lot about this guy from Team Heretics. It makes sense that they are focusing here for the strong part of the Spanish team.
With the bot lane bans, followed up by the Vibe ban coming from Heretics, I would not be surprised if they first pick an AD carry for themselves, something strong for Jack Spectre, just to open the draft up. But with
Like
the Jinx
Zeri.
ban, yes, it only leaves Zeri open, right? With the Vibe ban, again, it would make sense because Vi is one of those things that don't really allow Zeri to play.
True. Well, now that that's off the board, I mean, it makes sense that Team Heretics will just pick this up. As you said, start with an 80 carry here, and then for Zero Tenacity, let's see what the response is, if it is something mid-jungle for themselves as well.
Quite likely.
It's had a bit of
Oh.
diversity. First pick of Aphelios. What year is it? Interesting. Oh
Good
my god.
person.
Jinx is not available, but Sion would indicate a potential lane swap. I mean, Lulu also available to pick up as well. But
Or a Zeri.
I haven't
Hapun
seen
is
a
a
Zeri
big
lane swap.
Zeri player. That
Oh, yeah?
could be a little Zeri picked for them in the first rotation.
Okay. Interesting.
Or Xinjiao. That makes much more sense.
Okay.
Blue is a very big Xinjiao player, almost an OTP at this point already. But now they are taking Lulu. That still indicates that Hapun wants to go for Zeri. But having Aphelios already looks locked in for Heretics, you know, it's not going to be stolen.
I just wonder again, anything's possible these days. We've seen so much more diversity with lane swaps. Like,
That's
it doesn't
true.
necessarily have to be the Jinx, Lulu, or Jinx and some other miscellaneous support. You know, Zach has indicated otherwise that you can play weak side as well.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't always have to be on a lane swap either. So let's just hold our breath for the time being. For Carlson, it might just be the Zac picked up here nice and early. Jungle on the other side here, Solari. Like, are we going to get an early jungle? Maybe a Jax could be an option here, remembering that that is such a good pick into the Xin Zhao matchup.
We could get some more flex because Zac most likely, yes, is going to go to Carlson to the top lane, but at the same time, we have seen instances where Zac was going to the bot lane to be a support, so they could try to follow with this idea. I absolutely hate it, by the way. Zac support makes the lane absolutely unplayable, which is kind of the whole point, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, it is oppressive. Would be a good way for Lost Heretics. I'll hold on to that thought because for now, we get the Folly Bear in the jungle. That has also been top as well as flex, but I haven't seen Zac in the jungle for quite a while. As you said, Zeri on the other side for Harpoon is going to be locked in here with Lulu. So we get a pretty standard bot start, at least for Zero Tenacity so far, and some big power picks in the meta, I'd say. Strange draft start for Team Heretics. I mean, the Aphelios first pick has already got me scattered a little bit. And the fact that also Talia made it through to the second ban phase when, for all the ERLs, Talia is like first pick worthy, or at least it was. Before we got into 14-7.
That's true. Now it's a little bit less prior, but it's still a pretty high prior, especially against the champions that want to be moving around freely a lot, like Zeri, for example. But yes, she's completely removed. And following up on your point about the draft from Heretics, this is Lost Heretics, and they have been creative with their draft throughout the whole split. So that is something you should be expecting from them at this point.
I'm curious to see where it goes next. Udi locked in, okay.
No.
Well, that's not creative from...
No, not at all.
Well,
it's disappointing even with your...
I mean, Cassante, Sion both taken off the board, so I feel like they were like, well, what else do we have left? It was Gragas or Udi, let's be quite real.
Okay, yes, you're right. I guess you're right. And it's Malonic, most likely. It is just a possibility for Zero Tenacity to put him on the weak side that, you know, most likely he's not going to fall behind in the early game, so it makes sense.
Okay, Rel going to be support. Because, again, I mean, also
she
with
can't
the picks,
jungle anymore, right?
Does not jungle. It does not have the monster extra damage on Q or W. Like, Rel jungle is now rubbish. It does not exist anymore. I want to see how this rounds out. Certus has been someone else that I know you guys have been talking about a lot over the period of the week. On the Orianna as well, the ability to carry, we do have, you know, a lot of all-in team fighting once again.
Yes.
So exciting here for Team Heretics. On the other side, though, I just want to know what rounds this out. I don't think we're lane swapping.
No, most likely we're not. This looks like a pretty standard composition. Just top stays at the top, and the Azir for the mid lane all the way on the R5. I'm not surprised to see Azir being picked for Zero Tenacity. Kofte is a very big Azir player. He loves his champion. He was struggling during the moment in time where Azir was not available in the pro play, but now that he's back in business, Kofte is back to business as well.
A lot of players were struggling with that, actually. You know, Humanoid from Fnatic was struggling. I mean, a lot of players were because that champion just, again, so good in lane, so good at team fighting, like has disengage, has engage, like has mobility.
Has range,
DPS,
a very nice
range. Like, you know, when you think about Azir, one of the most...
What does he not have?
Burst? No, like has burst. He has scaling. What does Azir not have? Friends.
He has his little soldiers. They call his friends.
Soldiers aren't friends. He's a dictator. Azir, they work for him. He's the emperor. There's no way they're his friends. They don't have a choice in the matter. Kofte's just going to bring them up, and they just have to be there. But hey, he will scale, and that's what he has. Birdman and down electric lady in the bottom side. They've got scaling. We know that. We know how this is going to go, especially with an enchanter. On the other side, you know, we already talked about it for Team Heretics.
Yes.
There's a lot of all-in. There's a lot of, you know, Wombo again as well. And Jax Petra, he first picked this Aphelios. Like, I don't know many teams that do that at the moment. A lot of teams will look towards something like the Zeri instead. You know, something like the Azir, the Orianna as well. Even the Talia that was passed by until the second ban phase. So let's see. They cooked a little bit here with the draft. Let's see who finds their first win. After day number 1, it's been a big day already. I mean, it's been a bit of a surprise. You know, both these teams at the bottom of the groups. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would have put Team Heretics in the bottom of their group from a slight memory of what I was seeing in their group. I can't think of
it. It is a strong group, though.
Who else is in the group? Because I can't remember. Is this a KC Blue group? In the same group as that?
I am looking. I don't remember.
It's okay. I mean, again, it's been a long night. 16 teams as well, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
If you're wondering. I'll find out. I'll find out at one point. But still, I mean, I remember seeing the group and being like, I don't think Heretics were the weakest with the roster. It's one of those things where, like, you know, there's a lot of big names in this tournament, like a lot of like either ex-big names or people that have been in the scene for a while. And you look at it, you know, and you think they probably shouldn't be the bottom. But then, I don't know. I guess people being around for so long as well, especially in the ARLs, isn't always a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know, they've been around for like 10 years or something. I'm not saying they're washed, guys. I'm not saying they're washed, I promise you.
You're dangerously close to saying it. Be careful.
Dangerously close to saying a lot of things tonight, but at least we spice things up for the final game. Welcome. All right, 30 seconds in, and we're getting an invade. I think we are spotting out because I told you, Solari, this could be an invade, and for Heretics, it is. It is an invade with a lane swap.
It's an Udyr with a Xin Zhao on the side of Zero to Nasty.
Yeah.
If they don't invade with this composition, it is disappointing to say the least.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to apologize. I know there's been some a little bit of lag coming through. Apparently, there's just an issue with some of the servers, and they're trying to get that fixed as soon as possible. So hopefully you can vibe out with us for this last little game. Edot might be dead.
He'll have to flash. He'll be able to flash.
Definitely flash.
Here you go, boy.
Okay, well, flash out, but this is still a lane swap. I mean, bot is up top side. Melonic is
Disgusting.
proxying very early.
Yes.
Actually, what a counter. Oh my god, very intelligent. I mean, this is...
Oh, he's going to sacrifice himself now. He's going to be executed.
And
Quick
I
recall.
bet you, does he TP top straight away? Or no, he's going to run top because remember, there's no wave.
He's not running top.
Where's he going? With jungle?
He's going to Blurizer. They're going to clear together and probably rotate to one of the lanes then?
Because the intelligent thing is he doesn't have to burn TP. He doesn't have to worry about top.
Yes.
Because there's no wave pushing against. That wave was cleared out, so it's only wave 2. And you know, again, with lane swaps, if people don't know, it's all tempo based. So on the third wave, usually bot lane's back because they want to verse each other, or usually it base so that they can set up for the dive, etc., depending on the wave state, right? So the wave 3 doesn't, you can't slow push this wave. It's not the same.
Especially now that you don't really have all the waves available to you as Lost Heretics bot lane that is on the top lane. How do we call them if they're bot lane but they're on the top lane?
I mean, like this, right? Look at it. So we've got a slow push coming through because this is wave 3 coming in on the cannon. So because of this Udyr stop and the proxy at level 1, we now have a dive set up perfectly. Z10 are just set up so perfect, and Carlson up against the wall. He's going to go into cell division, but he's just dead. Melonic takes up 2. Now they're waiting for the third. Harpoon with 1 himself. Up against the wall. There we go. Finally, is it done? Yes, it is. First blood goes over, and for the Ultra League, that's a massive win.
And it's only now that Heretics bot lane finally reaches the top lane turret, and they are only going to start scratching it, while on the bot lane the action has already been set and done, and Harpoon is freely taking the turret plays, taking the gold in. Look at the size of the wave. He can stay here for quite some time still. And what's interesting, Melonic is still staying there on the bot side of the map, only going to recall now probably. Yes.
That's massive. Like, oh, it's such a big brain play as well. I love it. I mean, top is getting played, so let's not forget. But as Carlson comes back to wave, he flashes away. They're going to try and do this again. No cell division this time. Melonic has hit level 2, so at least has more HP to work with. Level 3 on Harpoon as well. Auto comes through and no one dies. It's a second kill here for the Zac that didn't teleport in. And turret plating still going down. It's going to be 4 in that moment as well. Ultra Liga, are they going to do it again? I mean, Carlson is teleported in. He's dead again. He saved his teleport. He thought this time, surely they don't have the health to work with. But 4 bits of turret plating, he hasn't really been able to delay the push bot.
No, but honestly, Lost Heretics haven't been able to do much with what is happening. Yes, Jack Spectre on the top lane is getting some turret plates. It's not going to last for long because now for sure this situationship on the bot lane is going to finally end and Melonic is finally going to take all the way to the top lane. Still have the teleport all till this very moment. Ooh, flash in.
They are committing, yeah. Level 3 here. He's got a bit more, remember, but the turtle stand's put down. White in is almost dead himself. Xerxes comes through, but doesn't get the kill. Nor does Jack Spectre have the damage. I mean, this is just such a good early game for Ultra League, and I feel like Spain are grasping at straws. They're just sent off by this level 1 Udyr.
There's already 1.2k gold deficit for Lost Heretics at this moment. It is not even 5 minutes into the game. We have seen a lot of things happening at 5 minutes mark in the games today, especially with the first turret being taken at about 5:22 in the game by some very infamous Kalista.
Sure.
But Zero Dynasty are off to a great start right now, and it is looking lovely for them because they can set up Melodic to completely deliver the menace to the top lane. Blurzer is free to do whatever he wants on the map, and usually what he wants to do in such situation is to take objectives. And this is the comfort zone for Zero Tenacity because they want to be snowballing their games.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity taking Dragon for the time being as well. Bluzor, we were just talking about, with his 2 kills, fell a little bit behind because of the dive bot and the consistent push, but is still ahead in gold as Whiting's going to try and set up the engage here. Zap comes through. Bluzor just going to get the Dragon down as well. Remember, Whiting couldn't do anything. Getting rooted down was Kofti. It was Gravitum and the last bit of it from Jack Spectra, who ghosted to be in this fight. But still, it's Zero Tenacity who come out ahead. No take of the scuttle. Not at all. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the lag. Hopefully it gets fixed before the game's over. But as we go back to what are standard lanes, let's just quickly take stock. I think it's the fact that Jack Spectra was only able to get 2 plates versus almost a whole turret bot. But it was shared between 4 people. I think that's what we need to remember. It was shared between 4 people. So I guess we'll find out in time if it's worth.
If you look at the gold difference between the AD carries, you can see that it's almost non-existent. There is a little bit more gold for Harpoon at the moment. Might be changed soon because Blurzer is still around the bolt and no vision available for Heretics.
Bluzor coming in. I mean, he's got flash available, but as you said, Heretics without vision, they must have known or at least sensed that there was set up there. Xerxes was nearby as well. But you know what? We talked about AD carries not having gold between each other. Look at Jungle, 600 gold, and he's down CS. So that's where the gold's gone, remembering that he picked so much off from the turret plating as well.
He got both of the kills, including the first play. He got a lot of the gold from the third play. Yes, he doesn't even need to farm at this point.
Shattering
He just gets it
Strike.
from the gold.
Doesn't connect. I was just waiting to see if Whiting does a crash down. Bluzor is not sticking around either. Backs in time as well. Tunneler now picked up though. Double longsword. A lot of burst damage. A lot of damage available. We got to remember Zinzao, great jewels in the game too. Much like Volleybet. So there is going to be a lot of all-in potential now for this level 4 jungler.
But for Blurzer, this double sword means that he's most likely going to go towards the void grabs right now because they are for the grabs, especially with Melonic and Udyr on the top lane being, Udyr and doing Udyr things. That is a free prior for you to go and get the objectives. However, Volleybet is already there.
He's trying to proxy. He's trying to get behind the wave again and proxy. Just wait for it.
Yeah. He's doing it.
I mean, again, chipping away at the turret plate at the minion wave. Still set up for another plate here. Zero Tenacity. Bluzor, this is the damage. Look at this. Wind becomes lightning. Helped out by Certus, who does have Shockwave available. Xerxes, not his ult there. He can't even contest with the rest of the grubs, can he? The rest of the grubs going to go down. 3-start here for Zero Tenacity. I mean, again, it's just been such a smart early game.
Yes. It is definitely something they have worked towards, work on, because again, the finals of Ultra League have been played a couple of patches ago, so that was not the meta that was existent even in our league back when the finals were happening. So for Zero Tenacity, that's something new that we're seeing from them. Still going toe-to-toe with what they like in their games, so very proactive early, making sure they have many leads, especially for Blurzer and Harpoon, and so far it's looking good for them, maybe not right now.
Well, Team Heretics trying to be proactive himself, aren't they? Xerxes level 6 with a Stormbringer, but doesn't want to commit too far, especially since jungle and mid are moving down. They're going to go over a ward. Kofti has everything up and available to send them into the turret. That would be huge, but has to walk into Fog of War where Xerxes is patiently waiting with Certus. This could be a 4v4 in the bottom side as Harpoon and Erdo to just waiting, aren't they?
Yes, they are. But are they waiting for their death, or are they waiting for some help from their teammates? Because help is not coming. Kofti is coming all the way back to the mid lane. Blurzer is around, but not close enough. But there is no conflict happening on the bot lane right now. Maybe will be soon, because they're still going in.
I mean, it's for the blue buff, isn't it? It's for the invade, but Certus needs to get back to mid, because it's about to get cleared out. As Harpoon not going to be tagged up by anything meaningful. Xerxes has nothing else down here, by the way, so it's either the gank or has to go back to his own jungle, or maybe even just base timer as well. And Certus looks like he caught the mid lane wave, so nothing really lost in the end as well. Still a bit of an individual gold advantage for Bluzor, but let's not forget, Xerxes still picking up farm.
Yes.
Still able to deny some gold from Bluzor there with the invade. So not walking away with nothing. I mean, Heretics are only down 1,200 gold in the early game here, and we haven't really talked about the compositions, coming into game. Slary, and I was just kind of looking again and just seeing, like, well, we talked about the all-in from Team Heretics and,
Yes.
and how they can operate.
It is not just an all-in. It is a very long-range all-in, especially thanks to the Zac that we're talking at right now. And there is nothing at Zero Tenacity side that is going to match it. There is only, again, it is pretty much the mirror scenario of a couple of games ago, right? There is some disengage tools, especially available to Bluezer and to Kofti, but it might not be enough if Carlson and Zerise can combine their engages and go into Zero Tenacity. The burst engage might be a little bit too much for them, but it has to be backed up by their backlane. And I love how the backlane for Los Heretics looks here, because Orianna plus Aphelios should be able to provide a lot of damage to back up this engage coming from Los Heretics in an ideal scenario.
I mean, yeah, no, you're exactly right. Range is important, and the damage that comes through. 3 items in both these carries as well. We're expecting the scaling to be a big part of it.
Yes.
Zero Tenacity, we have similar feel as Dragon now spawns. We'll talk about that later on, because Zero Tenacity did start off the game with an Ocean Dragon. Second one is up and waiting. Bluezor is just waiting in brush, but he's going to get spotted out by a good ward from Team Heretics. This would be good to stack up here for the Ultra Liga, but depends how they get in. Magnustorm's going to start us off. Double TP as well, by the way, but Bluezor almost dead, but the ulti again popped out, and just finding a kill on White in as easy as that. Wow, though! The Zac jump in, turns a play immediately. Carlson comes on in for the Zac that found nothing in the early game. He's brought it on back, and it looked great to start off for the Ultra Liga, but Team Heretics something back in this game.
This is the whole idea of Zac, right? He wants to be bouncing right into the backline of the enemy. He wants to get on those 80 carries. And for Zeri, same as for Kalista a little bit earlier today, it is almost an immediate death sentence. Because even with Lulu by her side, ideally Lulu or any enchanter like Lulu should be able to provide Zeri with enough safety to survive these, especially with the ultimate from Lulu. But Lulu is the one getting engaged on as well, so she can do nothing to help Zeri out, and it's an easy double kill for Carlson.
I mean, I want to see what if we do get a chance to get a replay. That engage was insane.
Yes.
The damage must have come out of Certus, right? Like, if I'm recalling correctly. Because the burst just came out of nowhere. I think it's helped set up by Carlson as well. So overall, it's a nice little piece there from Team Heretics. Brings the gold back into contention, but Dragon wasn't taken after the fact. Dragon still sits there, waiting patiently for the start off here. And it's just going to be traded off. I mean, 6 grubs for a Dragon apiece now.
Is it 6 grabs? No, it's going to be 3 for 3 grabs because it's Los Heretics taking it so far.
I'm surprised. I'm actually blind because it's double Dragon. I just got the teams confused.
Oh, it happens.
It's, yeah, it's just because it's gotten late, isn't it?
Yes, it is a little bit late. It's 6th game already.
I know.
But it's a good one. It is slower than some of the games that we saw today, but I like how it's going because there is so much creativity coming from both of these teams on how they approach the situation on the map. It is something new that I'm seeing from Zero Tenacity. From Los Heretics, however, that is something that I kind of expected from them. They are the team that wants to be experimenting a lot.
Well, I'm going to get caught out here on grubs. Further to your point, I mean, experimentation's great, especially when we're in early stages of the tournament. But I will say 0 and 2.
But it's a dangerous situation of the tournament.
It's a rough start. I mean, it's still manageable though. I'll be honest. There's red and white on the top side. Jack Spectre are going to be picking up all turret plating here.
Good weapons for that as well. Gonna take them very quickly.
Look at this. I told you, Zac damage. Wild growth, even under turret, taking a shot. Zac's base damage kind of busted.
Yes. Like,
What is
it's
that?
not something you think about immediately, right? Because think about him more of a tankish, bruiser-ish champion, but his damage is insane. And Zeri is one of the squishiest champions in League of Legends. It takes nothing for you in the early game to take her down.
I mean, I think that's partly what I saw in the last fight from Carlson, from this Zac that was under-established. It was the early game that he suffered out on, died 3 times. The fact that Team Heretics, after this early game, have found their way back is quite impressive. I mean, it's still a 1,500 gold lead. It's still 2 dragons. But you now look at Herald on the top side. It looks like they might be keen on finding it. Heretics have moved up. Pings are getting spammed down. Solari, look at the mini-map.
Yes.
They're moving in here. They want to fight this.
They want to fight for this, but it's going to be hard because our ultimate's available for Zero Tenacity. Almost everybody has them.
Bluezor especially. I mean, that ulti that buys time. As Herald is exposed, they back away at the end of the day. Ping's still down. They want to try and get a pick as they rotate back to mid, but Herald goes down all the same. You can't find Melodic. You can't do anything with him.
Yes, no.
But you can't find Blues or at least getting the ulti down is a start here. The Udi goes unstoppable. White-In doesn't get the engage. Magnastorm's there as now this is our ulti all the way out. He flashes over the wall and gets out as Team Heretics force a couple of summoners because of it, but still the objective taken down and is still a big win.
I like the idea from Los Heretics. The problem is Zero Tenacity read this idea, right? Because you could see how they were positioning themselves while they were moving back from the Herald towards the mid lane.
Yep.
It was Melonic and Bluezer who were keeping themselves as close to the lane as possible to make sure that nobody can get to the back lane, especially, for example, to poor little Lordota, who's just a tiny Lulu, but now running around with more items. It is Arden Crescent, right?
Yeah.
I like it. It's going to amplify Harpoon quite a lot.
I mean, support item fully stacked, and yeah, the Ardent with the Zeri as well. We could talk about scaling to last a lifetime in this game, but
yes,
let's be quite real. Team Heretics, they're the team who are still trailing behind. I think so far we've seen one good play, and it was from Carlson, I mentioned before. Another one possible to come up. A minute 45 till the next Dragon comes through. Would be third here for Zero Tenacity. And, you know, Dragon stacking, very real issue for Heretics. I feel like they can't get the power of Soul Point when you're playing with Zeri Azir and you've got something like a Xin Zhao to, I don't know, set up the fights. It feels like something too dangerous for Team Heretics to play with.
Especially since it's the Hex Soul, right? We're talking about the Hextech Drake as the soul of this game.
Again.
And giving it out, exactly, again, and giving this away to Zeri and to Azir is going to be pretty much a death sentence to Los Heretics.
Did you hear on the desk? I think Aragon said it's a 90% win rate. I don't know where that stat's from, if it's international.
Last game for sure
Shockwave.
wounded. Oh my god!
Holy moly. That is a Lulu, though. I mean, to be fair, level 7 versus level 11. Surge it was a big talking point. I know for you guys, like, you got your eyes on him once again in EU Masters. Like, this guy's good. This guy's real good. And in this game, almost 2 items. Naturally, a big talking point is the Shockwave might have actually set up a Dragon. 45 seconds. And Lulu gets to go back, but Erdote, am I saying that correct?
Erdote, yeah.
Erdote?
Yes.
And I have to question. And I'll be doing this for the next couple of days, folks.
It's fine.
I'll even say the same name 5 times and I'll just question again. You know, again, this Lulu with no flash available too.
No flash, no heal, only the ultimate, right?
Yeah.
It is a Lulu that can go down very quickly. And the issue is, if Lulu goes down, Zeri goes down most likely as well.
True.
Especially with all the engage coming in from Heretics. Them already having the damage, especially on Sardis, on dead Orianna. And Los Heretics already are at the P. They already are putting in some vision control. They have some walls around, so Zero Tenacity don't really have any creative ways around this dragon anymore.
But they are split. I mean, Heretics are split. They're the ones who now, as they drop their Herald, have control through mid. Charge going to come through. Bounce back there. Carlson doesn't get the knock up as well. Jack Spectral, though, with perfect guns. They jump on in again. Onto the Lulu, we said, with no summoners, no hope. Red and white makes everything all right as for Zero Tenacity. I mean, there's no clue left in the fight. There's no enchanter left either. They try and push mid for the sake of it, but at this point, Dragon has been as good as given over to Heretics.
Unfortunately, yes, no soul point for them. And very fortunate for Heretics, because it's not just the Dragon for them and the kill that they got, it is also the fact that Zero Tenacity cannot really do anything on the mid lane. Ideally, they would need to find an immediate answer on the map and do something cross-map, but there is nothing for them they can do. Hofte is on the top lane, what was that?
He just took it, he just auto-W'd and he took it.
How is he allowed to do that?
Because he has max health percentage damage or whatever it is. On W.
No, I'm not asking technically.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking mentally.
Because that's Zach. That's just what he does.
Fine. You know what? Yes, that's an acceptable
answer. It's a mental
answer.
game, yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, are we worried? I mean, sorry again, ladies and gentlemen, we pause to think. Are we worried? Like this composition, it feels pretty hard to play against a Zach.
It does.
When you're someone like a Zeri, I don't know.
It's not just Zac, that is the problem. Just one Zac could have been, yes, hot, but okay.
One Zac. 2 Zacs.
Oh, please, no.
2 Zacs. One for all.
Yes, exactly. One for all, and all of them are Zacs.
Oh, man.
All 10.
See, yeah, some of them are just full tank, then others are just full AP, and you never know which one is which.
Disgusting.
See, one for all tip. Play the same skin. They have no clue which one you are without clicking on you. And let's be real, no one's going to click on you on one for all.
Yes.
I tell you the mode, just a side thought before Baron spawns and, you know, before we get our next fight, probably over Dragon, by the way. The last time I really enjoyed a game mode, I think, was it One for All? Maybe it was Arena, which I think is coming back. Arena was good.
Yes. It was fun.
Arena is real fun,
and it's very quick. If you're losing, you lose quickly, go home.
True. I missed 3v3. I'm going to pause on that note. Bluezor might be caught out. Has to pull out the Crescent Guard. The re-engage coming through. Look on the left-hand side of the screen. They've found the Udyr. Melonic is just running for his life. Magnustorm used, though. They have the damage to take him down. Jack Spectra picks it up. For Heretics, they keep getting pick after pick. They keep inching back into this game. And now in front of Baron, I mean, that pick could have opened things up. 30 seconds till he's back in the game.
Heretics can do the Baron right now almost for free. There is no vision for Zero Tenacity. There is almost no way for them to get to the pit, especially with this pit of this Baron. And look at what Wayne is doing.
They want to steal. They want to flip it around.
Bluezor
has Smite, but they go for the engage instead. The shuffle's out over the backside. Look at Harpoon. Trying to find the fight himself. Jack Spectra, though, has the range and the Gravitum sends him outward. And Certus flashes over the wall to get his own shutdown. Carlson might miss here as White will still get the shuffle back. Jack Spectra walks back. It dies, though.
What?
A little bit messy, but still, excuse me. Certus picks himself up a double on the back end. It's still a Team Heretics fight. Although Zero Tenacity might find one off the back end to stop a potential Baron.
Bluezor is not going to stop any recalls. Could have tried, but again, no vision for Zero Tenacity. They are so limited with how much they see on the map. And going into this fight, a very interesting teleport, but again, with how confident Heretics were around the pit and how much they were zoning the space around it, there was almost no way for Zero Tenacity to try to go in for a steal or even for a successful fight, to be fair. However, we're still at 6-6 point. We're still at the tiniest gold lead available for Zero Tenacity, but Heretics are finding their footing in this game so quickly that if you're a Zero Tenacity fan, kind of like me, you should be worried.
I mean, you really should be, because the engage tools are working out really well.
That's true.
You know, and I think there's one thing we have to mention. What's the engage tool in Zero Tenacity?
Bluezor. Yes, it's Zinzo.
And then what happens?
He goes in. Ideally, there should be a good flanking angle for Kofte, but at the same time, it is very risky because it means you're sending him all the way to meet the enemies face-to-face. And it's only Harpoon left if anything goes south for Kofte. I think I don't like this Udyr pick, you know? It worked really nicely in the beginning of the game with all this swapping on the map and everything, but now we are again at the usual point of Udyr where it is 20th minute in the game, and you kind of forget that he exists.
Yeah, that's right. If he's not pushing waves or proxying waves in a fight, he'll be a stun bot, but then not much else.
Yes.
I think you share my hate for
I do.
For Udyr top.
Yes.
A lot of people out there, I know, feel the same as well. But I think what we're also going to mention is that, you know, for Heretics, at least they have multi-man engage.
Yes.
Like, Zero Tenacity, their multi-man engage, as you said, maybe an angle for Kofte, but you've then got to find that angle. Or something like Wild Growth, defensive as well. The proactivity comes out of Bluezor, but it's also not multi-man engage. It's a single CC knock-up, and there's a lot more angles for Heretics. As we've seen so far, it feels like those angles make it easy to play the game with the composition as well. As Carlson's just going to be pushing the side lane. That's because Dragon's up in 5 seconds. Heretics already stopped the flow. Didn't let Zero Tenacity get to the soul point. Now they move up for the choke as well for the stun. And Melonic is just the one tanking it up. Jack Spectra, perfect guns for the fight as well. Kofte struggling to walk into lane as well. You can see Carlson is zoning off. They try and poke out with the range as Jack Spectra now moves out of red into the blue. And I'm also looking at Harpoon here with Renan's Hurricane. 2 items for both 80 carries. The Hex Flash forward, no. Instead, backwards. Carlson going to be tanking up for now. We just hover around. No one willing to pull the trigger. Both teams kind of running a bit scared here, waiting for the other to misstep and overstep. As Dragon is going to be started for the time being, but you can see Zero Tenacity aren't willing to fully commit.
No, there is no poke this time, but there is Carlson who is on no words at the moment. So if he tries to engage, he's not going to be spotted, but he doesn't. Look at Rel. Look at Rel. This might be such a good all-one goal.
I mean, Zero Tenacity know he's coming. Magnus Storm is there. They try to engage front to back. The flip back, though, from Kofte sends him into the side. But for Jack Spectra, he's untouched and unchained. Team Heretics are taking this fight, but not only are they taking it, set up with a triple kill. Jack Spectra hyped up. Is he going to get a penta again? No. They're chasing up after Harpoon. He's got the movement speed, and it's too risky to continue on. Dragon goes down to Heretics, and Harpoon can just stand there and watch, if only just after the fight's gone awry.
That's such good priorities for Heretics, such good focus in the team fights. They know who they need to be going for. And the problem for Zero Tenacity is that they go down very quickly. They don't really have any good front line, right? We're looking at Udyr, but Udyr, even with the tanky items, is not tanky enough to sustain all the damage that Heretics have to offer to Zero Tenacity. While at the same time, for Zero Tenacity, as you mentioned, Jack Spectra is free to run around and fire. Nobody's doing anything to stop him.
True.
And that is the main damage for the team right now.
I'm kind of seeing why they first picked Aphelios. I mean, this guy's 1,500 gold up. Jack Spectra in Teamfights has been remarkable so far. It's been really hard for someone like Harpoon to keep up where, yes, he found himself some good DPS at the end of the fight, but up against Jack Spectra, who now has range advantage as well, let's not forget, it's becoming harder and harder here for Heretics not to have a winning successful combo. 1,500 gold ahead. Mid turret now going to be dropping down as well. Remember, Baron sitting up there and waiting. You see their pings are going down because they want to threaten this. Vision's almost cleared out as well. So Zero Tenacity will have to walk towards this, and Heretics can again play the baiting game.
And they will have to go towards it. Melonic will have to go from the bot lane, giving Carlson a lot of free time on the bot lane to do whatever he wants. He's sitting on a TP, so he can join the team if they want to be fighting. But again, it doesn't look like fight is on the list of priorities for Heretics right now. They want to be moving Zero Tenacity around the map where they want them to be. And right now, what they want is to offer Carlson a free split push, to offer as much freedom of movement on the map for themselves as possible, to get rid of the turrets, especially Easton. This turret on the bot lane is still standing, the outer one.
Yeah,
yes, it has to be removed.
Zach trying to step up, just waiting for the time being. I want to point out, for Heretics, this might be some really good timing if they can continue spotting out or continue Vision on Harpoon. Carlson just hiding in brush. I mean, I don't care too much about this. Carlson heals too much. Carlson will actually win the 1v1 because...
Such an engaging fight. Look at that.
Look at Zach Blob ready. Just wait. Watch the healing as we unfreeze.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah. Zach wins a 1v1. 100%. Unless you have healing cut, he wins a 1v1.
Yeah, speaking of that, there is no healing cut whatsoever. Zero for Zero Tenacity.
Yep.
How are they going to win any fight whatsoever that involves Carlson if they have no...
True. Good question. I mean, I think at this point, you know, even though the gold lead's not that far out, I think fights are, you know, further on that point. Going to be really hard. At least Harpoon is able to pick up Infinity Edge. So 3 items Zeri. I was just watching that because there was a differential between 80 carries. And as we know, 3 items on hyper carries when things start getting a little bit more serious, especially in front of the Baron at 27 minutes. This is kind of where the game could be decided. I mean, unless we get towards that dragon, which would lead to soul point for either team.
And Zeri is still a champion that can pretty much 1v9 a good team fight, right? Even after all the changes, even after all the nerfs and changes of the
supports. Got an enchanter too.
Exactly, she has an enchanter by her side. That is pretty much everything that Zeri wants. As long as she's free from Carlson and Within, she's going to deliver the damage, but is she going to be able to?
Actually, the engage starts off again. There's Certus. No, she cannot.
Yeah!
Not even given a chance. You know, he sounded like the guy from, you know, awake at the morning, I step outside. Yeah. The angry Skeletor.
Yeah, I was very angry. I'm sorry.
You unleashed the Ultra League of Rage because Harpoon was too far forward.
Yes.
And with the team fight goes the Baron as well. I mean, that's game defining.
That was such heavy mispositioning from his side. The moment he goes down, it doesn't even matter if Blurza goes down or not. Blurza could try to go for a steal, so it is better for Heretics if he's down. But again, it doesn't really matter too much, because with just this Zeri down for Lost Heretics, the Baron is open, the top lane is open, the mid lane is open. They can siege now.
And again, we talked about the range. I mean, with a comp that has Baron like this, that has the range advantage as well, going to be really hard to defend. Already 2 turrets falling down. Baron power play is over 3,000. Quick reset comes through as well. Bloodthirster comes through pretty much outright for Jack Spectra. And I'm sure we're going to get ourselves a Leandries for Certus as well. That seems like the path right now. I mean, there's item advantage throughout.
Hey, here it comes. Look at that. That's good timing.
Oh, yeah.
And now that is pretty much
oh
a full build Orianna.
Actually, the game could come over.
No.
Harpoon going to get jumped on. He pops the Zeri ult, but he's matched immediately. Stormbringer down. Harpoon doesn't have a chance. Everyone's on top, and The first win looking good here for Team Heretics might come out as Zero Tenacity try and defend, but ultis fly through the sky. White in might miss the Magnet Storm a little bit early on that one as Kofti is trying to outrange himself. For now, Zero Tenacity are sent back. There is still a bit of damage to deal with here as Barrett is whittling away at the turrets. Carlson zones them off, and it is getting worse here for the Ultra League.
Zero Tenacity bringing zero map awareness, which is unforgiving, especially when they have Zeri on their side. They never know when Carlson is going to engage in them. Not even Carlson, anybody. They don't know when the engage is going to come for them, and it is coming every single time from the Fog of War, which the map pretty much consists of for Zero Tenacity at the moment. They're going to lose a dragon. That is the third Hextech dragon for Lost Heretics. They're stacking these drakes on top of each other, and each of them is bringing so much value to Lost Heretics.
God, every individual dragon now leading up to Soul. I mean, wait.
Or doesn't no, get out. Thank you.
No one's nearby, luckily.
I can't stand anymore.
Could be dead. It is Udyr. But wait.
Is he?
Freeze it. Yeah. Just wait and see. Spell immune. Nice. We're chasing an Udyr. Actually,
why are we chasing an Udyr? Just
why is Zero Tenacity moving into choke? Why is Zero Tenacity? No. Leave the jungle.
It's not yours anymore, Zero Tenacity. You've lost it long time ago, actually.
In a choke, they just can't deal with oh dear lord, that Orianna. Bye, Orianna. Certus. Man, actually clean mechanics. I mean, this game feels done.
Yes, it
Larry,
does.
It feels very done.
It hurts me to say it, but it is pretty much done. Lost Heretics are marching towards the victory, and it is going to be their first victory of the day, a very important one, because without it, all hopes are lost. With it, there are still some for the Spanish #1 slot.
I mean, again, this was about getting yourself finally on the board, and Zero Tenacity, there were some moments earlier in the game, but losing out slowly but surely, and now with Whiting going back on in, Heretics trying to put the finishing touches. Carlson's going to be engaged on for the time being. Kofti is the one trying to range through as HRTS comes back alive. But they're quickly retreating. Inhibitor goes down. Base is well and truly cracked. Double inhibitor as well. And remember, they got things like the Dragon in 3 minutes if they so choose. Baron in 2 minutes as well. It's super easy to close this game out. And you see Zero Tenacity just trying to find a pick off the back end of everyone resetting.
They're trying to look for something. Kofti is doing a good thing right now. He's trying to go through the mid lane, especially since the inhibitor is open. The big ground minions are marching towards their base, so somebody needs to go and stop them. At least there is very nice wave clear for Zero Tenacity, so they can withstand the siege for some time. But some time is not going to do it for them. Some time is not going to be enough. They have less than 2 minutes before the Baron is going to spawn. And with the current state of the map, yes, finally, there are some eyes in the jungle for Zero Tenacity. But it's not going to be enough because they don't have enough offensive vision for Lost Heretics, and Carlson has the free game to play for the whole game. He just engages onto the enemies, especially onto Hopwood, not letting them do anything, and he's not getting punished for it.
I can't believe this started with like what I thought was a very big brain move from the Udyr, and Carlson just getting dove 3 times in a row in the span of 2 minutes.
Literally in a row, yes.
And then I guess the problem was that what was the problem? That was years ago. I feel like in this game. What was the problem with this game?
Which exactly problem are you looking for? There were a couple of those.
Not sure, actually. Because I think you know what? It's a little bit late. I'm not going to use the brain. I'm just going to sit here and watch the ride play out. Because right now you're on a roller coaster and you're thinking, man, when's that drop coming? You know, where is it? Or maybe we've been past it. Maybe we're waiting for the ride to end. I have a feeling we're waiting for the ride to end. What do you reckon?
We're getting very philosophical and a little bit scary.
I am. It is. Look, my bedtime is 10 o'clock. What time is it?
Australian time?
No, because that's way past.
What time is it in Australia?
Oh, your iPad has a dog on it.
It's my dog.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
What's your dog's name?
Matilda.
Okay, ladies and
Very
gentlemen,
Polish
let me
name.
describe this dog to you. Cream-colored.
Very cute.
Good boy. Girl?
Girl.
Good girl. That's the dog. Not sure what breed. A little bit scruffy looking.
Kundalik.
My dog is Bailey, and it is a... What are you, Bailey? Cocker Spaniel. Ah, yes. Give me a massage. All right. I'm now...
It's not me, by the way.
No, it's not. it's not.
Oh, that's
Artrom is giving me a massage, and Baron goes down. No, don't stop. Come back. All right.
Are you talking to Melonic? Because he shouldn't be
Slingshot
coming
comes in.
back now.
Oh my god, that's a really good massage. Actually, Carlson sets on up. Artrom has now left me. Things got a little bit sad. They got Baron. That's a start. Where do we go next?
The enemy base, obviously.
Okay. Let's go there.
Unless we want to turn around right now, because 18 seconds and this soul is going to be in the hands of Lost Heretics. There is no way Zero to Nasty are leaving their base to go towards the dragon right now. No way. If they do it, they are pretty much dead. If they go to the Drake, they are dead. If they don't, honestly, they are still dead.
Sorry, I realized the susness of saying, oh, thanks for the massage with no context. Her wife probably watching this like, what the hell? No, it was just Artrom. I guess it's okay if it's from a man. you know. Oh, thank you, Artrom. Oh, we are unhinged. It's late. It's so late. Well, he gives good massages, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder why. I wonder why. Initially, I started it this morning. He started it tonight. Full on engaged. Let's end this puppy. Because Heretics deserve the win. Zero Tenacity have got zero reasons to survive in this game. Triple kill, not followed by a penta. It's stolen away by Cersei, but Heretics, you deserve this. And take your win with pride. Soon you'll be getting a massage for your life as well. You deserve that. Ask Artrom. He'll give one to you. 5 players lining up. Artrom's your guy. Well, what a game.
You know what? I thought I would be sad and disappointed about Zero Tenacity losing this game. But I actually feel disappointed by other things right now.
I helped your coping. That's
Yes.
what that was all about. It was about the coping.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice rounding of the game. What do you guys think? What do you reckon?
Just our host. He's not actually here anymore. He's changed profession.
Thank you for the massage.
He's a masseuse.
That was just...
You were just what?
I think we were all worried for your mental health, my friend. You were looking like you were having a problem. I think Solari's now sharing in your derangement.
I mean, I was.
She's gone.
I was having a problem because we've had a lot of flips tonight. That was another one where I'm just kind of sad for Zero Tenacity. You know,
that is a reality.
I felt sad.
I don't know if this helps. I actually took a course in massages. I don't know. I had a lot of time, Berlin. I just took a course. I don't even know. Welcome back to the desk after this last game. And we lost Aragon. Zero Tenacity is 0-3 at the end of the day. But Heretics is capable of picking up victory.
I'm actually crying. There's actually tears in my eyes.
Aragon, I'm going to look into you.
What's
okay?
up, man?
I'm far away. Don't worry.
Okay.
And we need to look into this game specifically. Again, expectations, what we could have with that champion select.
Okay, so I looked at the champ select and I
my
was
hands
like,
like-
okay, this is a very slow front-to-back scaling team composition for both sides, right? Yes. Will we see a lane swap? Who knows? Probably. It's just how things are going. I was wondering why they were going to do it, considering you're not really avoiding a lane too much. Maybe they're scared of the Lulu poke, its potential dives. But regardless, front-to-back for both sides. And what matters is how they arrive at team fights, what the condition they're in, as well as how they pilot those team fights. But we have our draft right here, right?
Yes.
So very standard Xin and front-to-back team compositions with the Azir hyperscaling, with the Zeri hyperscaling, and versus very similar on the other side with a bunch of dive, as well as the Orianna ball delivery.
And I remember when the Zac got locked in, and I was like, I think this is going to be the lane swap. And you called out saying, I think it could be kind of risky, actually.
Yeah.
And in the end, of course, Heretics, with the draft they go for, with the Rel last pick, it's not an enchant. You were kind of getting a bit dicey about it. They still go for the lane swap. But I think one thing we also, I know you've got some stuff prepped for that as well. The early levels, and before, obviously, we kind of just devolved into mass hysteria. Actually, the early levels from Zero Tenacity were actually really astute. They had some very good early plans to manage what was a tricky lane swap.
Yeah, I have to say, this was super, super creative. I loved what Melanic did here, proxying the first wave, sneaking their level 1 without being seen, into then recalling, running bot side, and being able to dive bot without any repercussions. Because what they do here is they delay the siege up top side, and that way you delay the damage onto the plate. So any trade you make, turret plating wise, is not even. It's always favored towards Zero Tenacity. They send Udyr down bot side, and here I was wondering if at any point in these dives Melanic could have actually just died and gotten a faster reset. I think the first dive at the very least, it might have been worth it, and then run immediately up top side or what have you. Regardless, what happens is Melanic ends up snowballing, and he can go top side, and any trade, he's actually tanky enough. He gets to level 3 safely and can survive the dives 1 versus 3.
The thing is, things started to turn around kind of from this point where, yes, Blue Resort survives and it looks good, but when the Aphelios and the Orianna, who hadn't actually been able to get involved with the game, the fact that you had got this snowball rolling from 0-10, start to pick up some skills, it got very, very scary. And then suddenly, Heretics' ball delivery system just comes online, and this is not the game we saw just before, where it was Kai'Sa or bust. You've got multiple extended, dangerous late game carries with lots of ways to get their DPS in, and Harpoon does pick up Jack there with a final auto, but that's kind of the last good moment, it felt like, in a lot of ways for Zero Tenacity. At this point, it was a slow bleed out, and Hysterics kind of losing his brain out of his ears slowly as the cast went on.
Yet again, the bleeding. They couldn't stop it. They had the perfect start and they just couldn't pick it up. And Heretics were like, okay, it's on us.
Yeah, and it just came down to team fighting in the end, right? And a composition as well. Shout out to Dem. Actually caught a DM of him earlier saying, you know what? Udyr is an auto loss. And I'm inclined to agree, kind of. I do think there's potential in the snowballing Udyr can do. But in the context of the lane swaps, I think we've definitely seen Zac come out more on top of these. In these team fights as well, the team fighting you have with the engagers from the Zac plus the Rel and finding those flanks, that was really crucial.
And I think last point here as well, like something to actually give some serious praise. Actually, Heretics, Certus, Jack, they were asked to do the team fight work. Certus on that Orianna was doing really nasty amounts of work. You can see it here in the damage as well. Jack as well, taking on a huge amount of the team's damage share. Yes, of course, the Zeri there, great damage, but again, you're into multiple HP stacking tanks, so numbers are always going to be inflated. Relative to the health bars of the other team, relative to the DPS you're sharing with other key members, that is a very solid jungle mid, AD carry like score lines there. They did really, really good work there. Very, very impressive stuff on the Aphelios.
It's a good way to end the day for Heretics, but obviously for Zero Tenacity, this is the worst case scenario right now, and they have to go home or just log out and understand, okay, what happened, and now it's a best of 1 going from now on. This is the complicated life.
And I think the tragic thing is, like, this game was definitely winnable. They were in such a good position. You see the Zeri damage, the way they tackled the lane swaps, I think, was the best I'd seen all day, how they managed them. We saw an absolute disaster attempt. I think it was Orbit and Anonymous compared to this one. So very, very impressive, but unfortunate.
And there you go. And for the first time today, and to wrap up the day, we have an interview with Heretics, White In, the support, the Rel player. Oh, there he is. We meet again. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing not that good, but it's like there's hope, right? We won the last game, so yeah, we have to put a better face tomorrow because I was expecting a 3-0. So yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanna point the conversation towards. The fact that it's a 1-2. Obviously, it's not the worst case scenario. It's for Zero Tenacity, not for you. But what do you believe happened to get those 2 losses in a row?
I mean, I think both games were in our hands. The first 2 that we lost, like, I don't know, for the second game we were 7k gold ahead, but we somehow managed to throw. I don't know how we do this. We did this like in MVP 2 times as well, but somehow we managed to do it. First game was more of like a whoopsie, but yeah, second game, I don't know how we just managed to do that. So yeah.
I wanted to ask, by the way, do you think this meta hurts you with all the lane swaps? Because I feel like your team, right? I see your team, and I think very bot centric. You guys always win really hard through bot lane, and then you convert your leads through that way. Is this these Jinx Lulu, these kind of lane swaps? Have they been a wrench? Have they been a bit annoying?
I mean, it is a bit annoying in a way, but it's also kind of fun because it's like a mini game, and I don't think we are bad at it. I think we like, for example, the first 2 games we got like big leads. We are getting like 1.5k gold lead against the Kalista. So this like we are good at it. We just like we lost the game in different ways, not by swapping. So yeah, I wouldn't say it affects us in any way.
So to wrap it up and to let you rest, because obviously it's a tiring day. Like, these groups are really, really exhausting for you players. When you look into today's games and you're preparing for tomorrow, are you looking to change anything play-wise or mentality-wise? Because if you try to change anything play style, maybe it racks up your expectation for tomorrow. What are your plans as a player and as a team to fix up what happened from today to tomorrow?
I think we just have to come confident again, like not let these 2 losses affect us, and we'll just do good. Like, I don't feel like the teams we are playing against have anything special, or they are like good in any way. So yeah, we just have to come with what we have to show.
Yeah.
Sorry?
So it's reset mentality and move on.
Yeah, it's just reset, forget the day happened, besides the last game, and then win 3 games.
Okay, let's see what happens for tomorrow. Thank you so much for the interview, and I wish you the best, White.
Thank you very much.
There you go. We got ourselves an interview. I'm really happy with that one.
Yeah.
And also, it's one of those teams that could be one to win it all, and all of a sudden, it could be a team that doesn't even make groups.
And I think it's also just it's interesting as well, because actually we are in many ways in an interesting position here, where because we're focusing on the games that are in front of us, we're not always getting to see, well, what happened in the group when this team was playing, what happened in those losses. We just saw, wait, Heretics are 0-2. How did that happen? And getting a little bit of that info there about, look, actually, we felt like those games were ones we should have won. We had the leads. We threw 7K leads. That's on us. That shouldn't happen. I think it gives you a little bit more hope then for Heretics going forward. It's like, look, they can get the leads. They can win. But I think it also speaks to the volatility of the tournament and the fact that, as we've kind of been saying, like, you kind of have a bad day, you make some oopsies, and suddenly you are looking down a pretty hard second day to keep yourself in the running. And the fact that a lot of your opposition are already, like, GK are now 3-0. I just saw that tweet come out from their coach as well. So, like, you've got quite a lot of work ahead of you to even get out of groups. And first place, that's going to be tricky if they want to go for that, especially considering you heard it from the team there. They think they can go all the damn way.
I think we can all look into the identity of, you can plan as much as you can, but you have to prepare yourself through every single day like you have a tournament. And when the tournament appears, you're ready for it. And everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. That's something that Mike Tyson said, and it happens on EMEA Masters because you don't have time to set up after you get punched in the face. This is a punch in the face for Zero Tenacity. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, like, they had a plan. You even said that they had the plan. They had the Udyr coming in. I have to say, when I was like looking at the draft, I was like, I'm not sure about Udyr. I don't think how I feel about it in the lane swap. Everyone's like, actually, I think it's pretty okay. They start off with that really cool level 1. The proxy's really good. The snowball comes on through. But then what is steps 4, 5, 6? Because a lane swap doesn't stop after the initial kind of switch and tower shove and maybe the first dive. You have got more to do after that, particularly before plates fall. And that can be quite an extended sequence, especially once some of those decision trees have to be navigated in a way you're maybe not used to, and especially when the pressure's on. That can be hard to do, and I feel that Zero Tenacity are going to be a bit disappointed in themselves there for actually having gotten a good lead, having had a solid early plan, but not having the last few chapters to get them through the mid game into a place where they could have been really scary with that Zeri and Azir.
We keep talking about groups, so might as well show them to you to understand how we going to end up for day 1 of EMEA Masters group stage. There you go. Jumping into this one, we have a couple of surprises, obviously.
GK.
Yeah.
Wow. That is a surprise from play-ins.
So, I mean, that was one of the teams I called out there a little bit, because then I had that chat briefly with Edward saying, like, I actually think if we play consistent, we can do some damage here. And they've done just that. Right? Like, damage is done. They are top of that group
the
right
punch
now.
in the face. There you go. There's a name on that one. Anything aside from that, like a big surprise?
Not just them. Nigma Galaxy tied with BDS Academy. That's a surprise. I think BDS Academy dropped a game, so potentially to Nigma Galaxy.
I think potentially, yeah.
The Arabian League is...
that's kind of mad. And again, the Arabian League really turning up. I was trying to figure out what level they were going to be coming in, because I thought they looked good in play-ins, but that's always difficult to kind of like put in context of the main stage. Apparently pretty good.
It was the last game, by the way. BDS Academy versus Nigma.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the last game, and Nigma won.
And Nigma Galaxy beat out BDSA, which is crazy.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. Last one for me as well, just like looking at Group D. Just like all these teams at 1 and 2. Eintracht feeling pretty, but like suddenly Lions Creed, Gentlemate, on and on mode. There's a lot of sudden sweat down the spines. Like, oh boy, there's only one of us is getting out of here alive.
Do we have schedule for tomorrow, at least for the stream itself? Because obviously there are a lot of games going on at the same time, and we can only follow as much. Obviously, we try to cover every single team to make sure your favorite team appears on the main broadcast. So as soon as we have the schedule, and you can follow us on Twitter, and we always bring up that information. You can follow us on Instagram as well, because we bring some interesting ideas and videos. Yeah,
they have been very normal, very standard content.
Okay, let's spice it up for tomorrow. Yeah, we need to go chaotic on that one. We need to go chaotic, but also I'll give you the schedule if you ask it. There's the schedule then. Because I know somebody typed on chat.
There we go.
Ooh, Gentlemates will start up the day versus Lions Creed Heretics will play Besiktas Esports. Papada Supermassive will take on BDS Academy. Carmen Corp Blue will fight off again versus SK Gaming. Pride is the revenge. Then we go BDS Academy versus Nima Galaxy, which was the game that we missed, and it seems like a good one. And then at the end, oh boy.
That second half of the day is crazy.
Really brutal.
BDSA versus Nigma Galaxy and Carmine Corp Blue versus SK Prime is so stacked. On top of that, GK as well. Wow.
I mean, like, that last game to me, Besiktas looking like they're doing really well. GK are 3-0. That could well be a first place decider for that group, depending on how things play out tomorrow. Eyes on a lot of those games, but I think that one could prove to be a very fun closing game.
So keep in mind that tomorrow, by the end of the stream, 8 teams will be promoted to spectators, and 8 teams will move on to knockout stage. Don't laugh, it's the reality. It's EMEA Masters, it's spring, and it's beautiful. From both of you, do you have anything to say before I wrap it up? Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. You know what to expect. Chaos, beautiful League of Legends. And until then, keep climbing.
a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you hurt me so bad. And drop me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, but I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt.